선생님, 당근도 좀 주셨으면 좋겠어요.
무서워하지 말아주세요.
저쪽으로 가볼까요? 여러분, 안녕하세요. 아, 말을 해야 돼요? 여기 등장만 아니었어.
자, 우리 은민이 오셨습니다.
여러분, 제가 아주 큰 도전을 하려고 지금 이렇게 나와 있는데요. 바로 제가 솔랭을 할 겁니다. 제가 아주 열심히 성장을 해볼 테니까요. 뭐 하면 되죠?
아니 뭐라는데?
그래서 게임을 아주 열심히 해서.
오늘 이제 제작진과 한번 손을 풀러 왔다.
네.
LCK는 2년밖에 안 했다 보니까.
그래도 우승했잖아.
오늘 조연출로 연장을 해서 은비님을 이제 첫 만남을 갖게 됐는데 은비님이 좀 알아볼 것 같으세요, 본인?
아니 저는 저를 아예 모르실 것 같은데요.
아예?
12년 전이가 그렇잖아요 이거. 아 12년 전했어요? 네 13년 전이가 지금 25년도잖아요. 모르면 더 좋을 수도 있어요.
왜요?
이 사람 실력을 모르잖아요.
그래 몰라도 성격이 그렇다는 건 알죠?
저걸 좀 막내시니까 저희 또 방송 업계가 좀 위계 질서가 빡세요.
아 그치 알고 있죠.
깍듯하게 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
아 그럼 미경 알고 있어서 이 질서가 그냥 네 이러기만 하면 되는 거 아닌가요? 네.
아 그렇게 맥까지는 대답 안 돼요.
아 그래요?
네?
아 그렇게 해야 돼요?
랩랩 해야죠. 랩도 안 돼요.
넵넵 이런다고요?
랩은 너무 버벅져 보이죠.
아 그 두 글자로 이렇게 넵넵.
그렇죠. 무조건 랩랩 해야 돼. 해보실래요?
그거 아니잖아요. 방금 만들었잖아요.
아니 진짜요.
가서 보여주세요. 넵넵 한 거. 진짜로.
아니 랩랩. 아 랩랩 하도 없. 야 민진아.
네네?
아 내가 생각하잖아요. 아 그래?
웃으면 안 돼.
넵넵? 이렇게 해야 되나? 이상한데?
랩 이렇게 해야죠.
네넵.
랩. 야 망진아.
네넵.
일단 첫 시작으로는 제작진분들과 함께 춤을 추려고 합니다. 그래서 저는 지금 롤파크에 있는 라이엇 PC방에 도착을 했고요. 여기서 제가 게임을 보여드릴 거예요. 제가 이렇게 게임을 하는 게 처음인데 게임은 즐기는 거잖아요. 그래서 즐기면서 아주 열심히 해볼 거니까요. 여러분 지켜봐 주세요. 응원해 주시고.
아 가는 거 못 보고 뭐 있고.
아 가요?
아니,
바로?
아니 뭐.
그럼 바로 PC방으로 들어가 보겠습니다.
랭 저기 티어가 플레?
혹시 지금 렉 돌아가고
그게
있어요?
근데 2K라서 아마 자유랭
그러니까
좀 많이
오디오
낮아.
때문에
아 그래요?
하나 그래도 해줬으면
최대한 낮은
좋겠어요.
걸로. 이게 제일 낮아.
야 들어오십시오 은민이.
오케이.
술 정리해야 되겠다. 이게 어디 가니? 저 서포 가요. 서포? 은민님이 어디 가시고?
네.
어디 가요?
좋아. 빨리야.
서포트 뭐 해드릴까요?
서폿이요? 그냥 잘하는 거 해주세요.
네.
너 뭐 잘하니? 네?
다 잘합니다.
오 야. 잘하는구나.
오, 든든한 서포터시군요.
쳐요.
뭐야? 리핑 누구야?
와드만 박을게요.
어디?
여기다 와드만 박을게.
왔다. 왔다. 가?
저기 죽여.
가자.
아까 사진 찍었는데.
빼야 되는데요, 이러면?
아니 아무무 W 이 W를 아무무 W를 찍어.
괜찮아요. 아, 이거 내 컴퓨터가 아니어서 어색한데?
뭘 해야 할지 잘 알고 있어.
죄송합니다.
괜찮아요.
아, 나 미치겠네. 나 왜 이렇게 막대 못 먹냐?
상대 원딜이랑 CS 한 개밖에 차이 안 나요.
그래요?
뒤에서 편하게 뜨세요.
네.
왔다 독턴이야. 조심해.
조금 봤다 빼야 돼.
조심해 조심해.
좀 빼요? 안 죽어 안 죽어.
아니 서포님이 에이스시네.
그거요. 진짜 대박 든든해.
잘하는구나 너.
감사합니다. 봐줄래요? 예, 주기. 궁 써도 돼. 때리면서 빼야 돼요. 때리면서.
저 죽어요. 아이고. 저 죽어요. 아이고. 죄송합니다.
어때? 은빈이 실력 어떤 거 같아?
지금 괜찮아요.
괜찮아?
볼게요.
그냥 시야 밝히는 거. 아쉽다. 공을 어떻게 썼어야 더 잘했었을까?
됐다. 오, 우리 팀 무빙이 좋은데?
저는 혹시 미드 밀어도 될까요?
네.
저 미드 밀게요. 죽어요. 저 죽어요. 저 살려주세요.
뭐야? 아니 왜 갔어 혼자? 혼자 거기 왜 있어?
잘못했다. 안돼. 야, 다리우스 진짜 세.
뭐야? 너 아무무가 안 와서 그래.
뒤에 볼게. 싸보자.
이거 싸우면 간다.
싸보자.
시스템 오류 봤지?
이거 생존비 찍어야 돼.
제가 한번 막아볼게요.
막으면 레전드.
나왔다. 친구들 다 나왔어. 야! 친광이!
뭐야?
야! 너. 야!
와, 진짜 뭐예요?
야, 너 한다.
네, 근데
지지.
역시.
진짜
재밌다.
재밌긴 했어요.
나쁘지
그래도
않아.
재미는 있어 게임이. 명예 투표하세요, 니코.
니코 너 잘한 거 맞아?
짱이죠.
아, 나 A 나왔어.
딜량 봐요, 딜량.
아니, 딜량이. 그러네, 딜량이. 아이고, 고생하셨습니다. 아유.
니코 캐리.
배고픈데 뭐라도.
어디로 가는 거죠, 이제?
이제 조금 전에 맛있는 거나 먹으면서
와,
녹음 끝할 테니까.
아직.
makes me stronger.
하나생명 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅! 하나생명 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the week here for LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf, and we are ready to dive into two huge matchups, actually. Like today, we really did save the best till last.
We really did. Hanwha Life Esports, who did play a close series against T1 earlier in the week. A very tough week for Hanwha Life, facing both T1 and Gen G here in the Legend Group. Face off against Gen G. We're still on top here in the Legend Group, so a matchup where we think Gen G are still favored, right? I don't think anyone's really predicting against Gen G here, but we're hoping to see some more signs of Hanwha Life Esports here as well.
Yeah, exactly. It was a 0-2 against T1 earlier on, which does put them at even match score. This gets even more important now for HLE if they want to hold on to this second place position, which was looking guaranteed to be theirs at the beginning of the Legend Group. It is now looking dire for this squad because T1 just aren't losing.
A 0-2 loss here for Hanwha Life Esports will put them at the exact same scoreline as T1 at 18-8 and plus 20. So they'll be tied for second. So T1 will actually move up to second place to tie them if they get 2-0, which is the expectation for most. I would expect that Gen G will take a 2-0 here. I'm hoping for a 3-gamer though myself, Atlas. I would love to even see an upset here from Hanwha Life Esports. It'll be the second time anyone has defeated Gen G. The numbers since LCK Cup have been very Gen G favored, however. As you can see, since their loss in the finals, it has just been all Gen G. They did lose a game in round 2 of LCK. It was a closer series there. And in the road to MSI, they were reverse swept by Gen G. Why they didn't make it to MSI in the first place.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And it was a different HLE, right? Back prior to their match at the finals of the road to MSI, it was an HLE that were really challenging that top spot here in the LCK. It is not to be the case anymore. Having a look here, yeah, they've dispatched KT and Nongshim, but they seem to be a very large rift below the top 3. And so Gen G, we'll see whether HLE can give them a run for their money or whether it will just be the Gen G show once again, because it feels like they are going from strength to strength as well. Peanut will be playing his 800th game. We almost had it in their last series, but unfortunately, they didn't make it to game 3. And just 10 kills away from 2,500 for Chovy is absolutely ridiculous. Let's have a look at Peanut, though. First to 800 games. And yeah, it makes sense. Peanut has been around forever.
He has Sejuani as his most played. It's actually really interesting, though, since Vi was not really very common for most of his career as a jungle pick. Actually, because it was so prevalent for so long here in the LCK, it actually gets into top 4 here for him. Nilly also in that top 3. And he has a lot of special memories on the champ. He said that when he was playing, or not playing, but on the space, on the global desk for the interview. I am looking forward to seeing how some of these matchups go, because a big part to me of the reason why Hanwha Life Esports were so close to beating T1, especially in that second game, was Zeus. His Jax performance was phenomenal. He's looking back in form a little bit here because we had a few weeks post MSI, post EWC, where Zeus just was not living up to his name. It wasn't living up to the expectations we have for one of the greatest top laners of all time. And just weeks before, like before the road to MSI, everyone's saying, well, this guy might be the greatest top laner who's ever played the game. And then we had a big dip, and now he's back on his way, I would say, to top form. Still some rocky questions about the top side here of Hanwha Life. When you look at the other side and you see Chovy is our best mid laner, Canyon is the best performing jungler right now, and Keen is just incredibly consistent. It is a tough top side to break.
It certainly is, but it's also a very difficult bottom side to break as well, because Duro is still playing extraordinarily well, but I think the biggest success story, at least this part of the year, has been Ruler. This guy has been so good, but having a look here in the mid lane, Zeka still hasn't fully tidied up his woes. He had some of those great moments on the Yone in their last match, but it wasn't enough for them to win even a game in the series. And yes, there are still a lot of firsts here next to Chovy's name.
Half of your opponents, when you're laning as Zeka for this group, are Faker and Chovy, right?
Yep. You
are, of course, laning into the Nongshim, of course, and KT, so you're playing against BDD, which is also pretty rough, but these are some pretty weak laning stats, honestly. In terms of CS difference at 14, you know, the gold difference there as well, and you're playing against the guy who has the greatest leads, the guy who will eke out the biggest advantages. So if you're going to have an off performance, you might work out against Calyx. It might work out against BDD when your team is playing overall as a better 5-man unit. But against Gen G, he's going to have to step it up here against Chovy in a big way.
He certainly will. I mean, some of the stats there did give a little bit of hope, right? A lot to do with teamfight damage, late game damage, things like this as well. Has been pretty impressive, is actually second in the Legend group for that one. As Peanut, he reaches 800 games, and yeah, being fourth and just behind, you know, Faker, BDD, and Deft. It's pretty huge. And of course, has been one of the longest standing players that we've had here in the LCK.
The longest standing career of any jungler. Notice there were no other jungle players in that list.
Yep.
Not even anyone coming close. So he's just had such an incredible career, and the fact that he's still on top, the fact that he's still currently on a top 2 team, the fact that he is a defending LCK champion after all these years, the last Rocks Tiger, is really a milestone to cherish. I think we're lucky that we get to keep him, that he stayed with us for so long.
We absolutely are. I imagine somewhere like Cloud Templar is kicking himself. He's like, if I had kept playing, I would have played way more games than this young upstart. Dang it. Ambition as well. What if he had have started as a jungler instead of starting as a mid laner? Oh, could have actually happened. I mean, Score is like, you know, somewhere with KT. He's like, man, I could still be playing instead of being disappointed with what's been going on with my team, especially this part of the season. Hopefully, KT can turn it around, but of course, they're not going to be playing today. It is Gen G, HLE. HLE do have side selection starting this one. They didn't against T1 earlier in the week, so maybe there's a shred of hope there that they'll be able to get something going. But what we saw in the series against T1 was that side selection did not matter, and T1 were just better. I think the draft is going to tell us a lot about how this one's going to go, though, and I think eyes will be glued to Yunara. Will she be locked in as we dive into this draft?
I don't think she'll make it through the banning phase in this series is my expectation, especially with Viper and Ruler on Rift. I mean, there are many 80 carries you would not want to face Yunara with around the world, but there are 3 in the Legend group that I would never, ever, ever want to face or let them have their hands on it. Aurora is going to be banned early here on blue side, which does kind of push a potential Gwen angle here. The Yone also banned. A good read here from Gen G from that T1 series. You called it out earlier. Varus is a new mainstay on blue side, as that empowers your first pick Yunara, so you kind of force that ban even harder.
Yeah.
Maokai is going to be taken away now. I love this. We've seen some really cool drafts from Hanwha recently. They're pulling out the Maokai, they're pulling out the Yone. Zeus' Jax was a really good shout. And Gen G are just reading some of the angles that Hanwha Life took against T1 really well here in a blue side Pantheon ban.
Yeah, this is really angling towards getting the hands on Yunara.
But they could have.
They possibly can.
They could have gotten Pantheon or Yunara given the bans on red side here, so I'm a little bit surprised by that.
The problem is that trading with Gen G is almost never a trade-up. So on blue side, you really do need to triage the situation where you're putting them in a position where you actually get more than they do with just the one pick. And with this Talia ban, I mean, there's Azir, there's Yunara, there's Gwen, there's Rumble, there's everything. Wukong's still available. Like, it's ridiculous.
I would rather not play the Yunara into Canyon, but Hanwha Esports is going to take that gamble.
You have to, though. I don't think that you can risk it up against, like, even if you lock in the Wukong first, what do they get? They get Yunara Azir?
Yeah, probably.
That's not fair.
I do think that I'd rather be on the Wukong side of things, though, in this matchup. It has been the best jungler into Yunara so far here in the LCK, and the few times we have been able to see the matchup. And Gen G were very willing to give this over and have the Wukong in response. They'll get the Azir as well, and it's Chovy's Azir. And when it's the strongest mid laner on the patch, with the strongest mid laner in the world, I feel like when you see the Yunara on the other side, you're a little bit less concerned. But like you said, if you're Hanwha, you don't want Ruler to have it either. And it is kind of a catch-22. And it's that trade that you mentioned. Gen G is so willing to make these trades. So they're like, we're the best team in the world. So if you think you're going to get an S tier for 2 S tiers on red side, maybe you should think again. They're not going to pick up the Wukong, though.
That is crazy to me. I thought that the Wukong would be something that they would immediately dive on just because of how good it's been into the Yunara. Peanut can grab that one for himself. Like, it could be Wukong Annie or something like that.
I think he definitely
like to
needs
go that way.
Like, this is just such a too big of an opportunity to pass up. And I wonder what the trap is here for Gen G. Do they really think the Trundle answer is going to be the best one? I'm not a big fan of it into the Wukong myself anyways right now in this meta. I don't think it's bad, but I just think Wukong is way better. As we're going Ahri, and Vi is available as well.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think the Vi situation is what Gen G were wary of, right? So they allow HLE to choose their jungler, and then they'll pick the thing away, because otherwise there's 2 answers that they have into the Yunara still left up, in Wukong and the Vi.
I wonder if it would have been better to not pick Ahri and go Vi Rumble here. Because now you can't get the Vi and the Rumble because you picked Ahri, and I think the Ahri would have been less likely to be banned, and there's still a few other mid laners you could play with the Vi. Now they're not going to get the Vi. They got the Rumble, though, into the Gwen, which is a pretty decent matchup. I think that'll be a pretty fair one there on the top side. But they can take the Wukong themselves still on Gen G's side. Gen G, I mean, Wukong plus Gwen has been one of the strongest pairings that we've seen when there's no Aurora up, which was, of course, banned on blue side. I think this one's a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that it made it all this way through. And you can imagine that Hanwha, they have a plan. Peanut has cooked something up. He's got to have. Otherwise, this is kind of just a disaster, to be perfectly honest.
It's like Hanwha read too much into it. They thought too much about it when they could have just gotten the Vi Rumble. And I don't think Zeka needs to play Ahri in this draft. The Vi is obviously going to be gone, so...
Yeah, you're not going to be able to play that. And it means that Peanut either has an answer or they messed it up, right?
Yeah. I think he's got an answer. We just don't know what that's going to be just yet.
Just have to see.
I mean, trying to ban some strong pushing bottom laners is probably going to be the name of the game here. Like, I think Nico needs to be taken away 100%. Maybe even Rakan Nico is probably the look here for Hanwha. They take the Bard away instead. Bard works really well with this comp, too.
And also, Duro has been fantastic on the Bard. I think the Jhin has been good for Ruler as well in situations like this, but he can play a lot of different things. He could go back to the Ezreal or the Corki as well if he'd like to. That 2-item spike would actually be very, very powerful in a composition like this, as the Xin Zhao are going to be taken away from Peanut. So they're the junglers that he's not allowed to play. And he'll probably he'll just play Trundle is probably what it's going to be.
I think you're 100% on the right track, and I'm disappointed about it. You can ban Rakan here, you can ban Nico, but you can't ban both. You also would love to ban Jhin, that you pointed out.
Yep.
There's just so many good... This is the kind of Gen G draft where you're like, oh, they went Gwen instead of Wukong, but still got the Wukong. And now you're like, well, there's 3 picks that are insane for them, and you can only ban 1, and they opt to ban the Nico. So Jhin is up. And they could save that counter pick for Duro.
Yeah, if they'd like to do that, unless they want to get like a priority Alistair or something like that. With the Trundle still available, the Alistair stocks are pretty high because you don't steal away his damage reduction and can still be a tanky frontline for this squad.
That's a good shout.
See where Ruler is going to go, though. It is just going to be his Corki that has been pretty consistent.
Insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is crazy on this pick. Poor Jiu found out, man.
Oh,
just how crazy he is on this pick. Oh boy. All right. Well, at least it's not. It's a Wukong, so he can't snowball that lane too hard, right? Can't dive too well with the Wukong early, right? Poppy is the answer here. It looks like for Hanwha Life, and maybe that's a jungle pick here for Peanut.
That'd be a fun one. It's kind
of a tricky one. I didn't really see that one coming, but it is very strong, and it is going to be that jungle pick. It looks like for Peanut with the Alistar to come in as a response. It is not going to be a fun laning phase. I can tell you that in the bottom 2v2 early. I think we're going to see an early call buy and the fastest lane swap possible scenario to get out of that one, but it is a really interesting Poppy. Pretty decent into the Wukong, great into the Gwen as well.
Yeah, I like the angle.
Control.
And if they do make it through the laning phase, then the utility this Poppy can provide later in the game is going to be massive, especially when there's a Rakan attempting to do stuff and Poppy can just say, no, you're not allowed to do stuff. That is going to be pretty powerful as well. I think HLE, if they can actually get through this and find their way to a late game, things could actually be all right, especially with Yunara. They're always threatening to be that hyper carry in the later stage of the game. The problem is when you look over the other side, there's the quadra damage threat problem.
Yeah. Of these 10 champions, one sticks out like a sore thumb, and it's the Ahri. It just doesn't really suit this comp anymore. They didn't get the Vi with it. It's not horrible with Poppy, but the synergy isn't as strong as what you could have had with the Vi or with the Xin Zhao or even a Viego, for example. Yeah. And they picked the Ahri over the Vi, and I think that might be something that Hanwha Life Esports regret heavily here. The Rakan isn't as oppressive in lane as a Nico is, as a Karma could have been. We were never going to see Karma Corki, but they could have run something else. They could have gone for that Jhin we talked about. I think the level 1 in the laning phase is going to be so incredibly important. If you can get to level 2 with the Alistar, maybe it's playable. Maybe you can actually offer some damage back into that Corki. I don't think you take Cleanse or anything like that. You're definitely going Barrier in this case. So I'm curious to see how that level 1 goes, because I think it is going to be such a big deciding factor down the bottom side. And if for any reason Zeus messes up the top lane matchup with the Rumble and falls behind, that lane swap gets trickier. This comp is playable for Hanwha. I really like the Poppy angle here, but it is a much harder draft, I feel, than the Giga S-tier draft that Gen.G have with comfort across the board.
Yeah, there's a lot of champions that are just considered pretty good on the red side of the Rift for this one, but let's see whether HLE can do it as we jump onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift 4 game number 1, HLE versus Gen.G. As we've already iterated, this is going to be potentially a tough one for HLE to navigate, but they do have that coveted Yunara pick. And Viper has already shown that he is extraordinarily good on this champion, as Duro and Delight are just, demonstrating some emotes that they have access to. Delight, you can't do 2 in a row like that. 3 in a row! That's crazy.
Yeah, I think more was Duro showing what he has access to.
Yeah, exactly. And Delight saying, I have a favorite.
Yeah. Is that Jace? I don't even know what that one is, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that one before either.
Yeah, it's my first time seeing it. Maybe it's a relatively new one.
I relegate myself to shaky hand crocodiles.
Yes, that's the only one I use.
Top hat pengus. That's all I really like.
I have the one Karthus that's like really excited and laughing as well, and the Jinx that does the peace sign.
Yeah, for me, I don't want to micro emotes. I don't want to think about that when I'm playing the game. So I just set everything to shaky hands Renekton, and that's enough.
Yeah, shout out to Morgan. Well, here's the level 1 we were talking about here. As barriers taken for both, 80 carries, no surprise. Yunara here, like when you lane into Yunara, she will always out-trade you in almost every scenario, and when your level 1 is Rakan, it's really hard to actually beat her at that, so Viper has a lot of power here at level 1 to try to kind of chip away. If he can get his Q online, he stacked up, you see he has 5 stacks right now, the ruler has to be really wary of him pressing Q and just running him down, even with an Alistar in this lane. They hit level 2 first, though.
Yep. You saw actually, they had to try pretty hard to make sure that happened. The Grand Entrance is going to do a bit of work towards Delight here. So the health trade actually is going to go in favor of Gen.G in the end. Bossbong does go a little bit wide though, as level 2 is going to be found here for HLE. And as the levels start to come in, Delight is going to feel more and more like a champion instead of just a cow.
It's such a big test for Viper in this game to play into Rulers, Corki. You know, he picked the Yunara, Wukong was up. Like, it was such a bold statement that they made. And when there's so much discussion going on right now about our top 380 carries, right? Kuma, Ruler, and Viper, like, people have opinions in all 3 spots. You know, some people say any of those 3 is #1, some will say any is #3. It's so exciting that we actually get this Yunara matchup here. Because you and I walked into today's series being like, well, I just don't think we see it today. Both of these 80 carries are so insane. It's just too much power.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be the definite must-ban on both sides of the Rift. But Gen.G have decided that they're going to throw the gauntlet here in Game 1. I respect the risk taken. I imagine if it doesn't work, it will never be taken again.
Yeah.
And definitely not, obviously, in this series because it's Fearless. But still, I think if they ever met again, it would also be a time where that risk is just not going to occur.
It's just fun to me because you have the Wukong that's been such a great answer, and they pick it knowing that's going to get locked in, but they're like, we think Yunara is strong enough. And Viper's been very vocal that he thinks Yunara is insanely strong, so... you know, I love to see this confidence on both sides. Like, we have the answer, and like, no, your answer isn't good enough. I'm too good. As Peanut's coming up here with an early Poppy gank onto Keen.
Let's see whether this one works as he flashes in. They do get the stun, but that position on the circle, a little bit powerful here, and Keen just walks it off. Does have to use the exhaust, so that is at least something, but not the biggest of deals here for this Gwen, whose health bar is still kind of all right.
Still, you know, Peanut really losing nothing for this. Going for the topside scuttle.
Yep.
Get the smite on that, so it's just a quick little gank. If Keen messes it up, maybe you get a kill there, but instead it'll just be the exhaust. Keen playing very respectfully in the lane, knowing the power of this early Poppy. The Wukong is going to struggle to match pre-6.
Also, Peanut does get a Hex Flash out of it as well, which is pretty cool. Activates the Summoner spell.
Nice.
That feels good. Obviously, investing the flash doesn't feel fantastic, but when you are Poppy, you have that Hex Flash angle, and you can just pop out of the jungle using it. Can be important. As Viper just softening up the wave with the Slurkle here, as we can see.
Yeah, and, you know, this lane is going pretty well here for Viper.
Yeah, just fine.
Ruler did take the earlier back, pick up a tier and
a
dagger.
Cannon advantage there for Viper. Massive lead for HLE. You can see that 100 gold?
Big.
That's basically that cannon.
Big money.
Yeah, ludicrous. First rate going to be a Chemtech as well. Shoutouts to Orcs, who is going to be here on the space today, obviously paying attention to this pivotal matchup, and will not be giving us a Chemtech soul. Just brilliant.
Yeah, he's obviously
he's back. Yeah, he's at the PC, and I'm sure. Let's just believe that for now, so that it's headcanon.
He's a numbers guy. He looks at all the numbers.
Yep.
He will tell you how much, you know, well, would have told you how much Giant Slayer would do, and you know. How much first strike gold has been generated, stuff like that. He's very, like how many points in Braum Q, these types of things. He's very much a checker.
He knows exactly how many points there is in Braum Q today in this particular matchup.
Not in this particular game, of course, but maybe later on.
We should tell him that in games that Braum isn't in, he doesn't need to continually report that there are 0 points in Q. Because it's just not necessary.
He didn't put any points in the door on Alistair.
It's crazy. Where's the stand beside me points?
Why is Alistair 2 points in Q?
Why is Zeus ulting Keen? Well, it's so that he can clear out this wave.
Well, Peanut's coming back up here. And Keen does not have that exhaust still.
Oh no, Cannon just goes wide. So Keen, let's see whether he's going to be all right. Not going to be able to get the stun from the heroic charge, but that is still going to be enough. Top of the morning to you, does say Peanut. And that is going to be the trade here for the Dragon as another Gwen hits the dust.
Really nice usage of the ult there to crash the wave so that Peanut can come through. You could see the moment where Keen was like, am I better off just letting this go? Can I survive here? And he doesn't have his exhaust. His positioning is really good, though, because he knows there's a Poppy, right? Like, he's 100% sure, but he's like, I just don't want to get shoved into the turret. He's able to avoid that, but there's just still too much damage here with the heat that Zeus has. He gets taken out. And does not have teleport, so loses a lot of minions. Now finds himself 20 CS behind this Rumble pick for Zeus, who again, is having a bit of a resurgence, but a lot of this is the double gank here from Peanut. A lot of resources being given to the top side, where the bottom side has otherwise been self-sufficient here. Now they're going to swap the lanes.
Yeah, this is a pretty good place to put your money, though. You were mentioning already as, all right, Pole Flash to come through towards Ruler here, who does just Valkyrie away.
And Delight,
so he's all right.
He can just back and TP to the top lane because he has Unsealed Spellbook, so making plays like this, holding the wave as best as he can for Zeus, really cool to see. That's why Unsealed Spellbook is so powerful, so fun right now in a lane swap meta. It's the TP that's the most valuable. You know, we talked about Smite a lot, but we don't see it as much anymore. It got nerfed.
Yep.
But the teleport is still as relevant as ever, and you'll see him actually TP to mid right now to match Duro first.
Yep, just going to be trying to be where he needs to on this map. But like you were saying, Zeus being the one that gets the advantages here in this early game, such a huge deal here for HLE, just with the fact that his form has increased so much over this week, at least.
Yeah,
it might be one that can actually carry.
It's that top matchup we talked about that can be kind of volatile, but if you get a win early, because the Wukong can't really affect the lane as much pre-6, it means that now the lane swap is faster for Viper. You know, now he's able to control the tempo up here. He can be here by himself and allow Delight to make some impacts in mid lane, right? Teleported there, gave them grub control. Now he's got a nice flank angle here.
Oh dear. He is just going to face plant. He's level 5 as he uses Ruler as a bit of a taxi, but it's not going to help him. That is Canyon getting a kill back as the grub does go down, so Peanut is at least able to grab all 3 of them.
They didn't really play through that flank, so maybe it wasn't the nice flank angle I was describing, as they just decided to go for grubs instead. They get all 3.
It's a flanked angle, not a flank angle.
Yeah.
There are different options here. There's the flash in from Duro, and I think there was a Viper there, but he has gone missing. And Peanut not even going to get the ult off as he looks to clear out this wave. So now the gold lead is Gen G's.
It's a big win that you denied the grubs, but it was very expensive to do so. And Viper stays even though everyone on Gen G is topside and Canyon hits level 6. So they're just like, well, if he's going to be there, I guess we'll kill him. And they just go and kill him. And unfortunately for Delight, his flank attempt, or whatever you want to call that. Flanked attempt.
Yeah.
I guess was a success.
No, flanked was successful. Unfortunately, wasn't good.
It wasn't a good end result for his teammates and his team and his gold deficit that he has now.
Not end of the world or anything like that here for HLE, as you can see, even as these waves start getting cleared out, the gold lead is going to disappear entirely. It is 1 kill away from Feats of Warfare. That's going to be a good thing there for Gen G to upgrade some shoes or some socks.
Yeah.
But it is only 1 objective apiece thus far.
This Ahri, no Annie in this game. The Ahri pick, maybe I've been trying to think about more reasons why it's, okay, Keen is just going to get zoned away here.
Oh, the Hex Flash. Oh, brings Delight in. There is the Pulverize to make Keen's life annoying, but Duro's going to be coming on over.
They just want to deny him some more farm here as the wave crashes.
Yeah, there's the Grand Entrance as Peanut. Not going to be able to stop him with the Steadfast Presence at the moment.
So Viper...
Another plate going over to Viper, though.
Yeah, Viper's getting money, so is Ruler, but they're going to go for more.
Double Pulverize is fantastic. The Equalizer comes down. That is such a dead Gwen. Akaruan going to cut him up, and it's the Yunara picking up the 2nd kill. Zeus also getting another one. 2-0-1 on this Rumble as HLE surge back into the lead.
I was going to say this is twofold really bad for all man. Zeus has TP as well.
Wow, imagine if he just kills Ruler here. As Zeus is able to actually land those harpoons, but the barrier comes through. Is Zeus actually going to die? No, he's not. He's got a scrappy shield, and he's able to grab the 1v1 kill. That is a killing spree here for Zeus' Rumble, and that is a big deal in this game, as HLE also look to take the top out of turret for feats of strength.
I mean, Chovy has a 20 CS lead, but that's really the only place that Gen G have an edge anywhere on this map right now. And, you know, I was gonna...
Whoa. Chovy? Whoa. That was just an unforced error. As Duro is going to come on over, but Chovy had to use his flash.
So I guess the idea was he was thinking about going for a shove into an engage from Duro there because he had his quickness, but like that's the only thing I can think of.
No, I'm not even sure. I think he just didn't press W.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to save it for him. So like what I was going to say before this happened is Ruler's trading plates bottom side, but it's not equal trade because Gwen is losing farm. But then beyond that here, the Rumble, who didn't teleport, comes up here. They get 2 kills for the Yunara. She gets more plates on top of it. Then he TPs down and solos Ruler here. It's a close fight, but because he has flash here, he knows he should be able to outplay the Valkyrie.
And it's kind of crazy that Ruler's stuck around. Valkyrie actually does do a fair bit of damage here, the mini equalizer, as we like to call it. It's so close there for Ruler, just not close enough. And I don't think he needed to take that fight, as now we're looking to fight against Viper and Delight here.
I mean, Viper has Kraken Slayer. I don't know, even with a quickness like that you're really going to get the fight you want here against Viper, who does have his ult back up, and he uses it.
Yep, immediately. So that does mean that they do trade quickness for the ulti out of Viper. It's going to feel nice.
I mean, the lead for Ruler is there. It is very small. He has a big farm lead, got a plate down in the bottom side. Like he's 30 CS up. but this Yunara is so close to him, and the Rumble is such a huge problem.
I mean, he's
Dragon did
50
get taken
CS
forward.
up, 2.5k gold. Like, it is absolutely... The entire gold lead is Zeus.
And sometimes you put the Gwen down in a matchup like this and the Gwen loses farm, but usually the Rumble doesn't also pick up 3 kills.
Yeah.
You know, the Gwen from behind is a really big problem, especially because she has no grubs. So even if she does get some time in the side lane, OnLife Esports aren't that worried about it. But, I mean, this is just such an immense gap. And the Yunara is just so strong later on that a paltry 200 gold lead for Ruler will mean nothing. I mean, it barely means anything now because he's down an item because he hasn't been able to buy his first one yet. And, man, OnLife Esports are having a great time. And Chovy's weird mistake earlier didn't end up getting punished for him, but he doesn't have flash now.
I mean, yeah, hasn't been punished yet.
Yeah, he might be punished later. His Peanut's got his flash back up, and I don't know what happened to Zeus pre this week of LCK, but he is ready to play against the other teams in the big 3. He's 100% on lock.
Yeah, he is. He's had some of the Michael's secret stuff, I think.
Yeah.
He's found something to get his mojo back, and he's looking real scary. Blue side Rumble as well, something that we have learned to trust. However, I mean, 1.8k, not going to finish anything off or anything like that, as Viper is dead yet again. Ruler is going to lock that one down.
Big greedy there.
Yeah, sometimes there's a Wukong and a Rakan, and you die. It just is a thing. Often it's paired with the Annie, as we see in the Rise group. That is sort of our trifecta of death. This works just fine.
Yeah, their jungler was bottom side, as he may get a backstop here. I don't know if he wants to. I don't think he will. Their Peanut was bottom, and they had a lot of vision top side, so they just didn't really know where Canyon was. So I think if you're Viper here, you should probably play around the fact that you only have that control on the top side. You see he has on that top rush, but doesn't have it on the bottom, and he is just deleted.
Yeah, not a lot of living there. As quickness was back up very, very quickly there for Duro as well, so he should have that in a little while. Fighting against Delight for the moment, and does have his redemption. Could actually be a big deal if there is going to be a fight around this next dragon. Cloud Soul as well. Oh my goodness, it must be my birthday, as Pulverize going to come through there from Delight, but a lot of damage from Canyon, who has been just farming mainly in this game. He's only a little bit ahead of Peanut, who is looking to take down this Rift Herald. Zeka underneath this turret.
Delight's here with Exhaust. If he can close the gap to that turret.
Yeah, the Bash brothers are coming in, and they've now got a Pigeon as backup. In goes Duro, looking for that angle onto Zeka. He is pretty slippery as Delight gets in there. There's the exhaust down, and Canyon just has to get the heck out of there. Thankfully for him, Duro was tanking the turret, but Canyon still may not be out of the woods just yet as Zeus is moving his way in. The flash is going to be used, even if that charm wasn't necessarily going to land, and Peanut just drives the Rift Herald into this outer turret. The amount of extra pressure HLE has this game is just kind of massive with how huge this Rumble is.
You could just feel how pressured Gen G are. Even though they saw the Alistar briefly there, they were like, I think we still have to try to commit to this. But when he has the exhaust there, it's just so tricky. And then the charm hits for Zeka as well. And that's all they needed to defend that. And I mean, they did get Zeus' TP out, but that's really the only victory in that bottom exchange. The 2 Drake lead is quite significant in this game. Cloud Soul is insane for both of these comps. Like, look at the list of champions that you have on both sides, and it's like there's very few that don't get insane value, and those that don't actually get some value anyways. So
think about it.
Corky likes it.
Yeah, I mean, Rakan has an ability called the Quickness.
Yeah.
It needs to be adjusted. It's like the really quickness.
When you have Cloud Soul as Yunara, though, you're also just going to have the greatest time in it.
You're basically Zeri.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, she already kind of is basically Zeri, but
yeah,
she is going to do insane amounts of damage with some extra speed to allow her to close the gap and have some additional safety, which she needs so desperately. Chovy is going to get this turret. The lead that he has is starting to feel quite significant, right? Like, he is a side lane menace already, even though he doesn't have any grubs. Drake is up, and they have full cryo in mid. That Chovy Zir turret is put up, the Sun Disc is there. And they are poised to try to grab Soul Point here. It's going to be tough. OnLife need to rotate in. Zeka has TP, but they're so slow on this.
Yep, and Kane has gone full economy mode. All the money is going to Ruler and to Chovy. Is now, let's see whether this team fight is going to work. The equalizer going down very early on in this fight, but Keen in that circle, feeling pretty good about it. There is going to be the Keeper's Verdict that gets rid of this Azir, but into the backline goes Duro, charms everyone up as the equalizer. Sorry, the shove finds nothing at all. Chovy missing a button entirely, just breaking my brain, but it doesn't actually matter. It's 3-0 there from Gen G.
Duro saves it. Keen does the most damage in the team fight. He was the one they engaged on, and even Gwen that's behind on gold has a Rift Maker. I believe he had it for the fight. He must have, because he's got a No Magic Mantle in his inventory now as well. Is still going to be immune when he presses the immune button.
Yeah.
So he does not actually get burst down. He does survive there, and then Duro's turn is phenomenal. He has flash and ult, and he utilized them incredibly well there. And Hanwha Life Esports, I think, you know, if you really were going to fight for that dragon, you had to show up earlier, because look at the lack of prio they have here. The equalizer is decent, but the engage onto Keen is a complete bust. Like, it just doesn't get them anything. And now the Keeper's Verdict sure gets Chovy out, but Peanut goes in alone. Zayas is pushing onto Keen, and Duro's just like, all right, well, I guess I push forward here. You're exposed. Viper avoids the ult here.
Yeah, Chovy actually gets Viper's Flash for that one. So
Yeah.
I tell a little fib was still a pretty decent ultimate to make sure that Yunara wasn't in range of anyone.
It was a good ult, but, you know, I don't know if even if you hit, or rather, even if Viper doesn't get ulted there and tries to come into the fight, that he's going to have a good time, you know?
No.
He wanted to. He wanted to start to pop off. He's got 2 items now. But Gen G now get back in the lead in gold and have a huge, huge win con here in this Cloud Soul.
Exactly. And Duro just, like, straight up won that game. Won that fight by himself. It was such an incredible angle. Avoids the Steadfast Presence, flashes through, charms absolutely everyone. And after the equalizer is down at the very beginning, even this Fed Rumble isn't actually able to do too much. So Gen G moved to 1.5k gold lead. Soul Point there as well on their side.
And you say, you know, you misspoke when you said win the game, but that might have just won them the game, in fact, you know? Like,
yeah, true. It wasn't what I meant to say, but maybe it was Freudian. That could have been the angle.
I still think Han will have a good team fighting comp, and they can still come back in this, especially if they can catch Canyon here. They will get his ult out at least.
Yep.
I don't think this is going to be like a haha, we can get Otacon now moment, but it's a small victory. Chovy is crushing the side lanes. Like, he has had a lead over Zeka in farm this entire game, and now he's starting to really put the hurt on this turret. He was able to take out that turret bottom side. He is a huge threat and is able to do a lot safer damage than the Rumble can do when you keep getting engaged on by Wukong, the Rakan, and the Gwen is a problem as well.
All right, Peanut taking a little bit of damage, but he collects his buckler, so he'll be fine. Here's Poppy, so he's extremely tanky in this game. HLE not wanting to give up an Otacon or anything like that without a fight, but they're going to need to get some vision down if they want to know exactly what's going on here. As blue buff going to be on their minds for now. That is Peanut locking that one down. Zeka collects it as well, so he will have blue for this next potential battle. But the problem is 2.1k, the gold advantage, and like, I don't know, man. I feel like Keen is like a new car. It's like even the economy mode on this car is still way better than any one of the cars I've ever owned.
No,
man.
I know. It's crazy how much he's been able to do with nothing. No grubs, you know, was down 2k, did the most damage in that dragon fight with Duro. I mean, because Duro set him up for it, but still absorbed the pressure there because Hanwha's target selection was a little bit iffy as they desperately tried to contest dragon. But Gen G have map control with this really powerful Azir that is going to get a second item actually on this back. So Rylai's is done. And my biggest concern is, can you actually team fight as Hanwha into Gen G's comp when they have prio on an objective? Like, if Gen G start Otacon, they won't do it right now, but at a point in time where they do start Otacon, which will be relatively soon, like Corki's on 2 items, their turn with Wukong, Azir, Rakan is insane. How can you approach the Otacon? How can you stop Gen G from doing these objectives? When Gen G say that's mine, it's theirs, actually, and look at the damage.
Well, I mean, it all depends, because Poppy is there so that you can always say no to any kind of group up that you ever get out of any team. But it relies on Peanut always landing that Keeper's Verdict perfectly and HLE responding immediately. Like, I don't think that equalizers can go down preemptively before the Poppy is decided we're actually committing to this fight, right? And I think that that level of coordination is what HLE were missing in that last fight, and hopefully they hold on to in the next one, as Duro is just going to knock up Peanut. Quickness is going to come on through there as Peanut is going so low. Has to flash as the rocket barely. Not long enough to pick up the kill onto the Poppy. And we were saying,
redemption!
Oh, the redemption kill from Duro! Oh no!
Oh man, man, this redemption sniping has actually become a thing this week in LCK.
Yeah, it really
Everyone's
has.
building it. It's got such immense range, so you can just snipe people. And that's Otacon. Like, there's just no way you can stop it. Keen has TP.
We said the only answer that they have to Gen.G team fighting is Poppy. And
well, they don't have
dead.
it anymore. And, like, Keen doesn't even have to show up here, but he can with teleport. He gets a whole turret before.
Well, Chovy just going to divide Zeka away from this one. Is able to shift the sands correctly this time around, but I don't think he's getting out of it, and that is going to be a kill going over to Viper. That is a big deal. Lots of money. But the Otacon is still dead.
They may not need to try to force to get more here. I just don't know if they have the tools to do so. Zeka's going to have to go super deep if they want to. Looks like they're just going to get a turret, but this is not a trade up. And you can see the petals here.
Yeah, they deny Cloud Soul. There is at least that. But just one Cloud Drake. This is the power of the soul, right?
But Ruler's going to get inner here as well in return. Every choice you make on the Rift when you're behind means that the enemy team, if they just realize where your bodies are, will be able to get a better, arguably, cross map. And that's what Ruler's going to get on top of the Otacon they just picked up. This was a bit opportunistic from Chovy, as we're going to, before that, talk about Peanut getting caught here. And this Corki does so much damage. And he's going to look for the snipe, by the way. Let's watch this. Knows exactly where he is.
Oh, man.
And he said it before he died, of course. He was sure. There's no way that Poppy gets out. Knows he doesn't have flash. This was opportunistic from Chovy to try to look for a catch as the Hanwha Life members rotate in. He just gets punished for it. So at least Hanwha were able to get this really nice punish onto the man in the mid lane.
Yep.
That's a small victory, though.
Shutdown gold going over to Viper is definitely good, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough to stem the bleeding. You can see still 700 gold behind. Nash's Tooth now done for Keen, who just wants to chill in a side lane and try and catch back up. That gold lead for Zeus has gone down by 1,000 since it was initially put there after that catch onto Ruler on the bottom side.
A collector buy here for Ruler. This is a big, big item for him in this draft. See what he's getting. Yeah, it is. And that's so good into the Yunara here, and they have so many tools to get on top of her, and they have Prio, and they have vision everywhere. I do think that Hanwha, if Gen.G make a mistake, or if Chovy tries to do something greedy again and gets caught, now he's flashless, like a 5v4 fight could be theirs. But I just think fighting into Wukong, into this Rakan is so difficult.
Infinity Edge does get completed here for Viper. The problem is, like,
can he fight, though? Like, will he get a chance to properly fight? Like, he's had so many... he had a huge lead early, right? He's had so many angles. He had his first item first, but if he doesn't get to 5v5 team fight, how many items he has in his inventory doesn't matter. If he's just dead or if his team is dead around him, Yunara can't do it 1v5. And that's my concern.
Yeah, Peanut's starting to realize that if he's the one that's up there trying to clear wards and he's picked off, then they lose a Baron, and that is likely just going to be game over, as the gold lead currently 3.5k. And it's just kind of nuts. I feel like HLE did a lot of work in this early game to get themselves into a good position, but it was just natural laning leads, largely from Chovy, that really never made it feel like they were able to run away with it, as Peanut is just taking damage for free, not even allowed to enter his own jungle as Chovy moves over, looking for this Poppy. One more auto would have done it as the equalizer comes through to block off Canyon to try and join this fight, but unfortunately, Delight's just dead.
That was not really... I mean, this is what happens when you don't have vision. You know, this is what happens when Ruler can just say, all right, my team found somebody, I will now go towards them and shoot them. And Chovy's doing the same thing. Like, you have these insane high damage carries, and even though your third carry in this Gwen is not ahead, is not fed, she's still got 2 items, she still does a lot of damage. That Baron is just dead. Yep. And they have bullied Peanut in this mid game. Now we're heading to the late game. They only got him twice, really. But those are enough to get these big objectives. And look at Peanut here just trying to get into his jungle. They have really no vision. They're trying to fight over this ward here. Viper's trying to push in.
Oh my
And Delight just dies.
Yeah, Ruler just hits him with 2 buttons. And he just, yeah, he used the ult that late. It's just not going to do anything.
It's just, I mean, it's a Legend Group game. Like, you know, when you get this kind of a lead, our top teams don't make mistakes, and our big 3 certainly do not.
And also, you take risks like this in the draft, and sometimes it just doesn't pay off. Yes, you managed to get that coveted Yunara pick, but unfortunately, it's not enough of a checkmate to stop like Gwen Azir on the follow-up with an Aurora band. And then the Wukong being available is just kind of nuts, as Zeus is just dead to Ruler as well. He is collecting like you would not believe.
It's so strong in this comp.
It's ridiculous. And Delight is likely to be dead, but Kane is probably going to do the same thing, and never mind, Delight will survive. Another cheeky little kill going over to Viper there. But it's kind of a drop in the bucket, unfortunately.
Yeah, the timing, too, isn't really going to be something that 100 Life Esports can utilize here. I mean, they're facing Baron. Like, the fact that this trade is here, it doesn't mean they get to just walk over and take Dragon with a faster respawn for Zeus or anything like that. It just isn't really going to be advantageous for them. It's a misstep for Gen G, but that's it, and King can just teleport in.
Ruler is so far ahead as Duro able to dash his way out. Yeah, Ruler just doing 1.5 billion damage there to the cow that doesn't have the unbreakable will. A double kill comes through here as Ruler is like, is it Penta time?
Because, like, Ruler can't, like, no one can kill Ruler. Because if you try to get close enough to him as Ahri, you're going to get ulted. Like, there's so many tools to peel. Wukong is there. The Rakan is there. Viper can't hit anybody. Like, Ruler was only, like, 1,000 gold ahead moments ago. Now he's 2,000 gold ahead. He doesn't have, like, that big of a spike ahead of the Viper's items here. But he has that collector. He has all that extra lethality damage. He does so much, and he can free hit because no one can get close to him.
Nexus starts just going down. In goes Canyon looking for an opportunity. That is a dead monkey. I swear the Rumble just came back to life, but the Nexus gets 2 hit by this Corki that was just out of control. Look at that grin, man. He was like 50 CS ahead of the clock. Even Chovy was looking at that number enviously as he just kind of made a mockery of the last half of that game off the back of his support. And I know it's the week of #justice for supports. I think Duro might be able to claim some justice after that game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, but it's pretty competitive. We'll see what happens in game 2. The Yunara pick into Wukong, that was what I was afraid of, but they also just gave over so much else. Like, the Rakan was a huge problem. It was what won the game for Gen G straight up. I mean, if they don't win that fight, they still have a lot of win cons, don't get me wrong, but from that point on, they have full control over the map. The collector buy into all these squishy targets, and the fact that Viper can never walk up to Ruler and hit him, and otherwise you have 2 other damage dealers that are super low range, and the Ahri that's never going to be able to hit a charm on a Corki that has Valkyrie, or Zeus, who really is just an equalizer bot when he's behind, and he's like, I can't do anything.
He wasn't behind! He was super far ahead!
His team is behind, right? He can't do anything. He has to sit back there and be like, when's my equalizer moment? There's definitely nobody I can queue, or I am just going to die.
Oh man, what a ridiculous game, to be honest. It did look like HLE had some angles at the beginning, and then it looked like I felt foolish for thinking that those angles existed about halfway through. Gen G, just an incredible performance here in the first game. We'll see whether HLE can sort it out moving into game number 2. Brand new draft, brand new opportunity. They can stay on the blue side if they'd like. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space gonna break it all down, and we'll have that second game.
자, 옆구리 오긴 했어.
이거 이제 럼블 5초.
나이스. 알리 노메오.
또 이번에 끝날 알리 끝내 생각하자. 럼블공 썼나?
남불고 안 썼어.
그러면
바텀 랭커.
근데
바텀 랭커.
보면서
미드 바텀 둘 다 가자. 바텀 천천히 밀게. 난 여기 있어 볼게 그러면. 바텀 천천히 밀 테니까 미드 빨리 밀어봐.
나 7초. 유나가 공쓴 거죠?
썼어. 힙 빠지면 구원 받으면서 해.
알이 매우 봐요.
아리 플래시 있다. 매운 건 없어 아직.
리컬당만 봐봐.
일단 타 먼저. 타 먼저. 타 먼저. 일단 아리 노플. 아리 노플. 럼블도 노플.
everyone. Welcome on this beautiful Sunday to close out round 14. Gen G up 1-0 over Hanwha Life Esports. We're glad you could join us. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid to break down number 1 versus number 2 of the LCK. But Gen G, they were able to get it done here after a pretty good early game by Hanwha Life Esports. But it all starts with the draft. Very unique stuff that we had here to kick things off. We've seen different types of bans here on the red side with Pantheon, Azir, and Yunara. Not the case this time, though.
Yeah, I think we just want to talk about the Yunara first pick here, because it's kind of surprised that you actually open up the Yunara in this kind of meta. But actually, it was reasonable because of what they picked on the 1-2 here, because they actually picked Azir and Gwen. I thought like in the first place they would just pick Wukong together, so you can actually play against Yunara. But I can see the reason why you pick Gwen against HLE, especially because you are playing against Zeus.
Yeah, I also think it was a bit risky leaving the Wukong till 3 in this situation, but we've seen HLE really put a lot of priority on ensuring they have good lane matchups. And this Ahri pick, I feel like, was really the big standout because it felt like they wanted to make sure Zek had a matchup that he felt comfortable in, but I don't think it fit that well with the comp. It wasn't exactly a favorable matchup into the Azir, and it gave over the Wukong to the other side. And then they also, I think the other major point for me was this Bard ban, and Duros had some fantastic games on Bard. Bard's been a really strong pick in the Legend group, but letting the Wukong-Rakan combo go over, particularly when you're playing Yunara, is such a problem. We saw that happen time and time again. We saw Viper getting targeted by this combo, whereas Bard isn't as much of a threat if you're playing Yunara because you're mobile enough to kind of get away from the Tempered Fate.
I mean, I was still not sure why they picked Ahri. I was thinking about why the reason from Zeka is because I think mainly you picked Yunara already, so you don't have to pick like some DPS or carry for the mid lane. You just need setup for the Yunara. So that's why you picked Ahri into it. So like I can still see the reason why they picked it, but yeah, it didn't work out that well, in fact.
Yeah, because we actually were talking back and forth between the three of us, like why Ahri there? Why not a little bit later? And we did brought up a good point. When you're in the middle of the draft, you have to think about the worst case scenario. So if they ban both Ahri and then the other one that does set up in the mid lane, Annie, you don't have a good another setup mid laner that has a good matchup into Azir, because I was thinking Galio, but that would be terrible against Azir there.
I think just sometimes HLE recently, they had this again in the match against T1, a lot of focus on making sure they have good lane matchups, which is obviously important, especially against these good teams. But I think sometimes they over-prioritize that and they're left with some holes in their composition, the cohesiveness that leaves them lacking when it gets to the later stages. Because again, they had a strong start to this game.
Yeah, which is our first highlight here. And on the back of Zeus, who was the man that was kind of stunted in the draft early by getting that Gwen taken away, forcing him onto the Rumble, still made huge impact.
I mean, this was a massive play, and especially on the back of that previous T1 series, we're starting to see some of that old Zeus, that play we know him for, where really he takes the game and looks to be that playmaker. Because here, he makes a play on the top side, TP's bot and goes for this 1v1 against Ruler. And this is so close, so down to the wire. If he plays it any differently, if he doesn't dodge the skill shots there, I feel like he's just going to die.
Oh yeah, I mean, great setup on the first time, and second, great individual skills on the bot lane. This is the reason why you have to draft around Zeus, and this is the carry potential that he got.
Yeah, so things looking good for Hanwha Life Esports. A couple of catches as well in the mid lane. Toby getting caught out. However, Gen G, they are never out of it. They find angles that other people can't find, and then they took the lead here at the Drake.
Yeah, so I think a big thing here is the fact that the TP from the Ahri comes in very late. As a result of this, we already have the positioning set up from Gen G. The Equalizer comes down, but it doesn't really do much. Redemption heals up the damage, the disengage comes through, and although they knock the Azir away, it feels like a lot of this setup has been used on the counter punch. This engage from the Rakan, the follow-up from Gen G is so swift. And I think this fight would have gone so much better if we had a situation where HLE had Ahri threatening on a flank or Alistair with a better angle. It feels like this face-up, just we're looking at you, you're looking at us, front to back, is not going to work for their composition.
Yeah, especially when you play against that comp, it's really hard to do the front back. So I feel like they had the better option if they actually open up the path for the Alisa. So I'm going to break down with the Telestrator, and I think HLE could have so much better chance when they actually use Ahri even earlier in the situation. So he TP'd really late, but let's say he TP'd earlier, then I think they can actually push them out towards the bot lane. So actually they can open up this pathing for the Alista. So I think they can have the better positioning with the flank option with Alista, and also Ari can actually jump in with the situation when Alista jumps in here. So I feel like they should just TP earlier to open up this pathing, but when this pathing is closed by Gen.G, I think this fight was over already. So it was pretty clean play by Gen.G overall.
Yeah, again, just a little bit difference of a timing there. And that's all it really takes for these top teams. It's just if you give a little bit of an opening, the other person will have a counterpunch. After that, Gen.G on the front foot for most of the time. There you go, it did. And really no way back on in. And I just want to prep the voters now. Don't go for the boom boom damage. It's the support role. It's Duro. Duro on the Rakan had the big plays. Duro on the Rakan had the redemption. Voters, don't be fooled. Duro is the leading candidate for POM. Justice for support.
Yeah, just don't forget he actually got the kill on Poppy with redemption. That's the reason why they could actually secure the Atakan as well.
Apparently,
right?
that's what you gotta do. You know? Apparently, that's what you gotta do from POM. You have to go that step further.
Yeah, all right. Hey, game number 1 was a heck of a good one. We've got another one for you right now. Game number 2, Gen.G versus Hanwha Life Esports.
I don't know, man. I saw the Corky do 8 times the damage of that Rakan. Like, that looks pretty pathetic to me.
Did not do that much damage.
What about Justice for Ruler? You know, have you ever thought about that, Orcs? Have you ever even considered Ruler's feelings? He's been denied every pentakill ever, and yet you still give him shade like this after such an incredible performance.
He got solo killed by a Rumble, still had that performance.
I know, still managed to do all that damage. It's crazy.
I am hoping, Atlas, that Hanwha Life Esports have a more cohesive draft, because that draft was 80% solid, and there was an Ari there as well.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that we can make something that makes sense here, especially because there's so many good picks, but it just didn't work well together. The Yunara is gone, the Wukong is gone, the Azir is actually gone after game 1, which is so unusual. So this draft should be pretty interesting. Talia stocks going up. We saw Hanwha, it is banned against Hanwha by Gen.G in game 1. I'll trade the Nico back.
Yeah, kind of interesting that the Yone ban is on blue side, but we'll see what they do decide to go with here, as Varus and Pantheon almost mandatory, unless they do want to aim for a first pick on one of these champions. Never mind. We are just going to remake the lobby momentarily. Maybe the Yone was a bit of a whoopsie. Not entirely sure. So we will be, starting all the way over again, I think. So I think that we may have messed something up. As Kane having a bit of a giggle about it.
Yeah.
Giving away strats, though, you know. Now they know that the Nico is likely to be banned at some point. That's crazy.
Yeah.
We never would have known.
Wow, look at this. The genie.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It says, tell me your 3 wishes. Duro POM is the first wish. The second wish, Duro POM. Third wish, also Duro POM.
You know what? I mean, after like that, if they made that fan sign between games because of Duro's incredible game number 1, honestly, massive respect. But if they had the foresight to understand that he was going to deserve it anyway, oh, that's even further towards the next level. Absolutely ridiculous. We were being sarcastic, obviously. It should be a Duro vote. We'll see what he's going to be playing in this game. POM can make things a little bit difficult.
Okay, so we traded the bans back. Might have been a UI bug. This makes more sense. So Pantheon banned again on blue side, by the way.
Yep.
Is kind of weird. That champ is so insanely strong, especially in the hands of a jungler like Peanut, you would imagine. So weird that they just have no interest in playing it. Works so well with so many of the picks that Zeka is good at as well. So I'm just surprised by this in general.
Yep. I mean, you have to decide your first pick, and at that point in the draft, they were probably saying, we'd like a Varus. And that wasn't actually what was going to be available, because, of course, Gen.G then immediately banned that one away, as the Talia also going to hit the bench. Going to be quite a few things left up. First pick, Ambessa, 100% here for Zeus is what I'm expecting, because he's been so incredibly good, especially in the early stages of the game. That is a champion that we've seen, especially Thorin, find a lot of angles on.
Just tier list Xin Zhao.
Oh, no.
I hope that's not what we see.
That would make me feel less excited.
I mean, Ryze is a fairly strong pick here. The Aurora...
Oh, never mind, Aurora.
...is interesting. It's not There's no Gwen, obviously, so it's not as a deterrent in this case, but it's a flex pick. Likely to go mid in this game because the Gwen is already gone, but still hold that flexibility. So it's not the B1 that I love, but it's a B1 that goes, you have to think a little bit more on your next few picks about what you want to do because this could be flexed.
Yep, ambiguity certainly going to be powerful here. As there is that Xin Zhao that you were talking about.
Rise has been a staple game 2, red side R1, R2 lock-in. And I think there's a pretty high chance that is what we're going to see, but Chovy loves his Galio into the Aurora, but we also know that Keen can play Galio into Aurora topside if that is going to be flexed into Zayas' hands. So this is kind of also an answering flex, potentially. But the Rise and Xin Zhao meta lock-in that Valdez and I were ranting about yesterday is it's just going to be a little bit too potent here in the LCK. They're just too attached to this R1, R2 that literally every team on red side does in game 2.
Yep, and there's also the fact that it's Gen G, right? So Keen is a really good Rise player.
Yeah, there's also that, true.
So if they theoretically do feel like flexing it, they can. Peanut considering the Vi and will be able to lock that one in. We know this is one in his top 5 most played champions of all time. And there's that ambassador that I was talking about, confirming the Aurora for the mid lane.
This is a lot of dive, a lot of strong engage onto a single target, which means that something like an Ezreal that's less popular these days, but we know Ruler is incredible at, could be something that we see.
Yep.
The Yorick is going to be the answer here for Keen. This has been a pick that's been very polarizing. In the hands of our best top laners, though, it has been, and also in some of our Rise groups who have such mastery of Yorick, it has kind of been pretty broken in almost any matchup, and Keen has been one of the best, if not the best, Yorick player, so I don't hate this at all.
Nope. It was Doran that I believe played it last, and very, very good on the champion.
It's really good with Rise because you have that side lane power, and the Rise can realm warp to follow you, and you can get a lot done with it.
Yep. Well, the Bard going to be taken away once again. Dura not going to be allowed to play that one. They will have another ban on top of it as well, considering the fact that the Nico has already been taken away.
The safest picks for Ruler are the Ezreal and the Xayah, but I don't think you really like Xayah in this draft because you don't have enough of a front line to get in there and you know, with your low range actually get into the thick of things, I don't think. So I don't think they're as concerned about that. See what this final ban is going to be here. It's Jin, which Jin on the other side here for Hanwha Life is very strong because they have such good engage.
Yeah, it would have been a really good option there for Viper, so good heads-up decision-making from Gen G to get rid of it. And Ezreal is looming. Of course, both of our AD carries here are pretty good at the champ, but it's Ruler that's really started enjoying it a whole lot more recently.
Yeah, it's hard to ban it because like it's not that top tier, but it feels like the safest option. Sivir, pretty good. You know, the spell shield can only block one thing, so you could still engage on her pretty well here. You don't have a Jarvan. But Sivir's wave clear with Rise is just so strong. Like, Rise Sivir has been such a staple. It's often never allowed, like in this case, to be played together. It's just often banned.
Yep.
So will he just pick the Ezreal for safety is the question.
See what it is going to be instead. Thinking about just locking away the Rel to give Dura that engage option. Still a few engage supports still up and available if HLE do want to go that direction.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call Ghoulie Wall engage, so I do think they needed a little bit more of that.
Yep, that's very, very true. Realm warping a Xin Zhao on top of the enemy is an engage option too.
I was afraid of this. Because it has been often like budget Kai'Sa. Like he doesn't have killer instinct, but he does dash and do a lot of burst damage at a target that gets caught by any of these champs that can engage, primarily the Vi and the Ambessa. And it wins a lot of matchups. He swaps over to the Xayah, which is much better here for the comp of Hanwha Life Esports.
I mean, I feel like it's way better for Gen G. So more feels like a pick away to me. As
Leona
doesn't have Rakan, because that was, of course, Fearless ban. So it's a little bit less good.
I think the Leona really solidifies this draft a lot for Hanwha Life Esports. The Ezreal is safe, and we called it out earlier. It seemed pretty obvious that if it was left up, it was going to be picked here. I think a lot of Rise group teams, and even like maybe Duckdom doesn't play this, maybe you don't see GU play this, but I think in the hands of Ruler or Viper, in this case, if it was him, he'd play it. Guma shies away from it, but even he has picked up a little bit more recently. It's just such a safe pick if you're in the right hands of a very skilled AD carry. And it's also really good if you don't get engaged on and your front line gets engaged on. Ezreal can follow really well. He can layer damage in very freely, very safe in general. I like the draft of Hanwha Life Esports more, though. I think it has a very clear theme. I mean, it's just engage on backline targets. Or if the front line's all you got, you can do that too, because you just have so many forms of it. For example, if a Solar Flare catches, you know, Yorick in a side lane, you know, you don't have to press all of your other ult buttons. You're going to kill him.
Well, you can see we've had to adjust this sign just a little bit here, but a 2-1 would also be absolutely fantastic. Like you say, Wolf, I also think that HLE have given themselves a decent shot. Unfortunately, I do think they get a bit outranged by the Ezreal. Like, if they're standing in the neutral, Desire isn't necessarily going to be able to freely throw Mystic shots like the Ezreal can.
Definitely not.
And find some angles.
They do have to hard engage, but that's kind of been the name of the game for Hanwha. They live and die by it. When you walk up to an objective fight, like they went on Keen last time. You know, sometimes they just go, well, pick target, kill target. This is our whole identity, and Viper's just going to carry after the engages go down. I think it's a very Hanwha draft. We'll see if Gen.G can avoid those engages and get that ruler damage done.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are. Onto the riff for game number 2. HLE wanting to put a dent into Gen.G for the first time in the Legend group. Unfortunately, just haven't been able to punch up so far. Ooh. As Viper getting crashed into here. We're starting this aggression early, but it looks like he will just be able to walk it off. No flash necessary.
I believe that was blind as well. I think he did it before Ruler got there. Hard to say for sure, but kind of crazy.
Making sure that they just continue to remove these guys from the jungle. As Viper taken down to 50%.
There's just
that back does get to come in, and he won't actually be able to get there.
They could actually blind again.
Oh my God. Another one connects.
Like, there's nothing that Leona can do about this. And you were outranged, like you pointed out, long ago by the Ezreal. And so Ruler is just, he's kind of wishing he did a tier start at this point. He's like, man, I would have had so many stacks already. I'm being a bit facetious, but now you have complete control of the level 1. And, oh man, this is...
Yeah, get ready to sit under your turret, HLE. That's basically what it's going to look like. As Ruler's hit rate on these Mystic shots has been pretty impressive. And yeah, the first few minions certainly just going to go to the wayside here. And the experience not even found there for Viper. So already a rough start. Azeka not as rough into this rise.
Yeah, having a good start here with the Electrocute. Level 1, hits everything, just harassing Chovy. So that's a good start. As Hanwha have really just kind of taken these drafts into their own style, into their own view of the game right now, which is pretty different from most of our Legend teams, but this is definitely a draft that suits them. Unfortunately for Viper, though, this early game will not.
Yeah.
As Leona hasn't been played that much, and it has been all Rise teams. I mean, I shouldn't say that about Handsome Peter, but like, it feels like Rise
feels
teams.
like it.
No, I think that some of those games might have been pre-split, okay, round 3.
Yeah, no, that's not going to save it, but still, I understood exactly what you meant.
Sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it, Peter. I'm sorry. Lance, Lance, you got 3 losses in there. What's going on? Oh.
All right, well, Canyon, he's going to look for a little bit of invade here towards the jungle. But I stand by exactly what you said.
You know what I mean?
It's been played by Rise teams, including Nongshim and KT. It's just the Rise group extends 7 teams now. It's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah, they can't get wins off of Gen.G, T1, or Hanwha Life Esports, so it's kind of like they're not in the same group.
Yep.
Miss Cannon.
So not exactly, you know, you gotta count your blessings where you can find them. 21 to 12 though is not the order of those numbers that you really want. As Keen and Zeus have been hitting each other a lot.
They certainly have. It's a very volatile matchup.
Yep.
And so, you know, when you gotta watch your cooldowns, when you don't have ghouls, you gotta back away. Zeus has a million dashes and shields. As Peanuts here, Chovy is just gonna face check.
Yeah, he is. As decent amount of CC done by that Vault Breaker, as the flash has to be there to respect it.
Okay, well they finally have a little bit of synergy there in mid. Peanut playing through Zeka this time, and he's starting to generate some advantages in terms of his health bar at least.
Yep.
Not yet in the CS numbers.
Still like trying to eat some of this Mystic Shot damage with his Eclipse. Looks like Canyon was unable to really find an angle there.
Ezreal is so oppressive when you have a matchup like this where you just outrange, because your support can just set up your Qs, and that's what we're seeing here. Is Canyon's going to show up at level 4. Delight, half health, has to heal.
Yep, heal going to come through immediately as there is the Eclipse. They do just decide to go in on the Leona though, and that was after it wore off. Duro tanks the turret absolutely beautifully, and Viper just having to be here now alone.
And if I'm not mistaken, the stun there from Delight was before the turret aggro was picked up, so it just didn't really do anything for them there.
Yep, just be patient, wait out the Eclipse, and make sure that you can just kill the Leona.
Yeah, that was really clean from Gen G. So watch it again. Once Delight here heals initially, try to buy some space, get some health back, and then, yeah, Duro has the aggro actually the whole time.
Yep.
And that's just, unfortunately, a clean dive for Gen G. Unfortunately for Hanwha, that is to say, and Ruler just generating a bigger lead here. And we've seen in so many of these games what he can do with even a small lead.
Yeah, this is the problem though, because we need POM to go to Duro.
I know.
And that's going to be more and more difficult unless he can make something happen here. There it is, Keen picking up the second kill for Gen G.
Justice for supports.
Yeah, no, I don't think it does. It's just more obvious now. This obviously supports as Duro just comes and wins top lane as well.
Yeah, he has unsealed Spellbook, and we'll see if he can swap over to TP. This just doesn't have it right now, so guessing not available, but he is making a global impact in this one.
Certainly is. Viper going to show up towards his top lane now that the lane swap has come on through. But this is not the same kind of start that we saw from Zeus in the first game.
No, certainly not. He's, in fact, it's almost exactly reversed. He's 20 CS behind himself. He was the one to die. He got tricked, got baited. Duro is there to set it up.
Feels so rough because the Yorick is already just very happy in a 1v1, and now it's going to only get better for the Undertaker towards that top side. And so he's even just going to walk on back there, going to be facing off against this the Xayah, as Ruler happily pushing wave after wave into Zeus. Fair bit of extra damage there as Duro does make his way back down again. Shattering Strike going to connect, but Zeus still able to get the cannon minion.
Just Shattering Strike and then Ruler Qs, like every time. Ruler also just hits all of his Qs anyways, but...
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't even need you to be here, Duro. Like, what are you doing? Well, Canyon's gonna dive.
Yeah, they're looking for the angle here. Public execution might actually just be Zeus as Ruler walking on past the turret. The last minion does go down. And does he have the Arcane Shift? The answer is he does not need it. As Delight turns up and he's like, well, what am I supposed to do now? And to be honest, I don't have an answer for him.
This is peak Rise Group, by the way. Like, this is, or sorry, Legend Group. I've just been so, it's Rise Group, baby, pilled.
There's been a lot of culture. There's been a lot of culture recently.
Oh, God, yeah, no, it's, yeah. This is peak Legend Group, to correct myself, because you generate a small lead in a lane, especially the bottom lane, and then you just play through it. And all three of these AD carries, and like all three supports as well, will just bowl you over. You know, it's just... Okay, we have a lead here. Let's just keep pushing it. Let's just keep getting this Ezreal further and further ahead. And here, this is the Duro play. Zeus thinks, okay, got a bit of an angle here. I'm going to bait him because Delight's coming, but Duro's faster!
Oh, that timing was just absurdly perfect.
Managed this here as well, like, Ruler just doesn't miss, man. Canyon shows up. Zeus trying to clear the wave. Does not matter. Tries to flash. Ruler does not miss, man.
Yeah, just walks on past him.
Like, Zeus is trying to sidestep. He's like, I'll just auto you.
Yeah. Well, now we've got a cease and desist onto Canyon. He's got the Crescent Guard, but unfortunately everyone's in melee range, so he is just dead. One kill on the board here for HLE. No more perfect game for Gen G this time. As True Shot Barrage does find a bit of damage onto Peanut. These grubs under fire. HLE will be able to lock down the second one as Arcane Shift out there from Ruler. Does miss that Mystic Shot onto Viper though, and now Peanut will be able to secure the third one. So there's something for HLE.
Yeah, Peanut was just really not interested in smiting that second grub. He's like, I'm saving it for the third. And we're down to 1 health. And they still do secure it and grab the third one right afterwards. Not entirely sure exactly how that happened because we did just watch Canyon die coming out of a replay. But it, you know, obviously aggressively set up there and was punished. So we'll see exactly what the full setup was when we do get that replay in a moment. But
maybe just a bit of greed because he had just taken the dragon as well. It was just kind of a take everything on the map type scenario.
Yeah, to see me zoom out a little bit more exactly how that one was set up, because setup for Herald is often more important than what you see in that quick fight. As Viper is just trying to play the video game today, and he normally is the main video game player.
Yeah, he often plays a fair bit.
Yeah, he's just not able to play it today.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, because that is what he's here for.
Okay, so...
Oh, Canyon was just trying to interrupt this, and the flash out of the Shattering Strike from Peanut. Actually a really decisive engage.
Just really decisive, snap turn onto Canyon there, avoiding the engage from Duro at the same time. I don't think the setup was bad for Gen G there at all. Hanwha Life were just a little bit ahead on the jump, and a really quick reaction there, and a decisive call, as you say.
Yep, nicely done. So Canyon now just going to go back to clearing out his jungle. Will be able to do so pretty comfortably. Then look to see where his services are going to be needed after that. But it is Feats of Warfare over to Gen G. It's even on these objectives thus far. Gen G still with a decent advantage, 1.1k as far as gold is concerned as well.
I do think that if you can have another fight like that as Hanwha, you know, on this upcoming Dragon, for example, or, you know, if you can't get that one, you know, you back away from that maybe on the upcoming Herald. If you can win another fight, buy some time for Viper here. The game is playable if you can get control over the map. Right now, Gen G have a little bit of control, and they have a little bit of a gold lead. It's not unplayable. Ruler is a very large problem, and will continue to be so. But I do think that there are other ways to win fights than killing the Ezreal here. You know, if you can front to back it with a really good engage, you know, the Ambessa follows up, then it becomes a 5v4, 5v3. And right now, they're zoning away and getting some plate gold.
Yep, the Grubs being put to work immediately. 4 members towards his top side, as we do have the Aurora rotating up as well. As Chovy going to get there, they can just Realm Warp underneath this turret. That is going to allow them to defend. 4-man strong. Cleanse comes out from Viper as the Rune Prison comes in.
The whole time, Ruler is getting a whole turret, by the way. Like, single plate gold going over to him.
Keep him busy, guys.
Yeah, this happens a lot when the blue side team actually has top side control and the red side AD carry is just left down the bottom. He also has a global ultimate, so if they tried to fight into that Realm Warp, he would have definitely employed it. I think they made the right choice to get the hell out of there as soon as they saw that circle on the ground.
Oh, well, there might be another circle on the ground. Just never mind, Zeus would have been able to just dash out of anything ever anyway.
Release your diff.
Yeah, a bit of a problem. As Canyon trying to find an angle here. Great sidestep on the public execution.
What was that, Keen?
It was in case it landed, I still had the Ghoulie Wall, by the way. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, maybe. Well, ultimately, it will not. And the Ghoulie Wall just looked funny.
It did.
Chovy is in the bottom lane trying to finish off that turret that would be feats of strength for Gen G, so that's why he's heavily committing to that. Ruler has such a lead here that he can obviously crush the mid matchup, and I just don't think there's anything Hanwha Life can do to stop Ruler right now, especially if we see a rotation down from Canyon. He is not going to commit further, as they just want the prio for the Dragon first, and this is where Gen G have all of their control over the map, double control wards, vision there as well. And this is where you get double Dragon. We don't know what the soul is going to be just yet, but just furthering their lead.
It's got to be Mountain Soul. It's Earth, Wind, and Fire. We are so close to September, it has to be the case.
Yeah, just a few weeks away.
Yep. Zeus having to deal with the Ghoulie Wall once again, but Keen now in trouble as Peanut turns up. A cheeky little punch towards the Ghoulie Wall as the Maiden was actually being very annoying to Zeus as Keen keeps himself alive for a lot longer than I think a lot of us expected, but still will be going down.
Oh, look at where Zeka's like, okay, well, they're going to come get me. They want this first turret so badly. They're on Dragon. Like, do I have time? You can see he was like, I'm not sure. Can I defend this? And they're going to try to rush the light over, but he's just going to have to leave.
Yep, there's
they're racing for it,
that I was talking about. That's fantastic. Zeka does do a little bit of damage to Duro, but he's pretty durable.
So close.
Oh, who's going to be able to get it here? As it does go over to HLE.
That's massive, actually, for them. That really, they get the pick. You know, Zeka doesn't die. He plays respectfully there. You can see he's really trying to decide, like, can I try to slow this wave maybe a little bit? Maybe that's the difference maker. He plays it safer, backs away, they rotate to light over, and that's barely enough damage there top side after that pick for Peanut and Zeus to get that first turret. The Grubs really coming in clutch for them as well.
Yep. Being able to help them grab that one at... okay.
That's how you check a bush.
That is how you check a bush, 100%. Yeah, only cowards don't just press R on a potentially occupied brush. And now Keen doesn't know that there is no ult. So he's going to be like, why isn't he ulting me as they put him in the goal? I mean, Keeney's really dead. Peanut is going to take a little bit of damage, but otherwise not too much to worry about. Down he will go. Meanwhile, Delight could be in a bit of trouble here. Featherstorm comes out as Duro could also be getting amongst it. True Shot Barrage is going to connect, but it's actually Canyon that takes down the Leona. So a trade of 1-for-1 across the map as another teleport to bring Chovy towards his top lane to defend this inner turret. This is a lot of back and forth in this game, a whole lot messier. And when you mentioned that this is feeling very Rise group, maybe you were just foreshadowing.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. As Chovy, you gotta be careful, man.
Yep, he does have Flash, and he is going to use it, but the flash forward from Zeus to follow is going to mean another dead Rise. And this 1-2 punch of the Vi and Mbessa is working so well, man.
Yeah.
Arcane champions, just obviously pre-built synergy. They were on the same team, right? We'll have to ask Chronicler.
Yeah, he is the expert of Season 2. This Realm Warp gets employed here, gets Chovy in, offers extra damage here as the engage is fantastic for Justice for support Duro, and the True Shot Barrage also layered on top. Canyon has his Crescent Guard. Now, Rise group or group to kill Rise is the question. And
yeah.
That's what Peanut decided to do when he stopped his back, and Zeus is like, you have Flash, but I have Flash plus Dash. And he does kill Chovy there, which is actually pretty huge. Chovy committed his TP to defend that turret. They're not going to get the turret, but they get the Rise, which is the next best thing.
And so they've dealt with the Yark by killing him twice. They've dealt with the Rise by killing him once. How are they going to deal with the Ezreal? That is the last part, you know, the last part of the quest. The quest has 2 ticks on it, you know, but there's still that third objective that they need to lock down.
Yeah, a little empty checkbox on Kill Ruler.
Yeah.
They are going to kill Herald, and they can try to turn off of this, as there is a TP for Zeka as well. He's going to use it right away.
Yep, Canyon going to dive in as Peanut also immediately throws down the ulti onto the Xin Zhao. Public Execution connects onto him as well. But Canyon was surviving for such a long time, but still, these health bars are melting. Ruler has to get over the wall as unfortunately Duro not going to be able to do anything here. And the Rift Herald does go over at the same time. It's picked up by Zeka of all people as well, who can now throw it down mid lane.
Big swing of gold here, plus the Herald, like you said, just going to get tossed in. It's going to guarantee this mid turret, which is going to be an even larger swing of gold now for the side of Hanwha Life, and they may even be able to get an additional charge here with the late respawns. They'll think better of it. They'll decide to just let it go through. But the setup was way better for Hanwha Life Esports there, and their comp actually excels when the enemy team has to kind of rush towards an objective and they have better control. Even with the Ezreal that outranges, it takes time to actually get that chip damage through. The engage here onto Canyon as well just makes sense. Sure, he has Crescent Guard here, but they're able to CC him a lot. Then Delight comes in and helps peel. And look at Viper, just free hitting, taking Keen out, and Ruler has to get out of the pit.
Oh dear. Well, Chovy is between some worlds, as we can see. Trying to phase rush his way out. We'll see whether that will allow him to escape. And I think the answer is it just won't. As Death is a pretty good form of CC.
Yeah, he does use his pretty long cooldown ultimate here as well to try to get out. Won't necessarily impact things, but Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds, and wouldn't you know, it is that mountain. You called it earlier. And the situation here is looking pretty dire for Gen G very suddenly. You know, a few big proactive plays from Peanut, and he's really redeeming himself after having a rough game 1.
Yeah, it feels like the 800s, they're the games for Peanut that are looking even better. Now that he's got in there, looking real good.
I mean, like, he's caught Chovy now twice. Obviously, last time just barely because he stopped channeling his recall, but he has been able to identify where the side lanes are at their weakest and really punish them, and that's part of why Hanwha are back in this, but also that team fight on the Herald really was a game changer. And now they should be able to try to wrestle some of this Dragon Fry away. There's a lot of vision here for Gen G.
Yep, this is going to be feats of strength for either team as well, whoever takes this Drake. And it looks like HLE have all the priority in the world. That cheeky little ward there has been pretty good for giving some extra information over to Gen G, but it will just allow them to be spectators.
I mean, look at Zeus. He's like, are they going to try something here? And he's like, I guess not. Nope. And he just walks up and hits the turret, and they get the Dragon. You can see the Yorick push on the top side here is going to be a little bit of free push. You can see the difference here in damage between these two junglers right now. Peanut has been everywhere. He is 6k damage up. He's been fighting non-stop. 4 kills on this Vi, and he's looking to punish this Yorick as well. TP from Zeus. See if Keen can get out. Just barely.
Yeah, he is going to be able to walk his way back. And so Peanut not going to give away his position there.
They deny
clear out the wave.
Yeah, they deny the turret. It's at the cost of a teleport, but I think 100% worth it for Hanwha Life.
Oh man, look at that. 2 items already done for Zeus, and there's only a longsword here for Keen. Yeah, the shoes haven't been built just yet, which is a decent stopgap there, but still this Ambessa is extremely strong.
And Ruler is the main character here for Gen G, but the rest of his team has been put so significantly behind with the 2 items Zeus here. You know, you point out that the fact that both of these top side players have such an advantage in items means that the brawly nature of Hanwha Life Esports comp may just destroy the front line before Ruler gets time to do that damage as Ezreal, which is kind of what happened on the Herald fight. His flash still isn't up from that fight, and that makes him a little bit more vulnerable to these engages as well. And they just have so much control over top side right now. They're really forcing Gen G to put resources up there, and then once again, Chovy's like, well, I don't know where the enemy jungler is, but I know he's probably not topside, and that's where my jungler is, so I need to back away. And Peanut is just ready to make another play. I thought Chovy was very aware. I'm not sure anymore.
Well, he does take a fair bit of damage. Rune Prison is going to be there in answer. With the phase rush, he is just fine, able to run his way out. But we'll need to catch this wave, and we'll see whether he is teleporting back down here towards this bottom side after that recall does come in. See how close to the Archangels he's going to be. The answer is pretty close, but not close enough.
Yeah, there is no topside objective, so should just be able to walk down here. We'll lose a little bit of health on his turret. I mean, I say there's no topside objective. I don't think Hanwha Life will do this Otacon on spawn, especially with the jungle that is bottom side.
I mean, it is there.
It is there, but it's not relevant yet.
No.
And all of the vision is Hanwha's there. And Hanwha's comp, if they can start an Otacon in turn, is incredibly powerful. 2 items on this Xayah. It'd be a risky objective, but it's a great way to force an uncomfortable fight here for Gen G.
There is so much vision here for HLE.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, they're just going to clear out this control ward. And now, as Gen G, especially as Chovy, you're like, you got your finger on the teleport button because you know you might have to show up here at a moment's notice to contest.
Yep, thankfully didn't use it to get back down towards that bottom side.
Yeah, really smart choice.
2.7k is the lead for HLE. 3 turrets as well. A lot of extra map control being gained just from that, as the Rift Herald is going to get started up. Immediately is spotted here by Gen G, who are in the vicinity of this one.
There's that TP from Chovy, but he's late.
Yeah, a lot of buttons available here. Shield of Daybreak does come on through, and down goes the Rise! Oh man, welcome to the party, Chovy. Maybe you didn't really want to be here. As Canyon will see whether he can actually be in position to get a smite down as the feathers are in position. Canyon gets on in. There is a great crescent guard, but Peanut finds the smite this time around the goalie wall. Actually getting some work done as Delight still keeping himself alive. And yeah, Ruler is doing a fair bit of damage, but unfortunately it's not quite meaningful, and Zeka finds the back line. Ruler Arcane shifting to try and escape, and unfortunately even with all that damage, he is still dead. A clean ace for HLE.
It looks like HLE are primed to take one of their first big wins here. They weren't able to do it against T1 earlier in the week. They got so close, but against Gen G, this one is all but locked up. This instant reaction from Delight at the timing of the teleport's completion here for Chovy just means he has no time to do anything, no time to react. He has flash, but he's just not able to use it, obviously, because he's just collapsed on instantly. And then Peanut is able to get the secure here at 12, just a little bit early there from Canyon, but the Otacon is less important than what happens in the rest of this fight. It's just an added bonus here for Hanwha Life because they're just going to wipe Gen G. Viper free hitting, Zeka doing so much in this fight. Gen G just were not able to collapse, and this is exactly what I was talking about with this comp, where you have the ability to turn, especially if you could just delete the Rise instantly. There is just no recourse, and Hanwha Life, I think now, there's almost no way they could lose this game.
This is an absolute renaissance for Peanut, man. 507 on this Vi, an absolute monster, and it's now 5.6k, the gold advantage. HLE probably
Chovy dead again, question mark?
Yeah, Zeus is going to chase after him. There's a public execution. And Chovy just going to see whether he can Realm Warp his way out, and he does manage to do so. Very, very nicely done.
That's pretty big to get the Realm Warp out of Chovy again. Stops the push. Yep. It's not a kill, but really nice play there from Zeus. And they push Chovy off the side lane. That gives them free control over this dragon. He doesn't have TP because he used it to die in the last fight. Sounds a little mean, but ultimately that's what he got out of it, and that's going to be second Drake for Hanwha Life. Just with that alone, the Rise can't show up. And there's no cross-map opportunity. Well, that was, frankly, a little bit close for comfort.
A little bit scary. If Peanut actually had have gone for his, like, punch-smite combo, could have been hitting in the right spot, but doesn't actually decide to do so, just avoids it. So, nicely played. So, 2 dragons apiece. But a 4-stack Mountain Soul? My goodness, I don't think Gen G are ever going to be getting through that.
It's just really rough for Ezreal, hitting into all of those resistances.
Yeah.
Especially if they end up getting the Soul. Like, the shields are going to really put a damper on what Ruler can accomplish in this game. But it also makes even the Aurora, that's just straight up in the middle of the fight, such a menace. But the Ambessa and the Leona engages, the Fed Vi that has Sundered Sky as well, is just not going to be killable.
Nope. And there's like 700 gold bounties on both Zeka and Peanut in this game, and I think that that's kind of beautiful in itself, because these are the two that we've been the most critical of throughout the Legend group. And the fact that they're the ones that have been able to find these performances is fantastic. Ignore the CS numbers. I don't think that's super relevant here, as Zeka now finally does have a gold advantage despite it. As Peanut, possible engage option, but the Solar Flare going to be avoided by Ruler. Cease and Desist does come in, and the exhaust is down as well. Chovy moves over, wants to do some of the damage, and Ruler stays alive for quite some time. Still, it doesn't matter. The bottom lane is still obliterated, and Keen a little late to the party.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much fancy footwork you've got, doesn't matter how quick you can shift away, you're just going to get steamrolled by this Hanwha Life Esports comp that is so far ahead. Chovy survives, but they're just going to get a consolation red buff here. Canyon does have Flash, but I don't know if he really wants to risk it for this one, and Zeka's just going to check just in case. Realm Warp?
It is a Realm Warp opportunity, as Canyon's like, nah, brother, I don't really feel like doing that. They do dive in on top of Zeka. They find the Aurora. It's a lot of damage as Peanut likely to get wiped out, and there's the teleport back in from Duro, but now Viper has found his target. The triple kill as soon as he flashes over. And Delight is now just keeping this Baron interested. Duro doesn't have a smite at the ready or any funny business like that, so it will just be the Baron secured. Delight almost falling, but does have the Eclipse.
The situation was so funny. It's just one of those Viper moments where he's like, guys.
Do I have to use my flash to get over the wall?
Gonna go back to this play here. Ruler gets ulted. And one of the things about Ezreal is you're super safe into a lot of dive comps, but the Vi ultimate will get you no matter what, and the follow-up is just there as E is down. This moment is very funny because Zeka's like, I don't want them to get in here. Canyon decides not to take the Realm Warp. And then Hanwha Life are like, let's win this fight, actually. Let's pull off of the Baron. Viper's like, I thought like we kind of got this secure. Okay, do I have to do everything? Do I have to flash this wall and carry? I guess I will. I'll pick up a triple. Zeus may not have needed his help completely there, but he ends up getting 3 kills, guarantees the wipe, gets the Baron.
Yep.
And Hanwha Life can do no wrong in this game too.
It's beautiful. And looking back at that play again, the Realm Warp's actually, it's kind of funny, right? Because you see it go down and you're like, oh, we're trying to deliver the jungler, but the Baron's health bar just wasn't anywhere near low enough
he gets
to be getting in there at the right time. So yeah, gets the vision and just doesn't get the information that he wants to be able to actually use it for what it was designed for. As Zeka just wanders past this turret and says, no, Gen G, this is ours. And it absolutely is.
And Chovy gets a little bit of push on the top side. But here's an engage.
Yeah, Magnus Storm to come on through there. As a public execution down on just Duro is not something that Duro really cares about. Let's see whether Zeus can survive. That's 11 dashes that he's used so far. Rune Prison not going to be dashed out of this time around, though, as Gen G, I think, should be able to take that one. Still, Cease and Desist.
Wait a minute.
Does come on through. There's Between Worlds, as Ruler desperately trying to keep himself alive, but it does not work. Down goes the Ezreal. Peanut survives for just about forever. And Chovy's like, all right, well, I guess that's enough work that I've done here today, as HLE clean up the rest.
Yeah, Freak's like, all right, I'm removing that item from the game. Sundered Sky procs he's getting in that fight. He's so fed. He has Sterak's. And he's just like, I can go on this, by the way. And the rest of the team follows up. Zeka's got his ult. And Hanwha Life turned what looked like maybe a good catch from Gen G into a potential team fight went into a complete wash. Chovy lives, but I don't think he alone will be able to stop these inhibitors from being ripped off the map. And Hanwha Life with Baron for 45 seconds more could get even more if anyone from Gen G steps too far over the line here. And they're angling for it. They can get just a single kill. They could end, but they don't have to. They'll be happy with the 2 inhibs, and they'll back away.
Yep. With 2 dead, it was going to be a difficult push. As I like the desperate attempt.
Yeah, like you have to try something like this. Ruler's primed to follow up. Chovy gets the teleport in. And then here is when things get crazy. When Peanut goes in here, you're like, I'm not sure. Unless you see Zeka and Delight coming on the other side. And Peanut, look at how many Sundered Sky procs he gets in this fight as well.
Absurd.
He's got Sterak's too, and he's just like, all right, shield, heals, yep, okay. Yeah, I died, but we won the fight. And Viper, once he shows up, there's just no winning. Chovy is able to barely realm warp his way out. It feels like every realm warp for Chovy in this game has come up empty, let's say. It's gotten him out of a few sticky situations. It hasn't really given him too many proactive wins. They had like the turret defense topside with it as well. But they've just been behind the 8 ball for all of this game, and that's not where Arise wants to be.
And as you can see in this goal graph as well, it has been all HLE ever since the mid-game. Have grabbed control and they have not given it up.
And I mean, Ruler had a big lead, but it wasn't enough alone to win them those fights that they took that just went so disastrously that Hanwha Life just pulled so far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that lead is certainly not there anymore. 2.3k the advantage for Viper, who does have a cheeky Last Whisper as well as those first 3 items. This Xayah is so frightening. 2 levels ahead as well as Solar Flare going to just connect on the edge towards Canyon. Otherwise, not too much more going to happen. There's the engage onto Delight. But he is so deceptively tanky, it's ludicrous. Takes down Canyon. Peanut able to grab kill credit for that. And now Gen G down a member. Let's see what can happen here. Oh my goodness, it's a blender. Into the bloodbath they go as Viper free hitting. Takes down the Yorick. And it's another kill for Peanut there at the same time. Chovy just watching as his Nexus turrets get obliterated. Let's see what he can do. I don't think it's anything at all. Instead, they're going to be preparing for a Game 3 against HLE here in the Legend Group. And maybe there's finally a new contender for that top 3 spot.
This is so important for Hanwha Life Esports. If they can get an upset win here, it keeps their chances at second place a lot more realistic. And this game win alone means that after today, T1 will not tie them in second place, even if they lose that 3rd and final game. They remain top 2 for today, but 1 win away from actually taking the upset win and being the 2nd team to defeat Gen G here this season. It's been 24-1. Maybe Hanwha can make it 24-2. Some disrespectful fights from Gen G, but to be honest, I think the decisive fights from Hanwha Life Esports are what really caught Gen G off guard. Like that fight where they just ulted Canyon, just were super early on the jump. Also the fight previous to that where they were able to get the grubs and push Canyon away, keep Ruler irrelevant in this game, just win the fight before Ruler can actually get that damage done, then play through the map vision. That's what a Legend team will do with a big lead like this. Even if Viper is outranged, it doesn't matter because he's got so many melee threats to close the gap.
And it's just the hard engage, into hard engage here for HLE that was so incredibly good. Peanut turning on a dime for what feels like the first time this season as well. It's absolutely fantastic to see. We'll see whether they can close it out in the next game or whether it's going to be Gen G once again. But first, we're going to have the space after a short break. We'll see you soon.
리더 뺐다. 강 안 나와. 천천히 다시 봐도 돼. 천천히 봐도 돼. 짜볼게. 바로폰이다 얘네. 짜오 빼고. 짜오. 나 지금 라인 들어갈 때 볼게. 라인 들어갈 때. 나 지금 돼. 야 미드 라인 들어가고 있으니까 천천히. 야 봐줄래 그냥 봐줄래? 방금 볼게. 이제. 이제는 못 잡았어. 이제 잡았어. 바로폰이다. 미드. 오케이. 이건 이기긴 해야지. 간판 없어. 왜 라플? 앞으로. 아이 맞아. 여기 그냥 있다.
3번 잘하자.
던지.
2대0 승리, 피오 확정, 한화생명이 1대0으로 앞서 나갑니다.
지금 농심 레드포스 입장에선 좋은 경기력이 필요합니다.
물론이죠.
서로 이제 보고 있는 목표가 있는 만큼 힘 더 내봐야죠.
농심과 한화생명의 2세트입니다. 보시죠.
잘해봅시다. 화이팅.
잘하긴 해야지.
화이팅.
좀 줄 거 줘도 되니까 천천히 하면 좋을 때. 내가 좀 잘 크면 좋을 때 이 판은. 지우야. 잘하고 있어. 싸움만 잘해줘. 운영은 내가 잘해볼게. 한타만 잘해보자. 나요. 나요. 나 이거 도발수가 한번 넘어가서 볼까? 잘하면 괜찮은데? 근데 그거 잘하면 미리 와도 했을만해. 켄 여기 뭐 도발 썼나? 나 다음 깃발 여기다 써볼게. 그냥 들어가도 돼. 쿨 엄청 길어. 천천히 와볼래? 가볼게. 3초. 여기 할게. 2초. 1초. 와볼래? 가볼게. 쿨 써야 되나? 잘했다. 좋은 거 같아. 잡은 듯 이거? 잡았어. 나이스. 시호 형 시원하네. 시원하다. 들어온 거 알고 있었는데 당했네. 괜찮아. 잠깐 여기 올라왔다. 야 쌍꺼풀만 안 되나? 나 물 수 있어. 이거 물 수 있어. 어때? 이 빠지면 나 공볼게 이거. 천천히. 야 밀어내고. 형 얘 EQ 없는데. 작걸 먹으면 죽여도 되겠네. 보자. 하나 둘 셋. 나 죽었어. 첸 너플. 나이스. 이거 이렇게 하는 거야. 잘했어. 굿. 값스. 아까 쿨 다 빠지긴 했어. 이 코어 뜨면 내가 캐리 할 만. 시형 여기 붙어볼래? 그냥 개놓고 깨자 이거 그냥. 이거 마코 시티 한데. 가볼게. 가자. 바로 대기를 대기하는 소리야. 대기 볼 생각하자. 하자니. 맞아. 너 빨리 좀 와. 야, 나 빨리 해봐. 나 텔박스 뒤로 빼면 돼. 잡았어. 쌈 더 천천히 봐도 될 것 같은데? 여기 쌈 보는 거 어때? 얘 노플이야. 얘 갈렸어. 여기 11호 뭐냐? 11호 녹턴 볼게. 여기. 나중에 줘. 나이스. 잘 됐다 그래도. 아니 이게 그 시어톤이라서 좀 기다려줬어야 했을 것 같아. 야, 나 쪼여주는 줄. 가베? 탑 1차 못 치냐 이번에 나 내 올라가서? 얘네 무조건 있다. 얘네 이런 데 딱거리 있어. 야 니코 있다. 달렸는데. 나 공대인데. 야 그럼 끌게. 가자. 얘부터. 달려라. 해봤겠다. 앞에부터. 텔 못 박았다. 녹턴 실드 없다. 녹턴 땡겨와도 좋아. 나 A 좀 피 잘 가긴 해. 별로 안 좋게 빠지 마요. 바로. 뭐 하지 마, 얘들아. 이거 내 말 들어. 오케이. 버스트 한 1600쯤에 하자. 오케이. 이거 스테이가 벌레 얘네 너무 어려 없긴 하거든. 스테이가 보고 싸우면 안 될 것 같아. 칼리아 서비 싸움 할만한데 이러면 안 돼. 가보자. 천천히. 나 싸움 할만하다고 생각해. 일로 갈게. 녹턴 노플. 실드 빠졌고. 야, 제이스. 야, 제이스. 아메부터. 이거 좋다. 가이다. 이거 잘하고 개핀데. 내가 마크 해줄게 이거. 그만하면 카이사 잡아야 돼. 카이사만 잡으면 길 없다 딱히. 나한테 박는 거 CC 한번 들어가면 그냥 무조건 죽어. 형 얘네가 박을 거 나가면서 하면 좋을 듯? 나 스킬 걸리면서. 얘들아 근데 이거 우리 용 나온다 이제. 결국 용쌈이야. 사용상 봐야 돼. 군 꺼줄게 천천히. 나한테 알렸고. 앞라인부터 봐. 괜찮아. 손이 들어볼게. 뒤에 볼게. 야 뒤에 라이즈. 라이즈 보자. 라이즈 봐줘. 야 플러스. 가자. 앞라인부터 볼게. 가자. 나 한번 살았고. 어때? 할만한데. 그냥 들어오지 마. 빼. 나 할게. 나 게임 끝나는 거 막을 생각할게. 나한테 잘 생각해. 나 이거 미드 가면 끝나냐? 바텀이나? 끝났다. 니코 그냥 공만 다 같이 안 맞으면. 그냥 니코 공 없지 않냐? 니코 공 썼어. 미드로 끝내려고 하겠다. 나 15초긴 하고. 잡아야 돼. 영양 빨고 갑시다. 나 공 30초. 라클 위주로 볼게 그냥. 라클. 타워. 야, 타워 쳐야 돼. 막을만한데? 살리 3초. 야, 빼자 그냥. 야, 이거 스틸 조심해라. 타워 때리듯. 막았다? 쫓아가면 아니야, 이거? 잡아야. 다른 침착하게 해봐. 노플이야. 따라가볼게. 집 끄는 걸로 봐도 좋아. 바로 갈 생각하자, 이거. 현민의 공 몇 초야? 20초. 야, 근도 살아있다. 가보자. 너네 가봐, 얘들아. 그러면 미드라인 가면서 미드라인 공으로 옮기면서 끝내도 되긴 해. 오케이. 집 끊었어. 오케이. 끝내면. 그냥 무자. 바로 풀이야. 11을 받을 실. 막아갈게. 11을 받을 실. 바로 풀이야. 바로 풀. 타워. 11을 딜. 나이즈. 야 11. 막았어. 무조건 막았어. 무조건 끝난다. 이코를 왜 때리냐. 야, 타워 깨지. 진짜. 3층이랑 끝나긴 했어. 가보자. 끝나.
한화생명. 자 2대0 승리로 PO 확정입니다.
사실 이번 게임 같은 경우는 진짜 불편했을 거예요. 치열한 구간도 많았고 힘든 게임이었지만 이긴 게 중요하죠.
그렇죠.
And just like a fine wine, we've got a great renaissance there. Age does not stop this man. It was Peanut being a huge, huge factor in the first win for Hanwha Life Esports against someone named T1 or Genji in over 2 months. You got to go all the way back to Road to MSI, the last time they had a game win. But they're looking for the series win as it's tied up 1-1 in the battle of number 1 versus number 2.
Yeah, I think there were some signs that the form was getting better in this series against T1, but T1 was still just far too strong for them to really match up into. But, you know, Genji, they had some advantages in the early game here, but Peanut just really set a pace. And with a composition like this, you have so many tools to start fights, so many tools to engage, and they didn't really let Genji breathe.
And I mean, you gotta know that in the game 1, there was a similar situation where HLE had the great skirmishes in the early game, and they kind of failed to finish out in the team fight. But this time around, I think it's kind of opposite. Genji had the great early game, but in the team fight situation, HLE had the better idea about how they focus on the target, and I think Delight and Peanut did such a great job about the focus here.
Yeah, and they do this one on Vision, Hanwha Life do, but they see an opening that they could take.
So I think the mistake here is Canyon goes straight for the Herald. Notice the TP is still coming in. Chovy's still walking around. So all of HLE just go full for Canyon and delete him almost instantly. In this melee in the pit, so much is happening, and Chovy's barely been able to impact the fight. You can see he moves away because the call has been made. We're losing this. It was such an instantaneous call from HLE, and I think Genji should have, instead of focusing on the Herald, waited for Chovy to get there and go, look, we'll take the fight, and we'll try and win that, rather than diving in early, losing the fight, and still losing the Herald.
I totally agree, because the Herald HP was already like 3k when the Rise and TP was not completed. So I feel like they should have just looked for the fight, like instead of just going for the Herald. So it was really not optimal from Genji, and this is not mistake that we can see it oftenly, like from Genji side. So I was kind of nervous that like why Genji is like having this kind of issue, because like it's not happening often.
Yeah, well, again, the fact that Hanwha Life are doing this on Vision, I think it's...
Oh, yeah.
It's a unique question that doesn't get asked of Genji a lot. Like, hey, you have Vision, so we're not going to do it, is what most people would do. Hanwha Life instead saying, hey, I think we have an angle here. Let's try to find that little bit of window. They're able to do so, and it helps them get an early lead after the laning phase, which wasn't the only time where you're kind of wondering, hey, where's Chovy? He's a little outside of where the rest of the team is.
Oh yeah, I mean, this time around it's the same situation that like Chovy TP's in a wrong direction, and it's pretty obvious after that. It's 4v5 and there is no option here. You have to fight for it, and it was great usage of Jinja ulti and Rel engage here, but again, it's 4v5. You're fighting without your mid laner, and there's no way you can actually win out the fight here.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's an example where HLE in this game was so decisive, playing around their engage tools. And really, you know, this was the main fights, big factors, where we saw them, you know, using those tools very effectively. But there were so many plays in between this where Pina was just around the map, punishing people, clawing back a bit of a deficit they had early on to get them to a spot where things were fightable. So really strong performance from him, and it kind of brings me back to the LCK Cup when his Vi was so feared.
Yeah, it is this decisiveness coming out of Peanut. We've seen him miss some of these smites over the last couple of weeks here in the last several rounds, but when he's on form, it feels like then the rest of the team are able to do what they can, what they're known to do, which is have great hands and fight well in these fights. As we take a look at some of the Fearless bands as we move to a decisive game number 3 here.
So some of the picks that stand out to me, we've seen a lot of the engaged supports banned away. I feel like Bard is going to be pretty high prio. Both these players have played it to great success. So we see Nico banned in the first rotation. We're probably not going to see that again, but Bard could be an early pickup with a lot of value. I also think that Jarvan, because like Corki and Ezreal, Yunara, they're all picks that can get outside the Cataclysm. So a lot of the AD carries we see remaining might be locked into that. You know, Sivir is still open. Jarvan would be a great early pickup, especially with a lot of the junglers that have been taken away.
So from my side, it's about if you want to take the hyper carry or priority. So I think Jhin can be a good option if you want a full priority on the bot lane, or you pick Jinx, Lulu, those kind of like a hyper carry option for Viper, who's having a great time this time around. So I think you can either like choose for those options, or, and now I'm actually having issues about Zeka on this match, because like he's having a kind of champion pool issue when it comes to like what you want to play against Chovy. I think the game 1 Ari was the issue. The second game was okay with the Vi because Aurora still considering as a good pick in the mid lane, but like still question mark on the mid pick here when it comes to the game.
Yeah, the other fact is Gen G have side select in this one, so likely could be taken. Yeah, they have chosen blue side, so they have that advantage and can ramp up the pressure. And I think oftentimes this matchup between Zeka and Chovy, I feel like having a good matchup for Zeka really important. We know he can pop off in team fights. For the laning phase, that's where Chovy likes to put on that pain.
Zeka, Yone incoming with the Sejuani?
They won't let him get it. No way they let him get it.
All right.
Right, so you got to think about the Yone, you got to think about the Sylas, or at least champs where maybe Sylas's hijack wouldn't have as much of an impact here. So something to think about as we move towards the draft for game number 3. Hanwha Life Esports trying to remind everyone they are the reigning LCK champions. Only one team has beaten Gen G, but they're trying to etch their name in there as well. Are they going to be able to do it here in game number 3? Let's find out as we send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you very much, T-Gun. Absolutely fantastic breakdown there of game number 1. Must feel good to finally talk about an HLE victory, at least in just one game. As now there is confirmation that T1 are not going to be tied for second place.
That's right.
That is the big news that we have. Despite what happens in this game, it will still be HLE in second. So that is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, and a win would put them, you know, firmly ahead by a series, and if they could beat T1 in that final matchup, then they just basically are guaranteed, assuming no upset wins, because we are not seeing KT or Nongshim take single games off of these teams, so the expectation is that will continue.
Yeah, but at least there's like Nongshim taking games off KT now. That has happened.
That did happen.
It was only one game, so Nongshim getting some redemption there. HLE getting some redemption here. Redemption getting some redemption against Peanut in game 1. Oh, it's redemption all over the place. That redemption was short-lived as Peanut just obliterated everyone in the second game, so maybe we shouldn't actually kill them.
We do have a draft remake, so...
Yep, a little bit of a delay moving into this game number 3.
Epic delay music.
Indeed. What's the first pick, Wolf? As we are... That was a very quick remake. Straight into it. But what is the first pick?
First pick or first ban?
No, first pick.
First pick?
What are we aiming for here as Gen?
Well, I mean, there's a lot that will be decided by these bans, right? But I think something like a Yone, if left open, Chovy is happy to play it. Like, a lot of people are thinking about Zeka on the Yone here, but I think Chovy's happy to play it. I think the Orianna is also a big consideration. A lot of Engage is gone. Ox pointed this out earlier. The Bard is a big champ that has a lot of value here, but even the Nautilus suddenly shoots up in priority, as he is very safe as well. The Yone gets banned instantly, so Chovy not going to be playing this one, but the Nico was 100% going to be banned. I think the Varus and the Pantheon will also be taken away. Makes sense to ban Maokai away from Peanut.
Yep.
It's just been really the only jungler who's pulling this out with great success.
I mean, he still has like about a 79% win rate on the champion all
insane.
time. It's kind of ludicrous.
Okay, they banned the Talia here. So now I think as Gen G, you don't ban Varus, and you just look for that first pick Varus, see what that final ban will be in eventuality.
Orianna Annie.
Orianna makes sense.
The mid lane picks that we are looking out for.
I don't think you first pick the Annies. There's a Trundle ban. The Jarvan was another pick that was mentioned on the space, but I don't think it's necessarily one you want to first pick here. So Pantheon will be first pick since they choose the Varus ban.
Well, it is a pick your poison moment, and then banning away either of them is actually kind of crazy to me, right? Like maybe just ban Teemo in that position, so that you can get one of the others. But Panther's up, and Panther will be locked in. Canyon, this is going to be the third time that he's allowed to play this champion.
I think it's probably going to be a Jarvan here for Peanut, but maybe he has another pick in mind.
Nocturne Orianna?
Nocturne Orianna could be a combo. It's not a common one for this team in particular. It's more of a T1 flavored draft, but they could go for it.
Don't you mean DNF flavored draft?
Well, also that. Just going to take Galio, which works well with Pantheon, so it kind of makes sense to deny that.
Yeah, kind of interesting to pick a blind Galio, though, as he doesn't necessarily have only good matchups.
It does kind of weaken the Annie pick that Chovy might have been considering here, too.
Yep, that's a very good point.
This Jarvan weakens a Sivir as well. So, you know, I'd love to see Ruler play Zeri. You know, maybe that's the angle we're headed for in this game, as the AD carry pool obviously thinned out substantially.
Yep.
See what they do want to go for, because Annie feels pretty obvious here, even if they have the Jarvan, even if they do have the Galio. You know, you could go for the Orianna still, because Orianna Pantheon is also quite strong. I'm curious to see what Chovy thinks is the best option here. I don't think the Galio will be flexed in this draft to top lane. Just going to slam the Lucian Braum.
Yeah,
Just
actually,
do that.
I was thinking that maybe this would be the angle. As Lucian is another one of these champions that, if to go back to what Wadid was saying on the space, has priority on that bottom side of the map, and then can also get out of the Cataclysm. So it's kind of doing double duty.
It's also really strong because they only get to respond to one of these picks in the draft. You haven't shown either solo laner, so you just get to drop the Sivir down. Jarvan already on your side, but you don't pick Jarvan just because it's good into Sivir, but do have a lot of wave clear with the Galio Global.
Yep. Whenever
you have a Global and a Sivir, feels really good, but they also have the Pantheon, so something else that will have to be kept in mind here is now when you have both solo laners available on blue side here, it's really hard to ban, especially against a team like Gen G, because they're just so incredibly flexible. Cassante is an interesting one. I think Keen is incredible at this pick.
With the Trundle banned away, and of course both of our junglers locked in, does make picking a tank feel a little bit nicer. So not going to be seeing that one towards the top side of the map. I think some top lane bans could come through here from Gen G, unless they do want to focus on support, and there is that Bard that is going to be taken away.
Curious to see what the top lane pick is going to be here for Hanwha Life Esports, because you want something that can side lane really hard, but you can't blind it. Yeah, you may just have to. The Annie ban makes a lot of sense. They could try to Camille with this Galio.
Oh my god, yeah. Camille, Galio,
I think maybe they should just ban that Gen G here. Like, that seems pretty obvious, right? Yeah,
I like it. That's a fantastic heads-up ban.
Okay, that was very smart. And that one could have been a disaster for Gen G's comp. And now, you know, what do you want to go here? Blind, you know, you're really running into one of the best top laners in the world here. Karma going to come out into this bottom matchup first, and they'll save the counter pick.
All right, so Sivir Karma, this is a bit of a tale as old as time. And Karma into Braum, not too bad.
Yeah, no, this is fine.
If she is ever caught on her own, though, she can just die pretty quickly. So you do have to be a little bit careful.
All right, Keen, what's it going to be? Chovy will not be able to play the Annie here, but
Orianna is probably a pretty comfy lock-in for the mid lane.
I'm trying to think of, like, what else. I mean, you could just go Victor for extra damage. Like, you could go Victor Ornn.
Yeah, true.
And just go, all right, well, Lucian is not going to be the greatest late-game carry, but if we have a lot of tempo, the Victor just becomes big. Sion will be a consideration here, and then what sort of mid-lane damage are we looking at?
Sion Cho'Gath. So you deny the
No, I'm not even kidding. Is it Smolder? Like Smolder actually, like Smolder or Aurelion Sol are the ones that are coming to mind here for Chovy.
Let's just scale.
I think you need
his
damage
Smolder
now.
is very, very scary.
And he will pick it in these scenarios every time. And he doesn't care that there's no AP damage on his team. It just doesn't matter.
You also flap out of the way of Cataclysms pretty nicely, as that's a Ziggs.
That's very different than the Smolder. I was like, man, the Galio's just not going to get any value with his AP, or his MR rather, into this comp if he picks the Smolder, but Ziggs is going to be very strong here in this draft, can do a lot of work, and also really help clear the waves of this Sivir.
Yep. We'll see whether it is going to be like a cheeky mid lane Lucian scenario.
I don't think so, but it could be.
Because Lucian does rip holes in Galio. It was a decent matchup there of old.
For anyone,
the Aatrox is the choice.
For anyone that isn't Chovy, I'd be like, absolutely not. But Chovy has been known to play Draven mid. So he certainly could have. But when you have Braum Ziggs,
I know,
it doesn't feel really good. So I think it is still just.
And the Lucian Braum is like such good synergy as well, so it does make some sense.
I thought about it for a moment as well, but it just isn't going to come to pass in this one. The Aatrox is a really cool answer to the Sion in the top lane. Like, this has been the most common response when it's left available. You normally don't get to counterpick this. It is Zeus' Aatrox, which is pretty crazy, and he has a Jarvan. This draft for Gen G has a front line in the Scion, but it's really easy to just circumvent the Scion with the rest of the comp to get past the Scion and still get access. Ziggs has a satchel. That'll be helpful. Lucian's got a dash. That'll be helpful, but if you don't have those tools and you get jumped on, this comp does fall apart pretty quickly. It is very fragile. And I think the Sivir is really going to be an incredible problem that needs to be solved. When we get to the late game, if you haven't solved it by then, is really what I'm getting at. It's going to be a big issue for your Scion. I kind of like Hanwha Life's draft better. Like, I would have liked the Smolder a lot more than the Ziggs. Because I feel like it's just free scaling, and the Ziggs is a little bit more situational.
Would you say that you have perhaps forgotten that Pantheon exists?
Yeah, I may have kind of glossed over that a little bit in my post-draft analysis. But we'll see.
I know it does help keep it interesting if we just pretend the Pantheon exists, but he does. And let's see whether it's once again going to be checkmate.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I do think that this HLE draft is extraordinarily synergistic. If we get to like the late game, right, they'll be running actual circles around Gen G with the amount of extra movement speed they'll have. Repositioning going to be fantastic as Ruler just going to take a bit of his own medicine here. But we'll just be able to go back.
I'm going to enjoy that. I'm looking it up right now because I'm pretty sure Pantheon's last game was actually a loss. Pioshik played it and won, and then I think one other player played it and lost with it.
That may have actually happened.
I think it was Sponge who lost. If my
there were
search
some,
I did is correct.
There was certainly some Pantheon experiments that were happening this week, and some of them were good, some of them weren't. Pioshik actually looked fantastic on it.
Pioshik just looks good in general, man. Even his Hecarim game.
Oh, the Hecarim was heckin' good. It was that was a real good one.
All right, Toby, first strike into this Galio is going to be free money.
Yep. Also, already disappointing Ox because he's chosen the wrong skin. This one just not fair. Just kind of looks like he's just
Chovy,
sort of base, you know.
If it's Chovy, is Ox just wrong though in this case?
No.
I defer to Chovy. Sorry, Ox.
He is the UK GOAT, as we know. We did learn that. Although Keysun is kind of my UK GOAT.
He has been known to bleat about Ziggs from time to time. As I'm sure he will.
When goats aren't making weird human-sounding noises, they are bleating.
Yeah. You know, we don't often do big post-game analysis for Game 3s of series like this. We focus more on the winning team and some of their accolades and, you know, the post-game and POM and stuff like that. But I feel like Ox will have something to say about the Ziggs game one way or the other.
Yep.
It's great that we have him on the space for this one today.
And it's the first time we've had mid-lane Ziggs in, like, quite a long time.
Yeah,
we don't have an APA, you know, here in the LCK, so we don't really have the same sort of thing.
It's been teched into a few drafts worldwide, but it is not really a thing in the LCK. We kind of stick to our Rise, Xinjiao, R1, R2, Game 2 kind of tier list picks a lot of the time. That's why, you know, even though I was like, I don't know if Orianna really makes sense here, we're kind of like, is he just going to pick Orianna?
Yep.
But the Ziggs makes a lot more sense, can generate a lot of gold with that first strike. Because Galio doesn't strike first, as it turns out, when he's playing into a Ziggs ever. He is actually going to have a bit of help from Peanut, though, potentially here.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little bit of an angle as Chovy's standing on the satchel. And he's pretty happy about it. It was Bulldog, yeah. Bulldog was kind of our Ziggs guy here in the LCK. Certainly loved it in Challenger as well. But it was over a year that we saw him play it. As Dura stands beside Ruler. Look at this Skinergy, by the way, in this bottom lane.
Yeah,
looking
very
glorious.
Also, no chicken on the concussive blows. Very exciting for me.
Yeah, you really didn't like that yesterday.
Come on, it's a kebab. You don't have a chicken leg. That doesn't make any sense to me.
That's true. Needs to be on the stick thingy.
What if it was like a kebab being made instead?
Yeah, maybe it's prior to the chicken being ready.
Yeah.
That's why it's when it's stacking up. And then when it's ready, maybe it's a kebab.
There you go.
That would have been good.
Maybe I'm just misunderstanding the concussive blows part of that skill.
We need to have a chat to whoever designed it and really understand the philosophy. I think that's going to be really
Maybe
important.
it needs a visual update.
Like a relatively brand new skin needs a visual update. I would agree.
Yeah. Really, the people who bought it just for the chicken leg concussive blows and don't really care about the kebab part would be very upset.
Yeah, there's just like an absolute uproar. It's like, I just wanted the chicken, man.
Random LCK commentator ruined my purchase.
Well, I mean, honestly, like, you do expect to get a certain thing when you buy a skin.
Yeah.
So when you do get skin remakes, like, I was very upset when my Junkyard Trundle lost his one pink Converse shoe.
Yeah, that's so terrible.
Yeah, I've spoken about it many times, and so that's what could happen if someone removes the chicken leg.
Yeah. That one ward that was put down by Canyon, it makes Delight and Viper a little bit more careful about how they're pushing this lane, but they still have vision in the river, and they are not really going to care too much. It was just like a moment where like, oh, okay, we're fine.
Yep.
They're just going to constantly have push into this solution Braum lane. It's a really good choice here to grab the Karma. Strong matchup in the 2v2. The Karma's value for the rest of the comp is also pretty good. Like being able to speed up a Galio who's trying to look for a taunt, for example, is actually pretty massive. But, you know, not a whole lot of engage if your Jarvan is in trouble or isn't able to find the mark. So that's the questions that we do have for what this Karma will do later on. It's doing what it's supposed to in lane very well as Zeus takes a turret shot.
Oh dear, Aurora the Slayer is going to connect there as well, and the world has ended, but has it ended for Zeus, or will it end for one of the others? And the answer is Zeus gets out, does have to use the flash.
Yeah, that was pretty good for Zeus, actually. He still has his TP at level 6 before Keen. If Keen has level 6, that looks very different because he can just chase him down.
Yep. It does mean that there is no pressure on Keen anymore. Because, of course, no ulti, no flash.
Yeah, that's a pretty big win. But at the end of the day, just hoping for a little bit more there. Peanut will, in return, get the dragon. So does feel like a pretty large W for the overall game state here for Honda Life Esports that he gets out. Yep. And it's at the same time as this lane swap, so he could just TP to match Keen in the bottom lane. And we reset here. As Ruler and Dora are like, oh no, that Karma
Yeah, why are they still here?
Remember when Karma was played top?
Oh, yeah. Remember when Janna was played top?
I don't like to think. Dun Dun thinks of it fondly.
Do you remember when 80 LeBlanc was played top?
Dun Dun remembers it fondly. Remember when 07 Jax won challenges? Dun Dun remembers it fondly.
Why is it just Dun Dun that's just there in my brain for everything that I remember about top lane?
I want to say he went to Turkey recently. I think that's where he is.
He is certainly having a good time somewhere.
Yeah, he might be in LTS South. I want to say he's in Turkey now. Chronicler's got a Dun Dun tracker.
Yeah, Chronicler definitely knows. He said it to me recently where he went, and I just don't remember enough.
Surely he'll let us know in chat soon.
Please, Cronny.
Well, no Smite Janna top. He's not doing that wherever he is.
Yeah.
But he remembers it fondly.
SK Gaming, so he's over in the LEC.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Thank you, prompter person.
Yeah, whoever is prompting us, we care about you. All right, Zeus going to get knocked off once again. If at first you don't succeed, guys, you try, and you try again. As Canyon grabs himself the kill, Keen was just uninterested. A Scion does not need kills.
No, Scion doesn't need to hit his ult either. He just gets really mad and becomes
Hey, he hit the damage.
Yeah!
You know, there's that.
Who needs CC when you have a Pantheon who can just point click?
Yep, true.
All right, well, that's going to be a plate for Keen at least.
Yeah, this is a very, very happy Scion. Just Pacific rimming there in the bottom side of the map. Having a very good time.
So look at the distance between Zeus and Pantheon. Look at it now. Pantheon's pretty good. You mean he could do that and then he just presses his stun button? That's wild.
And he just didn't even need to use the stun for so long as well. Yeah, it's a little bit of a checkmate scenario. And so Zeus will be able to catch this wave, but like you said, the plate does go down already. A 10 CS advantage for a Scion is kind of not how I was envisaging this lane to be at this stage. So well, good attention there by Canyon.
Exactly. I mean, it's on Canyon to save it, and he has done way more than that, as it will be Peanut picking up these grubs again. Does feel pretty good for an Aatrox, so less good for a Galio, but still high value on this one. It's not the biggest top laner side lane grubs, but the Ziggs, obviously, it would get tons of value out of it, so it's a very significant deny here by Honda Life Esports.
Yep. You can see that Rule is down like 9 CS as these lanes are going to stop. Of course, I think Viper will get back to lane a little bit faster if this is going to be reset time for Ruler as well. So not exactly end of the world right now for the bottom lane of Gen G, but that was where the biggest issues were for them.
Yeah, and it was obviously the Karma Sivir that started things off, but in the Legend group, sometimes you just have the bottom 2v2 decide the game in like the first 7 minutes or so, and you're like, well, I guess that's it. This game is pretty exciting because of the 3 so far, it's been the closest start.
Yeah.
And both of these drafts, you know, scale really well into late game team fights, and there's a really strong front line here for this Ziggs Lucian, but it's a Sivir comp. They've got Jarvan engaged. It's going to be a fun one. Like, I'm pretty hyped. Keen, probably a little bit less hyped about what he's about to see. Might have to flash.
Yeah, his Unstoppable Onslaught just came off cooldown, but of course wasn't going to be very good into a Cataclysm. So the Scion is not super happy about the J4 existing.
I don't know if they really want to try this again. They're going to think better of it. Peanut, definitely not.
It's some pretty cool items that Keen has as well, so I think they're happy with the flash.
I think so. Zeus is just trying his best to lane into Ruler and Duro. You know, we all remember lane swaps. Zeus is remembering it not so fondly, as Dundon remembers his top lane moments right now, but yeah, he's just going to absorb the pressure here. It's kind of plates traded.
This is so much better for Gen G.
Yeah, I feel like this is way better for them because the Lucian Braum gets to avoid the Karma Sivir and put pressure on the Aatrox, and the Scion is like, this is where I was born to live on the weak side.
Yeah. This is my job. Thank you for allowing me to do my job. Yeah. And this wave clear for the Ziggs, now that he does have Luden's done, is kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean, he's already starting to put pressure on these turret plates, and with his passive, he just rips them apart. Zeus will get a demolish proc here, though, so
yeah, it's a bit back.
We're kind of trading plates, and it's a little bit of a slower the game, and you and I are like basically got the abacus out, like, oh, this plate went over here, and like Ziggs puts pressure over there. But that's the kind of game I've been kind of looking forward to, because the first 2 games were very explosive. There wasn't a lot of breathing room. There wasn't a lot of time to get to tense dragon setups. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, Han will have the setup, and they're going to run over Ruler. Or in the first game, like, Ruler's quirky is just untouchable. Now, it's a game.
It is.
For now. We'll see. Because
I'm just a bit embarrassed because you've admitted that we both use abacuses still.
Yeah.
And a lot of people would just use their phone.
I know. Well, yesterday I was talking about TI calculators, and now I've really been outed.
Oh, man. The games that you were listing were not the same as the ones that I played.
Oh, yeah? What'd you play?
I can't tell you. Okay. Because I just can't talk about it. As that is going to be Canyon locking down the smite this time around, as nice spell shield there from Viper is going to make Keen's life considerably worse. But still, that is going to be the Drake secured by Gen G. One apiece, I believe, between the 2 squads, and denying the objective feats of strength.
Ocean Soul, pretty good actually for both teams. I think better for Gen G, only slightly. It's not the best Drake you could have had, of course, but still, it's going to be one of those Ocean Souls where you don't just roll your eyes. I think it's still going to be some value. Keen has been the target for so long.
Yeah, it doesn't have flash. So this Cataclysm just doing a whole lot of work. Gets stunned up, or snared at least, by the Karma. And so that means that Keen is just going to be turned into a zombie. Nothing he can really do about that. It will equalize the gold entirely between these 2 squads with that pickup.
Canyon had ultimate and was bottom side and didn't decide to impact the play. And now I certainly think he can't. You see, Chovy is also nearby with his ultimate. He's just going to catch this wave. Yep. And that was smart. Also, Keen did get the cannon in Zombie Scion, so small victories. Trying to kill Zeus without Pantheon is just not going to happen, though. And Canyon was bottom side, but he was like, ooh, I just don't like trying to save this play. Keen was definitely dead. Doesn't commit there. Even though they had Chovy, like if you look at the map right now, Chovy is pretty far away. Like I don't think that you can make the decision to just Pantheon ult here and then Ziggs ult. It's just not going to be quick enough. Which is sad, because I think Keen, with this comp, if they were like a little bit more heads up on this, if they knew the pathing of that Jarvan, they may have tried to turn that one around, but I don't think it was possible in this scenario.
Yep, not wanting to give up tempo elsewhere on the map. I think Keen made the call, like, I'm dead. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just trying to get what you can elsewhere on the map. And as you can see, Gen G actually pulling it back to a 500 gold lead immediately afterwards, as it was kind of equalized in that moment, but the resulting play does mean that Gen G are able to regain some control.
I'm curious how much first strike gold Chovy has already this game. I mean, he has a 15 CS lead, but he has 1,000 gold the advantage without really getting too much done. Like, he doesn't have any kills. He got 2 plates. And you see that first strike just keeps ticking in. Feels so good in a matchup like that where you can just constantly harass the Galio with really no fear of anything.
Yeah. Here on this bottom side of the map, I think Zaya's not super happy about the Sunfire Cape and the Bramble Vest that Keen has built up, which is certainly helping Keen. still, I mean, Zeus' Aatrox does deal with tanks relatively well. That's why he was picked. It's Peanut going to turn up. Finds Duro as the Winter's Bite is going to miss. Taunt to come through. Interruption there from Duro, but it's not going to interrupt his death. That is going to be secured. And just one more necessary for HLE to lock down the Feats of Warfare.
They're going to try to maybe set up a cross map. I just don't think it's a good idea. Zeus has ult flash, and there's no wave. So, in fact, Zeus is like, I'm going to read this. Comes over here and is like, there's pings as well. They're like, nope, I don't think so, Canyon. There is no cross map for you. Can't even get a blue buff. Really good read from Hanwha Life. And it's a bit of a puzzling moment there on the top side for Gen G. Like, when I was watching, I was like, is there a reason? And there just wasn't any fault there, and Duro was just way out of position, got caught.
Well, Chovy, let's see how the Satchel's going to do. Interrupts. As Flag and Drag going to be illegal. Mega Inferno Bomb, massive damage. There's the knockup from Keen, and Canyon brings down the stars to take out the jungler. Peanut thinking better of that one. Man, Chovy Ziggs looking pretty slick.
It's a pretty good sign that he can stop those Flag and Drags on demand like that. Like, he's just so ready for it, for what these team fights are going to look like later on, because he is the primary target. Zeus is going to get a whole turret as well after the Scion showed there in mid. He just pushes that one down. Doesn't even have, like, he doesn't need a TP or anything right now. He's sitting pretty. Then he will also get the Herald. So they're
This
winning.
game is so close.
Yeah, they are winning a lot right now. But Zeus gets a lot back as well, is really what I'm getting at. And see if he... No, there's no ult for Keen, so he's not actually going to commit to a all-in, but would have won, I think, in a longer trade. This is the power of this comp here for Gen G. It's like, oh, I'm ganking Chovy, but then Canyon is here, has ult. The ultimate here for the Scion is practically a global. You can just see how quickly, if you don't get the kill immediately as Hanwha Life, you just get, like, it's like a swarm of bees coming out of the nest, man. They're just gonna catch you. You're gonna get stung.
This is it's impressive use of how this this composition works from Gen G. But the answer was there, right? Like, Zeus got the free time towards the bottom side of the map, was able to take down that first turret. Decent influx of gold there. As I feel like every time we go into a replay, we come back and Gen G has made an extra 600 gold compared to their opposition. Like, it's not very, it doesn't feel fair. I'm sure it is, if we were to have a look at things, but it's just kind of strange. As Viper Spell Shield going to be utilized. Duro not really finding the angles, and it's hard, right? Because it needs to be a Duro POG because his game one was so good.
Yeah, it's
but the Braum, it's not inspiring.
It's really not, it's not saving it for him just yet.
No. It's also not really a champion that ever really does. It's just Braum's, you know?
No.
It's a fine pick. It's just not fancy.
Yeah, I always ask the question, like, can you name the most iconic Braum player of all time? And people are always like,
Ejim.
Yeah, well, you always say that.
100% it's Ejim. He hated Braum more than any other person I ever knew that played professional League of Legends.
It's just, it's funny to think that, like, almost every other support you can think of someone instantly, but Braum, it takes a little time. This Herald is going to get dropped here for Gen G, which is big because Dragon is being taken. It's hard for them to actually stop this, though, because the Herald alone isn't necessarily going to be enough.
Peanut is taking a very long time to do this, and Canyon is now moving in as best he can. Viper will be able to deal with this Rift Herald as Zeus is moving in as well. Gen G bring themselves over as Delight is taking the Scion for a walk. Zeka gets behind this Dragon as Canyon dives in on top of Peanut. He's deciding not to pull the trigger, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is just eaten by Zeka. Zeus now off to the side. There's the Spell Shield from Viper doing all of the work. As Canyon puts up the door. There goes the Drake as Peanut is lying on the floor. Ruler is now free to dash around this fight wherever he wants, and Canyon just gets on top of Zeus. He's forced underneath this just barely alive outer turret, and Gen G, they'll pick up the feats of strength and also deny that second dragon for HLE and win the fight.
Yeah, and they should be able to grab this turret right away as well. Ruler will take this one out, so more money. And Chovy going to get the satchel explode on this bottom turret, so double turrets off of this, and suddenly it's a swing of 3,000 gold into their favor. Now watch this teleport here from Chovy. Zeka instantly taunts, and so Chovy has to flash it, gets away. Chovy's out of the fight here, does very little initially in this, and that's when it looks like maybe Hanwha can do this, because this Sivir is starting to do big work. Duro's engage is really kind of worthless, but then this angle from Peanut is pretty weak, and Chovy starts to do damage. Viper gets pushed away, and there's just not a lot of damage here for the comp of Hanwha Life, and Viper can't get it done alone, and they just got picked apart. Cool idea there with the taunt to grab Chovy, but since he just flashes it, now you have a Galio in an awkward spot. Yep. Gen G just outplayed them there.
There's a joke about bugs that I could have made there that I decided not to. I think I'm growing as a person.
Yeah.
So not gonna. It was a good one though. The joke in my head. So just give me credit.
I think I can see where you're going with it.
Yeah, I think there was a recent video.
Yeah.
Really going into it, and the player in question is in the game, so it's topical. Feels good.
Now everyone knows what you mean.
Yeah. Horizon Focus is done here for Chovy, and so this Ziggs, who was already extraordinarily far ahead, 35 CS and change, 2,000 gold, the lead. And look at this, the couple of outer ring turrets have been taken down already. Top lane going to be the next on the menu if Chovy does want to head over there.
I was scared for Ruler for a second.
Oh, it was Ruler
saw that,
position.
and he was like, I don't know. I think he actually just dies if he walks up on the Viper like that one more time. Peanut does not quite have the gap close. He had Flash. You know, I was kind of worried for Ruler. Ruler also has Flash, and he is Lucian, but they don't get him.
Yep.
Was scary. When I see Ruler there, when you see Ruler there, we get nervous.
Oh, Otacon has just been started. That's why Peanut is booking it over to this side of the map. But look at the vision. There is just nothing that HLE can see. They've just used their Scryer, but look at this. Keen is a brick wall, just standing in front, denying entry here for HLE as Ruler and Canyon are looking to finish this one off. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb as Viper eats it with a spell shield, but Peanut not so lucky. Zeus getting on over, but he doesn't have Smite, so he's not going to be stopping this from going down. The interruption! No justice for you, Zeka, as Ruler will get his fangs in and finds the Gargoyle. Now Viper needing to get himself out with a cleanse, and honestly, Viper has played it about as well as he can, but unfortunately everyone around him has just fallen.
Yeah, just two massive teamfight wins back-to-back for Gen G around Dragon. You know, the first one on the actual Dragon, the second here on Otacon, and this map is just completely blown open now. 3,000 gold becomes 5,000. Hanwha Life just struggling to defend against this Zig siege of the turret.
Keen is having a very fun time just pressing Q over and over again, hoping Delight walks up, as he's just barely out of vision. That was very cute. Yeah, this is looking rough for HLE.
Yeah, everybody partied in the bottom lane. They're not able to get the turret. Hanwha Life had to come down and deal with that, but this setup is lackluster at best here for Hanwha Life. The Peanut rotated over a little bit late, gets caught by this Q, and they just instantly blow him up. Spell Shield is good from Viper, but you lost your jungler, and Zeus is just denied entry into the fight. Like, there's so much vision that if he tried to walk through that tri-brush, he would have just gotten collapsed on as well.
Keen interrupted a flag and drag and then a Justice Punch.
Yeah, he just isn't going to let you do anything. And like, Zeus just wasn't involved in that whole exchange. Peanut wasn't either because he was the first one to get caught and taken out. And it's just that simple for Gen G. They had so much pride on that Otacon. It was not a risk to them at all to take it.
Oh man,
Ruler?
Maybe? Okay, Ruler.
Maybe this time.
Yeah, the Flag and Drag is going to be able to pick him up. Let's see whether he can get out of this Cataclysm as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. Viper in so much trouble. Ruler, he flashes and gets the 1-for-1. Kill goes over to Light as well to add insult to injury as immediately down goes the Karma. Duro going to be able to slow up Peanut here, and Gen G, I think they're just starting to run away with it as Peanut might, never mind, no Flag and Drag for you. It's a bouncy bomb instead, and he didn't like it.
Did Ruler just get palm? Did he just say no justice for support?
No,
Is that what just happened?
No. It's Keen Palm.
The Keen Palm is kind of a cute angle. I'm gonna like entertain it for a minute.
I reckon we should entertain it.
Yeah,
it seems entertaining to me because I don't think it's not Duro anymore.
No, it's
that's the rough part.
Watch Lucian, or Ruler rather, playing Lucian in this first-person view. By the way, does not flash this Cataclysm. By the way, only flashes at the very end to secure the kill.
Yeah, that's the right way to use Flash. Only to kill people. And look at Keen. Comes in, takes down Delight.
Duro, hold on, sets up potentially.
Boom. But look at Keen. Stands in Brush Channel's Q.
Yeah, but I don't know. Duro set that up. Maybe he is Palm.
He did. He also pressed Q.
Yeah. He also pressed the right clicks on him as well.
He did. It's really difficult to know. Petals looking pretty Gen G favorable, and that will continue that way because they are the ones that picked up the Otacon, and Chovy has Magize. Yep,
yeah.
that's a descriptor on the state of the game right there. They also have Soul Point from that last fight, 4.5 minutes on the next Drake, and
often
Shadow Flame as well. Oh my God!
Often in comps like this.
Oh no, he didn't actually. He sold back the Majais.
Well, he's realized that if he has a Majais, it's unlikely to get fully stacked, but if he keeps the Dark Seal, it's full stacks.
Hey, that's true.
He's a kind of...
But every like assist and kill he gets from now on is it feels wasted. You know,
for
he's
now.
already capped out.
But, you know, in these comps for Hanwha Life, you want to try to collapse and punish. Chovy is the target.
Cataclysm immediately flashed out there by Chovy. He wants nothing to do with it. Keen? Will he die? Well, the answer is yes. It'll just take a really long time. Azaius not going to get caught up by those concussive blows. And Keen is just going to be sacrificed. Well, I think tanking extraordinarily effectively there, as we saw, made sure that they didn't get any extra kills.
When you don't have the Baron buff and you're pushing up like that, like Hanwha Life's comp is incredibly strong at punishing. Like Ruler was able to trade a kill back there, but he was caught. I think Gen.G need to be a little bit more careful about how they push up into this Hanwha Life esports comp because it's incredibly like Duro.
Yep.
Hello.
Going to get knocked up. Ruler is going to be able to come on over, but the Infernal Chains are going to be there. Still,
I mean,
wins the war, not enough.
One more pick like this, and suddenly Hanwha Life can 100% get Baron. I mean, Keen does have TP, and he's up in 10 seconds, so I don't think they can do it this time, but you really got to be careful, Gen.G. You have a massive lead, but all it takes is just one little Jarvan flag, and suddenly Hanwha Life Esports could get right back in the game.
Oh, Canyon and Chovy feeling like they have an angle here, as Peanut is going to get spotted. So not too much.
I think Gen.G are... Like, it was a bit of a scary reality check, but they're still very much in the driver's seat here. Is these types of plays are the only way back into the game for Hanwha Life. Chovy has Satchel, he has Flash, he gets out, they turn on to Keen. It's a bit of a greedy setup here for Gen.G. There's just no one really to peel, and Canyon can't go in alone here anymore. So he's just going to watch Keen die and then back away. Duro nearly dying was also a little bit of a flub, but he gets away. Does lose his Flash, but he's got unsealed, so he'll get some value elsewhere.
Yep, and there's still bounties up, right? Like, it's still a really rough position for HLE, but we did see how it could potentially turn around.
And I don't think it will turn around, honestly, Atlas, but, like, let's keep our eyes on Ruler.
Yeah.
Still, he's got his Flash back up soon.
I'm ready to become a believer. I am ready.
Yeah, if that LDR comes through, you know, you kill that Scion. Like, Viper carries, we've seen it. Viper Life Esports has that moniker for a reason. It's just going to take a lot of heavy lifting here on the engaged champs.
Yep, and it's not exactly a game-winning soul or anything like that. The Ocean is good, obviously, especially if you can draw out the fights, but it's not going to be end of the world, as Chovy throwing bouncing bombs all over the place. Even the couple of Ocean Drakes he has going to be pretty helpful there.
I think for Hanwha Life, you kind of have to just let them do Dragon and hope you can maybe try to start Baron and look for a turn.
Hold on for 5.5 minutes or something and just take an Elder.
Because, like, fighting into Gen.G here is not possible, but making Gen.G come to you and fighting on a turn, that's viable. Even, you know, 5,000 gold down if they get the right target. Delight!
Oh dear. He's going to have to flash immediately. Zayas is on a flank angle as they do just destroy the Karma. Peanut next on the menu. He is going to be able to drag his way out as a redemption to keep him up as Ruler going aggressive. One more time between turrets. And he's feeling good about it. Zayas trying to get himself into the backline. A big taunt from Zeko, but Ruler is still just fine. Just pursues his way out. And Viper gets flashed on, stabbed in the back by Canyon. And this game may not even make it to a soul. Gen.G might just put them in the ground right here.
No Baron required. And I hate to say it for Duro, but I think Ruler is going to get most people's votes again.
My vote that I don't have is for Keen, though.
This is one cannon minion actually gets turret aggro.
Oh, survives that? Look at the guy. Calculated. Using his whole health bar. Mega Inferno Bomb. Boom goes the Dynamite, and down goes Delight. HLE, they do get a game in the series, but unfortunately, they do not manage to take down Gen.G today. Looking pretty angry in that third game, to be honest.
I was hoping maybe to answer the question that doesn't like it happen if you can satchel both Nexus turrets at the same time. Like he almost did it.
Get the crossover.
He almost did it if it was possible. I'm not sure if the game doesn't let you, but anyway, Gen.G getting a lead suddenly, you know, with some really big punishes and just running away with the game with their insane wave clear and pushing power. And they do end up taking it here in the end. Game 3 was, as we often say, close until it wasn't. And Gen.G just ran away with it. There were some attempts to catch Ruler. There was that kill onto Keen. But unfortunately for Hanwha Life Esports, they just got, like, Delight got caught. They tried to fight it out and lost the game without being able to play that Baron trade. They did not get to contest the Dragon. And Gen.G, I mean, They had them at checkmate, and all Peanut could do was try to find a mistake, try to find an overextension, try to find an error, and Genji just wasn't going to give it to him.
Yep, and once again, Canyon is allowed to play Pantheon. And this was a thing I just don't think should have been possible.
Yeah, I don't. Why let that through? You know, why play that way?
Yep. I mean, you did have to pick your poison, right? It was either that or the Varus, but maybe the Varus would have been something that
or
you're
just
okay with.
Like let Peanut play Pantheon and let Ruler have Varus, or let Viper have Varus. You know, trade it like you were saying in the draft.
I mean,
a better option.
Yeah, leave it up so that at least you get one of those power picks. That is a very good point. But the fact that he's been able to play it 3 times just means that there's so many other things that you need to take away. It's very similar to some of the issues that we were talking about in terms of T1, right? It's just, especially Carrier, too many things he's not allowed to play. And so many of your bans get used up. And so some of these big things do sneak through.
Yeah, I think Hanwha Life really played their own game in terms of draft today. Like, when you think about Sivir Galio, the speed-ups, plus the Karma, like, there's so many angles for Zeka to get in there and set up a taunt or make a big play if you're not behind, right? It's just, you know, when you watch these fights play out, you don't have enough control. And, like, they almost got Chovy, but he flashed over the wall, and the fight's just so messy here. The Aatrox love skirmishes in the earlier part of the mid-game where you're at an even game state, but they just weren't, and this fight wasn't even a fight. It was like an Otacon take plus bonus kills as Hanwha Life Esports just showed up in the area, and like lost Peanut and gave the Otacon. It's, you know, fights like this that just showcase how dominant Genji are when they have even a little bit of map control. And that's what Legend Group looks like in our top 3. It does. This is the ending moment where Delight gets caught and they still, you know, they're like, well, we can't just give this up. We have to try to play this out.
And you could see what the plan was, right? Like, Zeus was like, I'm on a flank angle, we could potentially do this, but unfortunately they all just kind of explode before he can even make his way in. And then he tries to do it with a whole bunch of people already dead. Ruler playing it out gorgeously towards the end.
Piecemeal, you know, if Zeus is there right away, or if the Galio hits multiple people, he get the flash taunt, but the fight's already over. And Genji just run through, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Yep. Genji are just going to win this series. Their 25th of the season. And this is as close to it as it gets to beating Genji, right? Like, T1 did it once, and then since then we haven't really had a team get close. And like, was this game close? Not really, to be honest, but you know, the early game was even. We saw Hanwha take the game in the series.
The series was close.
Yeah.
Why did Keen do that much damage?
He was sunfiring, he was caping.
He was really, like, if there's, like, he's a boom boom damage vote and a true POM vote at the same time.
All right, let's make Ox Maul. Are you ready?
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like we're like
probably Ruler. I want it to be Keen, and it's definitely not Duro, sadly. Not this
Not
time.
after the Braum game, sadly.
And we need to bring back POG. And Ruler is going to pick it up. His Corki was revolting.
To be honest,
in the first game.
I'll say something controversial. Please. Justice for these 80 carries that keep popping off. Justice for the 80 carries that keep popping off.
As I think his Orcs just left. I think he's preemptively left. No justice, and so the supports that we have on the space are just not going to be there. So I guess Dagon is solo hosting for the rest of the day.
Yeah, he looked like he was doing a little spring cleaning over there as well. Cleaning up some objects over on the space. Good on you, Dagon.
He does have a fair bit of Genji paraphernalia there.
Yeah.
So probably ready for something that's going to be happening after that. So, I mean, definitely a great game from Genji. The first one and the last one, very, very clean. That middle game, though, can give people some hope for HLE.
Yeah, I mean, HLE also played the early game in Game 3 pretty well.
Yep.
Until there were some disasters and team fights that kind of just snowballed the game away from them. But it was a good series overall for them. Maybe if we get to playoffs in a best of 5, they go deep. Maybe Game 5 Zeka comes back. I'm not going to predict that right now because Zeka, I think, needs to level up a little bit. But hey, if you're a Hanwha Life fan, there's still a lot of league left to play. There's still a lot of tournament left in the LCK.
And they're also, like, never going to be not in the playoffs, right? They're not even going to be in the play-ins, as it's definitely them in that top 3. So now it's time for us to throw it over to the Ruler interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the POM interview translation, joined by Ruler on the side of Genji. Congratulations! Thank you, thank you. against Life Esports, you got a 2-1. So how would you rate today's match? The enemy played really well. They definitely gave us a tough time. But you were the winner today. Yeah, I'm just quite relieved. And Ruler, this is your third POM in a row. Did you expect to get it today too? I didn't really consider it, but now that I got it, it makes me happy. Feels amazing. You had such an amazing, aggressive performance with Corki, Ezreal, and Lucian. Let's talk about game 1. You guys left Yunara open, and she's considered so OP that the trend is to ban her, so why did you guys free her? I feel like it really depends, because if you keep banning Yunara, it actually does give you a disadvantage because you actually have to give up some of the bans. So I think it's just really just some give and take. And in game 1, your Corki's damage was just so insane. And Corki, out of all the 80 carries, he relies heavily on skill shots. So, do you play Corki when you just are simply confident in landing skill shots? Corki as a champion is actually really playable against any sort of matchup. So, I feel like he's also quite strong when you go late game with him. So I think that's why I end up utilizing him pretty often. And in game 3, for your mid pick, you guys were considering Smolder before picking Ziggs. So can you walk us through the draft? I feel like Smolder, we just hovered him just, for fun. But I feel like in the mid lane, Ziggs is really what's more viable. So we just ended up going with Ziggs as our official pick. And in game 3, Pantheon was left open, and we're starting to see him more on the map. And there's a lot of debate between he's still bannable versus he's not that bad. So what are your thoughts? I don't know how to explain exactly, but for Pantheon, it's also more of, whether you take him or not, you just have to take the risk, and there are pros and cons of getting him or leaving him open. And Gen.G just keeps showing up with unbelievable team fighting abilities, and analyst Helios even said that words are not enough to describe how good Gen.G is in every way. So, do you agree with that? Yeah, I think our team fights are quite impressive, and I think it's really cool to see how good we are. And you guys are closing out round 4 undefeated, so what is your mindset going into round 5? Yeah, we have one match each against a lot of the teams, but I want to keep up our performance and keep showing everyone a good performance as well. And any message to your fans? We always see a lot of fans coming up with really creative fan signs, and they're sending us so much energy, and I hope that they can keep sending us energy so that we can keep performing well. We look forward to even more destructive power from Gen.G, and that's the end of the interview with Ruler, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. As there was definitely destructive power in this last series. And when it was in the form of voting. Y'all, robbery! Robberation! Theft! Thievery just happened! What is this?
I don't understand.
What is media doing? What is media doing? What does this man have to do? This is crazy!
Lucky.
This is crazy.
I think you should give the additional point when he plays Braum. It's not the point that you play Braum, you don't get the POM. You actually get the POM because you played Braum, right? Braum is one of the champions that you really don't want to play, but it gives so much things for your team. And don't you remember the game 1? His playmaking.
Ox is about to explode.
I think if we flip, this is what happens. If you flip it, if game 1 had happened in the last game, I think he would have gotten votes. I think that's how it is, right? But I think his game 1 was really good. His game 2, Start was really good. Game 3, I don't think like it wasn't really down to them. I think Canyon did a lot more in Game 3, which is why I think Canyon got some votes. But to me, I feel like Canyon kind of gapped in Game 2, which is why I didn't go for it. I feel like Duro has just shown that, like, despite being still, you got to remember, he's still so new to the LCK. I feel like it's not just his mechanical ability, it's also his sense on where to be on the map. And so often, you know, we saw that so much in Game 1 and Game 2. He's in the right place at the right time. He's making the plays happen. He's setting up his team. And I think that's something that really he is shining and showing consistently in his games.
Yeah, I mean, especially Game 1, I remember when they actually made the great gank on the top lane. Like, it was actually like 1 second different, you know. Delight also arrived on the top lane, but Duro was a second earlier. And I think it was the moment where I decided to vote for...
But have you considered that Ruler did a lot of damage?
Well, I guess that's what happened, right? But I just want to call him Duro Opa at this point.
There it is. I wanted you to say it once. Duro Opa. Thank you, Wadid. All right, let's see what all the other wrong voters did as we take a look at other comments. There it is. Justice for this 80 carry. Wolf, another one. He just wanted to be...
Yeah, I think 80 carry is really underrepresented in POM. He's only getting like every single one constantly, like 97% of them it feels.
All right. Okay, let's see what else we got here. On the Korean broadcast side, Ruler goes... Brrrt! Ruler goes... Ta 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 ta!
This is a pretty good comment. I like this. This is pretty good.
Okay. I guess you don't really like that.
It's a good comment. I'm conflicted. It's a great comment. It's just not...
You gotta appreciate the comments, right?
All right.
Regardless, you gotta appreciate the comments.
It doesn't... Okay, so Jisun said that my Bert didn't sound like the Gatling gun. What does the Gatling gun Bert sound like?
Like brrrr, and like brrrr. That's more like Gatling gun sounds. Right?
All right.
You're worse than me.
I can do it.
No,
I can do it.
I don't think so.
I'm Latino. I can roll my R's.
No, I don't.
Okay. You want a tongue roll battle here?
I'm good. Thanks.
All right, yeah.
Next.
Right. Oppa. All right, let's go. Let's see what else we got here next. Ruler ruled the bot lane today. Pony!
That's
you got
He's slacking. He's slacking. He's a slacker. He's slacking.
You gonna
right?
stand for this?
Oh my god.
You gonna stand for this?
Oh my god. This I can't accept this.
Pony owes us salt bread. Now he owes all of chat salt bread for that not Pony-esque type comment. Because Pony's comments are normally good. Canyon saying, sorry, not Canyon. Cloud Templar saying about Canyon, when it's difficult to choose POM, I'll just go for someone in the C family.
I respect that. I respect it.
Dakota Dan. Look at Dan. You guys saw it earlier when we saw that Ruler was the POM and I was setting up the space. Dan is an absolute professional right now. Ox is an absolute professional right now.
It is what it is.
Just take it.
I need a media comment here to make it even worse. All right, difficulty hard, leave it to Canyon. All right, thank you, Prince. All right, those were your comments as it was another 80 carry bot laner taking the POM here in round number 4. They have dominated the POM voting, just like Gen G has dominated the standings here.
Yeah, and I think 2 outcomes of this. HLE taking the game big, showing some life big, but still very clearly below Gen G and T1 in terms of form, and T1 are hot in their tails. Remember, despite the fact they took a game of Gen G, they didn't manage that against T1. So I think that spot in second is feeling very temporary for HLE right now.
Yeah, I mean, still, today's performance from HLE was decent enough. It was just against Gen G, and I feel like their performance got back. I think the situation that they had for like early game sequence and also for the objective, I think it was pretty decent overall.
All right, let's take a look at the Helios clip here that he has for his comment. I'm sure he has something good for us.
하기 싫은 거.
바텀 아니 이게 아이디어가 이제 점점
They are all slacking actually.
근데 정말 바텀에서 그런 영향력을
Yeah, see, they're out of ideas.
Out
you
of
can't see
ideas?
this one because of the brightness, but this next matchup is the battle of the fans. This is a Bro fan right here. You can see the logo there. This is a Showmaker fan right here, but the logo's there. You can't quite see it. It's Bro, it's D plus Kia. It's time for some culture and the Rise group after the break. See you in a bit.
오늘 조연출로 연장을 해서 은비님을 이제 첫 만남을 갖게 됐는데
아! 죄송합니다.
괜찮아요.
아, 나 미치겠네. 나 왜 이렇게 막대 못 먹냐?
상대 원딜이랑 CS 한 개밖에 차이 안 나요.
그래요?
아이고 고생했습니다. 김광현한테 시켜. 카메라 잡아야지. 이거. 카메라 잡아야지. 아 이제 빨리 지금 선배 카메라 끄는데 뭐 하냐?
아니, 늘 재미는 있어요. 게임하면 너무 답답해서 그렇지.
뭐가 답답해?
네, 서포트.
가서 간단하게 앉아서 우리 어땠는지 얘기하고.
피드백?
그래. 아 그것도 재밌겠는데? 자세가 아주 괜찮은 거 같아. 왜 이동이 안 되나 이거? 이거 어떻게 이거 땡기는 이거 움직이면 어떻게 하는 거야? 아우 되네. 야. 야, 진짜. 나 차라리 네가 앉아갖고 내가 뒤에서 말로 이렇게 해줄게. 그냥 피드백할 때 어디서부터 봐야 돼? 라인저부터 봐야 돼.
네. 이게 근데 뒷무빙을 원래 하면 안 되는데.
그래요?
그럼 시작하기 전에 소개 먼저 하고.
저요?
네.
저요?
네.
마스크 벗어도 되는 거죠 그러면?
네.
나실라나? 나실라나? 나실라나?
아 그거 저 아이 이상했어. 아니 이상했어요.
아, 처음에 너무 빡세게 하면 걸릴 것 같아서. 아, 죄송합니다. 아, 이게 근데 어쩔 수 없더네. 아, 죄송합니다. 아, 이게 근데 어쩔 수 없더네. 아, 안녕하세요. 아, 처음 뵙겠습니다. 현 아카데미에서 애들을 알려주고 있는 피갈레 최관진입니다. 네, 아, 네. 많이 봤습니다.
네.
아, 그 LCK 아나운서님.
네. 저 진짜 월즈 우승 사람한테 배워요?
그래도 잘하는 사람한테 배워야죠.
네.
그래도.
어떤 선생님 원하는 시나리오에 제가 여쭤봤을 때는
네.
피글렛님 이름이 나오진 않아요.
약간 착한 이미지들. 저는 그럼 어떻게 생각하세요?
좋게 생각해요. 아니 그 석소로 엄청 유명하시지 않으세요?
초반에는 아 이거 망했다. 아 이거 어떻게 해야 되지 진짜 그 오만 가지 생각이 들었는데 그 중반부터 그래도 괜찮아졌어요. 공 쓰는 거나 아니면 이제 뭉쳐 다니는 거나
네. 쫄아 있나요 제가?
일반 사람들이 대부분 나오는 습관성 뒷무빙이 있어요. 치고 뒤로 가고 앞으로 갔다가 이제 치고 또 뒤로 가고. 네.
저 근데 몰랐어요.
다 이래요.
근데 제리도 그러고 있는데?
네. 그러니까 서로
상대도 저였다니까요.
서로 자신감이 없어요. 아니 너 파밍해? 나도 파밍할래. 나 제발 파밍하게 해줘. 이래요 서로 둘 다 지금. 차라리 이게 뒤로 움직이는 게 아니라 이제 옆으로 움직이면 돼요. 네, 이렇게 옆으로 갔다가 오른쪽으로 또 한번 갔다가.
네.
세라핀 스킬 다 알고 계세요?
네.
E가 뭐예요?
이가 속박.
네, 그리고 Q가.
Q가 던져서 슝 하는
네.
거.
스킬을 1렙 때 썼잖아요, 세라핀이. 여기서부터 그러면 이제 내가 내 Q를 맞춰야겠다 이러고 앞으로 나가야 돼요. 이제 라인전 상대 스킬 없는데 너무 쫄면 안 돼요, 원딜은.
네.
이러면 이제 우리 원딜 뭐함 이러죠. 근데 이게 또 보면 만화를 반쯤 되면 이제 아껴 써야 되는데 여기서 다 써버려요. 2까지 쓰고. 원래 2 하나만 남겨놔도 다음 큐에 또 견제를 할 수 있는데 막 써가지고 이제 만화가 없는. 프리일 때는 그냥 막 써도 돼요. 그냥 상대방은 챔피언 최대한 맞추려고 하는 건데
네.
반 정도가 되면 이제 좀 신중하게 쓴다.
반 정도 되면 신중하게 쓴다.
이 정도만 돼도 라인전은 괜찮아서.
괜찮을까요?
네. 이제 좀 이상하게 죽는 게 나와요. 이상하게 죽는 게 나와요. 그리고 이제 스킬 다 맞고 이제 궁을 쓰는데 세라핀 궁에 맞고 죽습니다. 이게 궁을 굳이 안 써도 되는 게 보시면
바보로
아니 아니 바보시면 바보가 아니고 바보시면 보면은 제가 얘를 막 하고 있잖아요.
네.
그럼 얘가 이제 거의 그럼 우리 원딜을 볼 거라 미포를 볼 거란 말이에요. 그러면 여기서 그냥 일로 걸어가면 돼요 이렇게 여기 붙어서. 그 다음에 공 쓰는 거.
이렇게 썼으면 좋았겠다.
네, 여기 이제 위쪽에서 아래로 쓰면 돼요.
네. 그럼 일단 라인전을 잘 해보고 쫄지 말고 시야를 좀 넓게 보고 만화 반일 때부터 조심하고.
네.
저 골드 갈 수 있을까요, 선생님? 저 골드 갈 수 있을까요, 선생님?
지금 상황으로는 좀
선생님이 근데 선생님이 그니까 그만큼 많이 도와주셔야 돼요.
우선은 제가 알려드리는 거잖아요. 그럼 제 말을 잘 들으셔야 돼요.
그건 들었어요. 자아를 없애라고.
네. 좋네요.
자아를.
다른 사람들이 뭐라고 해도 제 말만 들으셔야 돼요. 그거는 그러니까 진짜 다른 사람이 뭐 아이템 이거가 맞는데 이래도 제 말을 들어야 돼요. 제가 그러면 골드까지는 올려줄 수는 있을 것 같아요. 자아 없애면.
자아 없애면?
네. 원래 갑자기 아이언 됐다가 브론즈 되셨다고 해서 나 브론즈야 이러면서 어깨 올라가고 이러면 바로 이제 이걸 보여주고 옛날 성격이 나올 수도 있으니까 그거는.
선생님께서 은빈님을 위해서 아주 짧게나마 강의를 준비하셨어요.
아 진짜요?
이라야 되나요 그걸? 네, 제가 그래도 원딜로 우승한 사람으로서
네.
3가지 정도는 기억을 하셔야 된다. 이건 첫 번째 레슨. 원딜은 게임의 주인공 언제 어디서나 자신감 있게 플레이하기. 원딜은 자신감이 있어야지 잘할 수가 있는 라인. 습관성 백무빙이 나오면 안 되고
네.
앞으로 좀 더 가는. 불리할 때도 그렇고 유리할 때도 그렇고 항상
계속
자신감
앞으로
있게.
가요 저는
그런 건 아니지만 항상 뒤로 갈 때도 자신감 있게 뒤로 가라 이거죠. 좀 이따 너를 죽여줄게 이런 느낌으로. 두 번째 레슨은 뭐야 이거? 이것도 읽어야 되는 거야?
해주세요.
은빈 상황 보고 있는 거야? 상황 인지하기, 미니맵 주시는 기본. 근데 아까 전에도 이제 미니맵을 잘 못 봤잖아요.
네.
CS 하나 먹고 미니맵 한번 봐보고 CS 하나 먹고 미니맵 한번 봐보고. 그래서 우리 팀이 어디서 싸우는 세 번째 레슨은 네, 그쵸. 이게 제일 중요해요. 서포터가 못한다고 해서 막 탓하거나 이러면 거기서 이미 멘탈이 나가서 그 다음에 게임을 못해요.
근데 그래도 남 탓하는 게 더 낫지 않나요? 내 탓.
아니 근데
자신감을 잃지 않으려면 이거 서포 때문에.
그러니까 라인전을 만약에 내가 좀 안 됐을 때는 그래 뭐 우리 서포터가 상대 서포터보다 못했다.
적당히.
네 적당히.
가나비 골드.
첫 번째 과제 저 이제
과제가 있어요?
네. 못 지키시면
네.
안 돼요.
네.
네. 이미 이제 오늘부터죠 그러면. 7판으로.
7판.
만약에 7판을 못했으면 쉬는 날 때 많이 해서 더 채우시면 돼요. 할당률.
아.
항상.
이거 못하면 뭐
벌칙 있다고 제가 들었는데 이제 저는 벌칙을 안 받고 이제
같이 받아야죠. 저희는 이제 한 팀이에요, 선생님.
그럼 저도 같이 할 테니까 그럼 잘해주세요 제발. 제발 저 벌칙 받기 싫어요.
그런가요? 여러분 제가 하루에 솔랭 7판을 꼭 해보도록 하겠습니다. 약속을 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 지켜봐 주세요.
괜찮잖아요?
부담스러워. 잘해야 돼요.
할게요. 네. 선생님하고 이제 처음 만나보는 거예요.
네.
어때요? 채찍보다 들끓여요.
근데 생각보다 그렇게 무섭진 않으신 것 같아가지고 제가 잘하면은 그 무서움이 나오지 않지 않을까.
특히 원한 사람 없었어요.
왜 자꾸 근데 왜 다른 사람을 유도하세요? 저는 피글렛 선생님 너무 원했어요. 봐주셔서 너무 좋아요. 우리 선생님 최고.
은빈과의 첫 만남
네.
어떠셨나요?
엄청 밝은 분이신 것 같아요.
그래서 그렇게 스윗하셨던 거예요?
아니 왜냐면 지금 뭐 이제 처음 만나기도 했으니까 조금 어느 정도는 좀 살살한 것 같아요. 근데 이제 오늘부터 하신다 했으니까 이제 퇴근하시고 이제 작가님한테 연락을 해가지고 오늘 게임하고 있냐 이렇게 물어볼 예정이에요.
저한테 하지 말고 은빈님한테 다이렉트로 해요.
없으니까 이게.
너무 배워하세요.
아니 근데 너무 높으신 분이니까 이게.
너무
높으신 분이잖아. 이게 지금 부끄럽네요.
번호를 못 물어봐.
부끄럽습니다.
선생님 번호 좀 알려주세요.
알려드릴게요.
맞습니다.
챔피언 뭐 하시고 싶으세요?
미스포춘, 진, 바루스, 자야.
그럼 미포진.
미포진이요?
네.
너무 좋아요.
네, 미포진하고
makes me stronger.
브리온 화이팅!
무슨 일이지야?
스기야 화이팅! 스기야 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. We have one series left this week, and we have saved the absolute best until last. A series that you may think should be one-sided, but which side should it be? Because the Bros have been extraordinarily good at defeating DK, and once again, it's relatively unanimous. The DK votes feeling like they are the better team, but the Bros just magically do it sometimes.
Also, D+ just magically does it sometimes.
That's
By that
true.
I mean they take a lead and they toss in the dumpster in a late game team fight. And I'm a Bro voter. I actually think that Bro should be able to get it done. Bro is both strong in the early game and they have late game resilience as well. Bro is not as good as D+ on their best day. And the 21 game differential between these two teams tells the story of that. But
yeah,
D+ aren't having their best games all the time these days. They have good games and they have weaker games. And the top side has looked relatively weak, whereas the Bro top side is where it's at. Morgan, the Lord is back.
Oh, he definitely is. And this matchup is just so heart-wrenching for me, personally. And I know I shouldn't really be talking about myself and my feelings, but I mean, these are my two favorite teams, with my two favorite players facing off opposite sides of the rift, obviously, Morgan and Beryl, but it's just so hard. It's watching my kids fight, basically, is what it kind of feels like. You know, it's so hard to pick a favorite.
Shiu in that photo is pretty upset you didn't pick him as one of your favorites.
I can see that. And Shiu is actually, you know, someone that has started playing a little bit better. I know that him and Lucid had some pretty disaster class series more recently, as Beryl just needs one more to be able to reach that 500 mark that Carrier made it to last week.
Get your lower thirds out. I think probably going to happen pretty early in the first game, with 2v2s in the bottom lane being so pivotal right now. There's a pretty high chance that even a dive that goes well for Bro could be Beryl getting a trade back kill and hitting that 500. I think it is going to happen. It is going to happen soon.
We need his pike. He needs to bring out some pike or something like that. Something that gets kills. Maybe just like he dusts off the Ashe skin. You know, we haven't seen Sport Ashe.
He only has to get
for a very
one.
long time. Yep, only one. So maybe it could just be anything. Even if he plays Braum, it'll be fine, as we have upgraded our teeny pink jerseys here on the side of DK, looking a little more sinister with a lot more darkness.
Yeah, a little pink accent there as well.
Yeah,
a little teeny pink coming in.
Maybe this is like the more dangerous arc that DK are on now.
I have some concerns about how Bro's early game is going to grow into
Rise Group having concerns? Are you crazy?
All right, you're right. You're right. There will be anything could happen. Anything should happen. Anything that happens poorly, we'll just brush it off. We'll Bob Ross a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. You just turn it into a happy little bush. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
You know, you put a number in the death column, it's just it went from 0 to 1, it's going up, number's going up, number goes up, good, yes. I think that I've made it pretty clear, and I was on a talk show with Digon, that I think Aiming is the best player right now in the Rise group, and these stats
that does
back it up.
Agree with you a little.
Yeah, he has incredible presence in lane, he has the highest damage share of anyone in the Rise group right now, and AD carries are ruling the palm votes, they are taking over games, and they have the most agency, it seems like, right now in this meta, especially with Fearless taking away a lot of engage supports, making it a lot easier to play AD carry the deeper the series goes. You just have tons of agency, and so you got to pop off. And Aiming, he's the gold king, he gets a lot of money, and not because they're funneling the money towards him anymore. He just pops off, in general, gets a lot of kills, gets a lot of items.
And also he stays alive, so they are kind of accidentally funneling money to him because he's the one not being weird and just going off and dying randomly, and he instead catches the waves and is consistently just playing pretty well. It's kind of like just the kids are running off being crazy, and Aiming's like, well, I guess I'll just tidy up all of these red dots all over the map.
Yes. Shiu versus Morgan is the matchup I'm most excited for in this game. I do think that Shiu at his peak is so good, and Morgan in his current form is very strong, but Shiu, he did have that bounce back game earlier this week, but otherwise has looked a little bit rough around the edges. So I'm kind of feeling like this is Morgan favored a little bit, but again, we don't know what D+ we're going to get. You never know what Rise group game you're going to get, and so that one's going to be a fun one to watch. Like, I don't want to predict it, although I kind of just did say I'm leaning towards Morgan's side, but what I'm saying is I say that, and yet I also know that our thoughts going into this series, our opinions, our analysis, our thoughts that we've had, our suppositions are just going to be, and expectations are going to be probably subverted,
I would say so. And last time, I mean, these two teams tend to go the distance. Good old Bro versus DK. Last time, in fact, I'm pretty sure it's close to, yeah. They've only had one other 2-1 that they've had, and that was against DRX as well. So DK going the distance most often against the Bros, as they were recently able to take down DRX 2-0. If this is a 2-0, they've only equalized it, and it's all just fine. But I predict that it's going to be a mess. A beautiful, beautiful mess.
Yes. That's also what Bob Ross thought.
Exactly. And this is the thing. It's not about it. Like, perfect isn't beautiful. I mean, he is, but the concept isn't beautiful.
Sure.
It's the imperfections that really make us the beautiful people that we are, and the beautiful teams that do reside in the Rise.
I made a Clue reference yesterday.
You did. I loved that. I'm like. I was so sad that I wasn't there.
The delivery was bad, but
no. I was right there with you, and I was like, oh, spoiler alert! Jeff Bridges is in a Tron movie. That's crazy. But you did nail it. And honestly, the CGI was better than I expected for that time, right?
It really worked out, actually, yeah.
It was not too bad. That was like, what, 2016 or something like that?
I mean, the last thing I'll say about this,
2014?
it was like 2012 or something.
Oh my God, really?
No, it was before I moved to Korea. It was like 2009.
Oh my God. Okay, never mind. I'm really old.
Anyway, like the CGI not being perfect actually made it kind of better. It was like a little creepy. But anyway, let's move on to this draft here. Final match of the week. Bro versus DK, a really important one for Bro. We're starting to feel the DRX that's right behind them after DRX got that upset win over BNK yesterday.
Yep. Oh, banned on the blue side here.
Yeah, again.
Not opting into that for a first pick, and I wonder what that means. Is it Talia priority?
It could be It could be a Wukong ban here into Talia first pick for closer, or it's probably just Krako gets Wukong if they ban Talia.
Or
and if you have Showmaker on your team and you're banning the Azir and the Talia, I am a little worried
It doesn't feel the best. I think maybe the Taliyah doesn't necessarily need to be banned because, like you say, Wukong, Aurora, Gwen, like all of these things are up, and the Vi is going to be the decision here. They just get rid of that one. Croco has been a fantastic Vi player.
Yeah, and I think they just want to trade the Wukong for the Taliyah. Now, Closer may just take the Taliyah away, and he has had a great year on Taliyah. I think his performance is better than Showmaker's, honestly, on the pick, but will be the Wukong that is higher tier right now.
I think lock away like Annie Rakan to deny the true mega wombo combo of the Rise group. I think that would be the best way to do it.
To be honest, if they don't, Bro can just lock both of those champions and it makes complete sense.
Yep. That's a really scary position to be in. Showmaker thinking about an Orianna.
Orianna into Wukong, interesting.
Ori Nocturne, straight out of the gate. Oh, Trundle going to be the consideration instead, so that will be locked in.
Remember last time they were able to flash the ball in with Lucid's Trundle. It's not really a strong combo, Orianna Trundle, in terms of ball carrying until Lucid flashes into all of B&K and they all get shockwaved.
It did work very well.
I don't know if D+ realized that that situation is not supposed to happen and this is not necessarily a strong ball carrier comp, but it worked for them last time, Atlas.
It certainly did. I would just like to see like Annie Rakan. But never mind, we're looking at a Rumble here on the blue side. Very happy about that one for Morgan.
Yeah, Rumble early on here. And maybe you do just go Rakan. I don't think you have to go Annie. Annie is also very good, obviously, and they're just gonna take the Giga Rise, at least 2/3 of it. Comp. I mean, Annie Wukong specifically has been the stronger part of the combo more than the Rakan. If D+ just lock Rakan here to deny it, I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense because you can just ban it. But I don't know what they're going to pick.
The Aurora is available. She did just recently get a pentakill on it, but instead,
Top Galio?
Ooh, the Top Galio, the classic into the Rumble. They have the Trundle. They can pick on.
Yeah, I like the Ornn more. Yeah, Galio was another choice that doesn't really suit the rest of the comp, whereas this Ornn, in fact, feels like it opens up opportunities in this comp quite a bit.
It does mean that late game is going to be the aim of the game for DK, so weathering the storm early is going to be certainly a high priority.
It's kind of one of those pivot to aiming kind of lock-ins. And the Ornn is fantastic at empowering him.
Yep.
And it's also great into the Rumble matchup, as you already pointed out. The Kai'Sa is always going to be taken away with these Wukong and Annie drafts. You never get to play that. I mean, Kai'Sa never gets to be played because it's always banned in the second phase. Kai'Sa's kind of the new Alistar.
Yep. Kai'Sa Jhin, I think, are probably the bans for DK, but where are we thinking on the side of Bro? I think
Scaling.
like Nico, Bard, like these sorts of things, maybe?
Nico is a great lane ban. They'll take away the Alistar, though, which is also pretty good for D+'s comp.
Yep.
Maybe they throw Alistar, Nico in this situation, but it means Aiming can play literally anything. And it's going to...
Just ban Rakan, DK. There we go. Okay, good.
I was starting to get worried. And... You don't know what Aiming is going to play in a draft like this. Like he sometimes he'll just be like, yeah, it's solution angle. I'm like, I don't know. But he makes it work, you know?
Honestly, like, Hype and Polo probably want to play Lucian Braum, but instead they're going to ban it away.
They know. They're like, Aiming's thinking this is a Lucian angle. I don't think it is, but Aiming thinks it is, and like he keeps winning with it. So they're like, I don't like that.
Wait, doesn't he just pick Sivir?
Yeah, he probably does.
It's not the most fun into a Wukong, but with the amount of frustration that there is with Ornn, Trundle, Orianna, like, I think they would be able to create space.
It's one of the safest blind picks. The wave clear is just way too powerful to pass up, and he is going to take it.
Yep. So this does make all the sense in the world. Holding Barrel's pick until last. We'll see what kind of insanity he'll have prepared for us. The Nico up and available. Lots of things up and available, actually, but he probably just wants to play Karma.
I'm curious to see if he does just lock Nico with an aggressive ADC here. Obviously, a lot has been taken away.
Nico Draven.
Maybe not that aggressive. Corki.
Corki fits.
Corki is kind of this... He's both an aggressive follow-up to dive, like budget Kai'Sa, but also super safe. So you can get away with so many things with Corki, and it's strong in lane. When we have the extra Rel engage, which sets up so much of this comp for them.
Brad. A magical journey.
Barrel Brad. The most iconic Brad of all time.
Yep, apart from all the other ones that are probably more iconic, it is definitely the most iconic.
Yes.
I would 100% agree with you. I don't know whether, like, Beryl's magical journey is often like a wild ride, and it is a little frightening, but it is going to be picked up here.
You know, a lot of players have those crazy highlight reels, like mad movie types, like montages.
Yeah.
I think Beryl's World Championship might have him lifting a trophy after Flash missing a Q.
It does have
like,
that.
Damn, he did that, man! Like that's really impressive. And like for Beryl, he just looks at his bank account, and he's like, and he looks at his
He's like, he calculates how many like 10 pulls that is,
and he's like, all those analysts were calling me out, but they don't have World's trophies like I do.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got them twice. No worries at all.
Well, this draft for Bro is a very bro draft. It's very easy. That's why I like it, and I favor it in this microcosm with nameplates on against what D+ have.
The thing is,
all the eggs in the aiming basket again.
This is Rise Group though, and oftentimes closing out games is where the problems really lie. And DK, if this game reaches 45 minutes, I do not see many options for the bros to be able to make stuff happen. And you know, unless it's Rise Group, baby, and we just never really know what's going on. I do believe that DK have a pretty good Rise comp, but if they just get mown down in the early game, it could look real silly, real fast. I think this is the perfect way to start off this series, though.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Let's get into it. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game number 1.
Why does Wukong walk? Like, why does he do that with his shoulders?
He looked like this skin.
See him. Look at him. He's going back and forth. I'm like, there's nobody anywhere near you, Croco. You don't need to like mad dog the bush, man.
Have you seen?
Look at him.
No, but like it's so similar to like the way Jet Li acts when he's like playing the Monkey King in that movie.
Yeah, that's true.
So like I'm kind of okay with that. But also with this skin, his face especially looks so much like Mega Man.
Yeah,
It's kind of weird.
It's so funny. Like, I thought about that like a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, it's Mega Man.
Why is it Mega Man so much? And also Jet Li at the same time. It's kind of crazy. Anyway,
wrong colored pet to be Mega Man. He should have the red one.
Oh, true. Oh, he can't get everything right. As Beryl has elected to be carrier in this game as well, which is a big shout out. Because Beryl doesn't even use his own skins. So to be using carriers here is pretty cool.
Just reminding everyone that he also won Worlds with Bard.
He did. But he decided to get an Ash skin instead.
Yeah.
And that year, I think it was Carrier that was playing more of the Ash, actually, which was like the best part about it. Aiming and Beryl now getting some control of this wave, though, as you would with the double range matchup.
Yeah, Bard's not necessarily oppressive, but he will naturally win this for you at level 1.
Yep.
You get the deletion of the minion at range. Level 2 is hit.
Popping down some shrines.
We just
show that aiming is happy.
We just always watch level 1 in the bottom lane nowadays because we've seen so many accidents occur down there, especially in this group, but not going to happen here.
Some possibilities for Hype and Polo, especially with the fact that they have the barrier heal. As Close going in, finds a stun onto Showmaker, but I don't think Showmaker's too worried about it.
Yeah, we
6-0.
We keep showing this, and the number keeps going up.
Yeah, and I am a big fan. Played a fair bit of Cookie Clicker in my time, so number go up, certainly one of my favorite things. If you're a DK fan, probably not something that you're super psyched about. You kind of want number to stop go up.
Yeah, you want to be the one that breaks the streak.
Yep.
And they might. I'm curious how many of those are on blue side. I imagine most of them, in fact, because that's where Wukong gets picked most of the time.
It is hard to get both of those champions if you're on red, unless it's like an answer to a Yunara, which feels fantastic. So some of those could be red sides for that reason. But we'll have to keep you appraised.
You know how much
find out there?
Aiming loves Static Shiv, like he bought it illegally?
Yeah, I do remember that.
He's now just Static Shiver all the time. He's ricocheting, he's pushing waves, he's
like Static Shiv without the item.
Yeah, Static Shiver, it's the thing.
Oh yeah,
the thing.
There we go, I get it.
Because she doesn't like have lightning, but it bounces and it clears the wave.
Yep, it basically does the same thing. And he also gets to build Essence Reaver, and we don't laugh at him for it.
No, you know what?
It's beautiful.
It is. You know what? Maybe D+ actually can beat the Wukong streak.
Yep. They just, as long as they never play center again, it'll be totally fine.
I love how chill Rise Group is in the early game oftentimes.
I mean, Rise Group is just chill in general.
You know, like in the Legend Group, some is like, oh, this one matchup is unplayable, but they're trying to do this risky thing, and like within the first 4 minutes, like so many summoners are down, where they're constantly threatening and trying to thread the needle and get the maximum out of our comp early. Otherwise, just Beryl is just like, I push, I got range, we're chilling. Yep. Hype's like, I lost half my health bar, but you can't kill me, and it's fine down here.
I can throw some bindings around and miss, and then magically journey my way out.
Is it a call buy?
Fine.
Oh, it's a pickaxe buy.
That is a pretty early pickaxe there from Aiming, going for a bit of a reset. Not heading back towards the top side of the map, though, so no early lane swap here for DK or anything like that. Just happy to get more of this money as Polu is trying to do something tricky with the wave, but isn't going to get away with it, as Beryl did stick around.
Polu does have Unsealed, and it is going to be a lane swap for Hype. Enough of Beryl's auto attacks and Qs annoying him. Gonna go to the top side of the map. And for this mid matchup, it's been pretty calm. A bit of a alcove moment here for Morgan. Possible opportunity.
Possible scary time here for Xiu, who's immediately just going to walk away. Big wave stacking up here as Hype, if he's just going to last hit this, might be able to set up some sort of freeze.
Yeah, I think Xiu saw Morgan rotate up there, and he was like, I'm just not going to mess around with that. And they are going to push this wave in, and Aiming wants this plate, and I just do not think Morgan can deny him.
Nope.
So plus 63 gold additional for him.
Pretty happy.
Looks like they're going to start this Dragon up, Wukong pre-6, and it's just a really easy Drake take with the prio they have, and unfortunately this lane swap for Hype gets them out of an annoying matchup, but it certainly isn't going to do anything for their early game here.
Yeah, not quite. And Morgan did just hit level 6, so could have eradicated the wave with an equalizer if he wanted to. But they just have nothing in terms of priority anywhere.
And then Croco just comes over this Dragon. He's like, we can't do it. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
I think that's the right call, as DK with about a 200 gold lead at this point in time. Closer to 1, I guess.
You're a little bit more interested in the Grubs in terms of a fight you could take. However, Grub's pretty low value in this game in general. With Sivir, it's kind of always feels like, okay, well, maybe we can get that mid turret pretty quick, but otherwise, Ornn, Rumble, Annie, Orianna. You know, Orianna can be a strong side lane threat, but not really in this meta.
Yeah, she just doesn't quite have the mobility. Does have phase rush in this game, and of course Dissonance can get you a bit of extra movement speed and stuff like that. But still, not likely what we're going to see. Sivir obviously not a sieging champ. Counter siege can certainly do that, but not the siege itself. This Hype and Polo stack up a massive wave.
Oh, and he gets the cannon.
Yeah.
That's the Gold King.
That is a pretty nice use of the Cosmic Binding there from Beryl. Spots out that there were 4 people heading up towards his top lane. And Showmaker will immediately move back down towards mid. As you can see here, that is sort of what they're getting in exchange for this, as the Brittle does come down. Xiu not wasting any time. Just immediately flashes out of the way of this very scary overheated Rumble.
Yeah, if he doesn't, and Morgan just, with the overheat there, just slams some autos into him, he is definitely going to have to flash leader at a lower health bar to survive, because he's definitely going to die otherwise. Quick flash there will make sure that he can at least maintain most of his health bar.
I think this is the right way to play it, though.
Yeah, no, you're right.
DK, like, they just want to weather the storm. Don't 100%. Fall too far behind.
Would have been really huge if Aiming got that stop on the back there for Hype, but was unable to do so, and Hype is just going to equalize, or not equalize, rather, Valkyrie, which is like a mini equalizer.
Yep.
Back towards the top of the lane.
Yep.
And Xiu here, it's like, okay, no equalizer, can play the game again. Had to lose my flash for it, but otherwise, weak side Ornn here. This is the counter to the Rumble, but in the first parts of the game, you know, you don't really get to do too much without help. You can see here he's got his not his null magic mantle, his Negatron cloak, and so you can trade a little bit now.
Ooh, DK starting up these grubs. It's a little bit of a frightening scenario, though, as there is a Wukong making his way up. See whether Lucid can just lock this one down, and he does.
I think that's
one
probably,
grub taken.
That's probably enough to say that's all we are going to get, and we're very happy with that.
Yep.
We do not want to fight until level 6 Wukong.
Bellows breath here from Xiu, but Morgan is winning these trades pretty handily. Finds that Flame Spitter once again. Needs to hit a few more of these harpoons, and as I say it, cast a blessing.
There have just been so many changes of form. Like, it's crazy, especially in the Rise group. But there's been so many changes of form across the long LCK format, right? Like we talked about Zeus earlier, you know, he had a great start, you know, won the first international, and then didn't make MSI and had a rough time at EWC and in the early parts of round 3, but then is now on incredible form. And then you have players like Shiu, who started off amazing. They were like, oh, this guy is clearly Rookie of the Year. We were like saying that in the first month. We were like, this guy is insane. And then he had a big dip. Morgan couldn't play Jace early. We were criticizing his champion pool. He had a really rough start to the year. Now he's looking really clean. Like, he's crushing Shiu in this matchup here so far. He's Rumble, of course, but he's really maximizing what you can get out of it. It's just crazy to see all these top laners in particular that have had really big shifts in form across the year. It's a long format. Sometimes, you know, you start to hit your groove. Sometimes you drop off a little bit.
I think Perfect is another example of that, right? Where he sort of had a middle of the year that was starting to look amazing, and then things kind of fell away again. See whether KT can repair that one.
Kind of similar story with Rich, who's had a bit of a resurgence recently, too.
Yeah, true.
And like every top laner, you just never know.
And it's consistency that has been a little bit of a problem. As
Only
Showmaker
Keen
picks up 50 gold.
Keen's like a whole time.
All right, yeah. Keen's just been really good.
Even
Doran has only gotten better.
Yeah, Doran was he's been an only upwards trajectory.
Yeah. We'll see whether we do get a dip there. I don't want to say anything about it because it will be our fault if we do. He's somewhat curseable sometimes. So Closer taking a little bit of damage here. Showmaker feeling all right on this Orianna thus far. About 300 gold in the lead just from natural laning, and is continuing to make things hard for the Annie. And you do naturally just kind of outrange. This is not a pick from the bros that is for the laning phase. Orianna has always just been kind of good into the Annie.
Really good play there from Morgan. As Hype is going all in.
Yeah, and going on the hunt as well, as we can see. Does decide just to use it to run away. Hype doing a pretty good job.
A trade of ultimates.
Indeed. No more big one for you, Hype. Never mind, it's back. That's a whoopsie.
All right, well, aiming, not going to be able to use it to try to get Beryl to do anything here, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really eventuate to anything. He is very happy to just be ultless here in this lane for a little while.
Yep.
Croco gonna look for an angle. There's the stun.
Yep, does find it there. Showmaker throwing an orb back at the monkey. Lucid moves in, but not going to be too much counter gank opportunity here for DK.
Of that too, like if Showmaker dies there, or even if he gets pushed out of the lane, he does not have TP. Just TP back in.
Yeah, Lucid takes a bite out of Croco. Does move forward.
A bite out of Croco is a bite out of crime.
It is. It certainly is. Especially when he's playing baseball with that skin. It's not, I thought it was Truncheon, Trundle. It's not. So I got the wrong skin. Can't make the reference. Such a shame.
This is a really tough contest here for D+, with Showmaker just unable to enter. And I think they're just going to have to get this up. Maybe Lucid goes for the Smite Steal.
Well, Lucid is just going to walk on over. There's a Magnus Storm onto 2, though. Going to need to try and subjugate to get himself out as Beryl magically journeys him to safety.
Aiming, not even going to go for the Q steal.
Well, it's going to go for some sort of Q. That is a nice little cosmic finding here as Aiming still looking for a little bit of an angle. Hype is going to get separated. Boomerang Blade value is pretty big, but Polu does manage to sidestep it there in that little mini alcove.
That was a really risky setup there for D+, to be honest with you, Atlas, but they almost made it work. Definitely felt like one of those barrel calls where he's like, look, I have Magical Journey, there's nothing to worry about, let's just look for it. Okay,
I'm amazed that there actually wasn't anything to worry about, and they just used the Magical Journey and he got out just fine. It kind of blows my mind.
Like, that whole sequence I was watching, I'm like, I don't know, man, there's a Rel there, there's a Wukong, I'm not sure if you really want to be around there. They're like, no, we'll see, and nah, we're out.
Yep.
And then they tried to turn into a play there with Aiming and the Tempered Fate. It was actually pretty cool from D+. If that goes a little bit differently or they're not able to take the Magical Journey, then, you know, we're sitting here going, oh, that was one of those D+ calls we're not so sure about. But it ended up being fine.
Well, Beryl and Aiming now just going to try and take even more plates here in this bottom lane. Phosphorus Bomb doing a great job of clearing out the wave, though. It's not quite able to get there. The Wukong deciding to go back, does have that Trinity Force now completed, on track with Lucid as well. Both of them probably going to be going for basically identical builds.
We are 4 minutes away. Wait, no, hold on, sorry. I'm looking for Longest First Blood. Longest First Blood is 17:45, so yeah, about 4.5 minutes away from Longest First Blood.
What's the longest First Blood of all time? Isn't that there as well?
Let me
stat.
check. I don't... Wow, yeah, no, it is. It's 38. Am I right? Is this right? 38 minutes and 59 seconds? Jin Air Greenwings versus Kingzone? I don't remember that
That sounds
game.
about right. I think I do remember that game, actually. It was getting comical towards the end. What a time.
2018. Huh.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and watch that one. I feel like I don't know, how did I not know this? Like, it's always been a stat on this paper.
Yep. And I guarantee you were at the bar after the game talking to Papa about it.
Yeah, no, I certainly was, 100%. Like, it's funny to think that, like, this number 38 on the right side just made me think it was, like, if you draw the line to where it says first blood on the left side, longest first blood, I was like, well, the 38 definitely doesn't go to that one on the other side. Like, my eyes
Could not be. No.
My eyes must be deceiving.
Yeah, but you quickly have to put your pen down to be that little ruler, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
This game certainly has been very carefully played out for both of our teams.
Yeah, and now we just need it to remain carefully played out for another 3 minutes.
And
then we can
make
break some
history.
records.
Yeah.
And then First Blood needs to go to Beryl, so he hits 500 kills with First Blood, which would be so cool. So we're going to make that one happen. All right, DK and Bro, let's sort that one out. Next Drake going to be 2 minutes time, but the Herald might be what we're fighting for next. No, Morgan. No, Morgan. Oh, he gets hit by both parts. In fact, he gets hit by everything. And then First Blood goes over to Lucid. So we're not going to be breaking that record, but DK getting themselves on the board.
Yeah, that is a big win down there on this Rumble. That was being so annoying in the side lane. They're going to try to look for a Demolish proc here, and they will not get it.
Yeah, Croco comes over just to get rid of them.
And I don't think there's going to be any punish from Hype and Palu, but they're looking for a trap.
Yep, Beryl is just going to face check, tries to take the magical journey and does so. The Ignite's still ticking down. Not even close, baby.
Ooh,
That's my go right there.
The very last second.
Oh, no, calculated. He had the TI calculator out, don't you worry.
He pressed heal. He was like, I'm not sure.
And now he just gets to press B and then go back to playing Snake. Oh,
yes.
Perfect.
Palu has Redemption, so now he's not only just an engaged champion, but he's also a sniper, as we learned earlier today. As this is just Morgan trying to play aggressively. There's no vision on Lucid. The scry came through, actually, from Croco, but he is just too far away.
The most unfortunate of flash directions. And it just didn't quite work out there for this Rumble. Does now have some Swifties, so that might be helping out. Pretty sure he didn't have them in that last little instance.
Now it's the similar situation to the last topside fight where Croco's in position. Bro have this choke point controlled with Arel, who has flash. No ult though, actually, so Paul is going to give up control of that.
And it's like, it just feels like infinity mid lane control. If aiming is just eliminating waves over and over again, like he has been all game long. So he hits the AD thresholds to just annihilate these waves.
Yeah, they just disappear like a magic trick. I mean, this is what Sivir does, and this is why Sivir is so popular right now. It's not because of what she does in team fights, although that's a big threat later on. It's what she gives you throughout the entirety of the mid and late game, where you just are like, oh, you had Prio on that objective, but I have Sivir, so it looks like you're probably going to have to go catch that wave, huh?
Yep, we are going to come back down to having a look at this bottom lane, but the Rookern is done for Shiu, so I don't know whether Morgan is going to be having the greatest of times. Is still ahead by a lot of farm, so that is great for the Lord, but unfortunately, that death helping Shiu out quite a bit, even if he didn't get the kill. That money going over to Lucid is also going to feel fantastic as aiming clears yet another wave, and the Drake has just spawned.
It's a cool swap here where they put the teleportless closer into the bottom lane and send Morgan to the top lane so he can TP into the Drake fight. It's an Ocean Dragon. We're one Drake apiece. Neither team seems very fussed about the Dragon in general right now. Like, no one's even going anywhere near it, in fact. There was vision control there for Bro. They replaced one of their wards. And Morgan will be able to stop this turret from going down. Like I said, he could TP to the bottom side of the map if they want to contest that Dragon, but the Herald is the bigger prize. And that's why we're just not seeing that much focus on the Dragon itself right now. A lot of deep vision here for D+ on the entry points of the Herald.
Aiming. Exhaust. Yeah, going to be able to use that spell shield really nicely. Gets the flash out with the Tempered Fate. Really nicely done there by Beryl, who's also ghosting around. Because he wants to. We're just trading.
Yeah, they are eventually just going to give this up and trade for that Dragon. There's just not any way they can compete with that Sivir wave clear nor the vision that they don't have in the river. They're just too scared to walk through. Apollo's like, well, my flash is down. I can't flash engage anymore. It's just simply time to let the Herald go, which might mean letting your mid turret go. Top turret already went down, and they are ready to drop this. You have to imagine with the Sivir that they have in hand.
Yeah, so there it is.
Like, almost at the exact same time.
Yeah, so it does mean that the Bros now have themselves the feat of strength for the objectives. It's just kills that we need to sort out as far as that is concerned. So who's going to be able to hit that first 3? Took us, 15 minutes to hit 1, so, don't hold your breath.
No, yeah, for real. Lucid is not dropping this eye just yet. I mean, it certainly could. But
and yeah, this turret is down pretty low with the spare time that Showmaker had. Gonna be feeling all right. Spoza throws a air this on. Yeah, Croco gonna see what he can do. Let's see whether they can interrupt. Ram is just not really going to work out there, and the Cyclone's going to come on through. Croco making short work of this one. Shiu looking a little silly on that bottom side, but the kills now equalized. And this turret is definitely dead. DK, even though they lose their top laner, I think this is a decent cross map.
Yeah, 100%. And they're even going to get a second charge here on the mid turret or the mid inner,
God,
and I think it's
gone.
dead. Yeah.
And Showmaker is also putting on so much pressure towards Morgan here as well. It's almost as if Bro don't have a top laner at the same time.
And they almost get 3 turrets here, or 3 charges
on
rather.
the hunt from aiming. Like the fastest of rotations.
I mean, as soon as they see that Croco is looking for that pick onto Ornn, they know they can push this advantage. And he was just lurking Lucid the whole time in the jungle, waiting for a drop. You can see it on the minimap, like while this is happening, like where D+ are focused, like they already are sieging both the mid and that top turret. So yes, Shiu goes down here, they stop him from getting anything out of that Ornn horn. He does take a long time to go down, but you can see on the minimap, like the whole time there's hard focusing to clear that wave and look for the turret takes, double charge comes through, and 2 turrets do go down. And now Otacon's up, D+ taking a 2,000 gold lead off the play. And the fact that Bro got 1 extra dragon in trade just doesn't feel like it's anywhere near worth.
Yeah, Storm Surge is now done for Showmaker. This is his favorite Orianna build. When I saw the Hextech cookie, I was like, oh, does he do the Storm Surge again? Or is it a Shadow Flame? I would have probably liked the Shadow Flame. But it's fine. This is still just the Showmaker way. And DK now need to get into position for the Otacon. And that is what they're going to do. Closer does come on over just to try and clear out some vision himself.
With Orianna,
Lucid gets on down there.
Orianna and Sivir, like, just can't get Prio. And I think Bro need Prio to turn with their comp from behind like this.
Yeah.
Like, they need to be the ones starting the Otacon if they're ever going to win a fight there. Or Beryl could lose half his health. Paulo wants this.
That's all right. Beryl can just eat some shrines. It'll be fine. Has to cleanse himself. As Paulo not too worried about it. The unsealed spellbook doesn't really phase him too much.
Certainly not. Bro do prevent D+ from starting this Otacon. Beryl is going to get away with that back, but he's not here.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have TP.
Thinking about a little bit of an option. Beryl is booking it over here. Does have the magical journey to cut some corners, you could say.
If they TP Morgan in, I mean, there could be a potential take and turn for the Otacon.
Polo going to get bitten. Oh my goodness. Lucid doing a lot of damage. There's the Tempered Fate to hold Polo in place. Still doesn't have his flash back up and available, but he's not going to get stunned still. He's just taking so much damage. Shockwave pops the horse pants lady. And DK, is this enough for an Otacon? It is only a support.
He used a lot of ultimates, but Palu's one of the main forms of engage here, and they don't actually have great entry. And oh, look at this angle from Lucid. They're just threatening the idea of an Otacon, and that enough is enough to get Croco interested. He's exhausted.
Yep, everything's exhausted about Croco as the pillar does go down. Lucid turns up, the closer is there for a fair bit of damage back. Subjugate helping keep Lucid healthy, but the flash out from Croco going to be enough there. Good Cosmic Binding out of Beryl at the same time, but no one going to fall just yet on the Bros side, but their health bar is looking a little worse for wear outside of Hype moving his way in.
D+ losing a lot of health on Lucid means he's going to have to back here, and I don't think they can do this Otacon anymore.
1.6k is Showmaker's gold lead.
Yeah, he is.
This Orianna is kind of a big deal.
He has been spending a lot of time free farming, got that kill onto Palu earlier with a Shockwave. There's 2 sacks of Dark Seal. It's one of those Showmaker games potentially incoming here. If he's able to get a few more, I might see a bigger book to come through. As this is just really sloppy for Bro. Like, you're walking into D+ here. They have so many engage tools to shut you down here as well by yourself. Like, just don't... I mean, it's Bard, excuse me, that you're walking into. And he's got his Q, he's got his ult. Just don't go up like that. There was no follow-up anyways. Probably just making a bit of a blunder, and that will mean D+ pick up that extra gold for Showmaker, as well as temporary control of the Otacon. Some shenanigans did ensue after that, but they've got that control back now.
Yep, and now they also get control of the Dragon, right? Because it's right next door.
Exactly.
And we are just now going to be playing some K-Ram into River Ram. That's what we're looking at. Everything that both of these teams are thinking about are going to be towards his bottom side until that Baron spawns in a minute and a half. But I don't know whether that's what we're going to be milling about around.
Angle for Shiu is really good here, actually. They could just collapse onto Kroko if they want to.
Look at the vision, man.
Yeah, there's just nothing that Bro could do. And if Bro just sit back here and let D+ continue to have control, it's just not a win for them because there's way more wave clear here for the side of D+. They're trying to engage on an Ornn. I don't think so. Not going to commit further, but
they need to be able to have an avenue in, right? And getting through this little brush might be their way of doing so, as Lucid just going to break the blast cone.
Hype is 5 million miles away from anything. I don't know if Bro should engage without him. They need a little bit more time.
They're just going to bypass the Otacon. That's going to be their way into this one. As you can see, this brush full of vision now as DK holding on. Shiu pulls out the ram. Let's see where it goes. Gets a nice double knock-up to deny Polu the re-engage. They're looking to try and burst this, but look at Otacon. It's getting so angry. The redemption value's massive, but they cannot answer this objective. And the Cosmic Binding catches Kroko. Oh, man. And now Lucid just able to walk in and chomp down Polu. He's separated from the rest of the flock. And down he will go. Feats of Warfare coming as well, but Lucid's oversteps the explosion of damage as the Equalizer comes down. And that is going to equalize the kills in the fight, as well as Beryl trying to keep Kroko interested. And he does do that. Shiu now trying to run away, and Showmaker just chases down the monkey. Aiming is fighting Otacon. This game's so weird. It is so weird, but the Bros come out on top, and they are going to pick up the Otacon as well.
Atlas, at the beginning of your play-by-play, when D+ was winning, I was already thinking about how I was going to pick it up. I was going to be like, and for once, D+ with measured decision-making, careful play, the turn, Barrel's tempered fate, but then, like, they just split like they were feared in 5 directions once the initial play happened. Like, everything is insanely so. So at the beginning of this, the angle here for Shiu is incredibly powerful. The Otacon does a ton of damage. They get the redemption out. Double Tempered Fate. And then from here, Binding hits on Kroko. And it's like, all right, we've got this to slow play it. Watch what happens next. Paulo misses his engage here, is off on the side. And for here, you're like, well, it's a sure bet. Just do Otacon and they can't come in. They don't have any tools. This is an instant turn onto the Trundle, and then Showmaker and Beryl on the left side here just get pushed away by Kroko. Aiming cannot do anything. Shiu is back and forth here trying to decide what he wants to do. No one goes to support Showmaker because they can't get to him. They could have just used the
Otacon was just chasing Aiming away from the fight the whole time as well.
Imagine just using the Otacon to make Bro come to you.
Yeah.
Instead of...
Or just not going anywhere near it. Just taking the Drake and grabbing your little pick and then moving away. Could have been another option. Hindsight is obviously 2020, but oh my goodness, it was definitely wacky. As okay, Closer trying to run away from Showmaker and Beryl here, but the Tempered Fate is not going to find the mark. And the gold difference, it took a dip.
Yes, a big dip indeed. D+ still with the lead here, and I think their comp scales way better than Bro's, especially with the tools they have to keep Sivir safe. And he has IE now.
And sometimes it's not the comp, it's how you use it.
Yeah, certainly.
I've heard that saying before.
I mean, also it's Wukong in this meta where he can take half of Showmaker's health bar after taking Beryl out.
6-0 in the Rise group.
That's right.
The anti-Wukong.
Exactly. So, again, the ease of execution here for Bro is certainly there.
Now we're milling about a Baron instead. We're taking it Northern. Still a decent gold lead here for DK as Showmaker flashes out of the way of Tibbers. And now the re-engage to come through. Shiu finds the double knock-up. Hype is just dead before you can really do anything about it. Morgan's going to show up to try and save the rest of the Bros. But unfortunately, they're now without their AD carry. That is so much of the consistent damage now missing as DK. Are you brave enough to stop? Yes, of course they are.
I mean, Hype is just not going to be able to get here. He's down for 30 seconds. Closer, need to see a big Tibbers if Bro's going to be able to stop this.
Well, the turn, they're looking for it here as Closer. Shockwave connects onto 2. Equalizer to try and answer as Magnustorm holds them in place, but this time the Subjugate did manage to come through. Polo, though, is still able to burn down the Trundle, and the Bros, despite losing Hype immediately, still win the fight.
I mean, anti-Wukong is good, but this is starting to look a little ridiculous, D+. Okay, well, the start of this is amazing, right? Okay, look at this collapse on the Hype. He's got no outs. He's got no exit. He's just completely destroyed.
The subjugate was actually used here as well, so that's why Lucid was so squishy.
Yeah. Also, Closer did not have Tibbers. I thought he did in this initial fight, or the beginning of this fight. Doesn't matter though, because the equalizer is massive. Paulo's engaged just holds Lucid on the fire, and Showmaker is split between trying to taste down Kroko or finding a setup there on the left side. She was isolated, and D+ just aren't grouped. It's the same story. Like, I feel like I keep watching this happen to D+, which is why I keep fighting against them. Keep having these fights that are just not coordinated. It was a good play from the bros, but D+ were not really set up to turn properly on that Baron.
When are DK going to be worthy enough to have aiming hit target that is B focused by rest of team? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I know.
When will aiming allow that to happen?
Or when will his team allow him to do it?
That's a good point as well.
Because I think it's not up to the only deathless member on D+ in this case. Oh boy. The D+ can still, and probably should still win this game, but I'm starting to get worried, Atlas, as Bro are really, I mean, they got the Otacon, they got all that XP, they have Prio on this Dragon now, which is really the first objective in a while they've been the ones who can turn off of. When they have the Wukong Annie with both ultimates online plus an equalizer, this is going to be tough for D+.
Yep, when it's an honest 5v5 as well, you will have Hype there, able to actually do damage as Beryl, speaking of damage, my goodness, takes a big one to the face and is not looking too healthy for it. We'll be able to eat some shrines and feel all right as these boomerang blades are coming in. All right, DK, set up the phalanx. Let's see it.
There's a control ward that'll spot him, but he still has that flank angle.
Yeah. Beryl has that tempered fate, but look at, yeah, you're right. Polo getting ready. Will the turn be there for DK as Closer possibly in trouble? There's the Molten Edge done for aiming as well. A lot of extra money. Polo going to move over that control ward, looking for the back line. They look to take him out immediately as he gets a Magnustorm, but unfortunately, it doesn't really do too much. Shiu calls in the Ram and holds off Hype for now, but the Cyclone has now come on through. Kroko getting so much work done. Shiu going to be the first to go down as aiming fighting against this Corki, and he'll lose as Morgan uses his whole health bar to allow the bros to go even in the fight, but also, I believe, get themselves
they got that
dragon. They did get it.
And like 6,500 damage done by the Corki. The rel engage doesn't work.
And it wasn't even.
Isn't even good.
It was only Polo that went down. I can't believe it.
And still D+ are so split on the fight. And there's so many threats. I get it. Aiming wants to play safe. But maybe you got to go a little bit deeper on this one, as this is Paulo just getting focused down. Barrel's on the left side of this fight watching the Closer flank. He doesn't really offer anything in this. He just ults the Annie. And this is just an honest 4v4 here.
The equalizer did like basically no damage. Like nothing. It could have been so much worse for DK.
Aiming gets cut off from the rest of his team. Showmaker can't offer the same sort of consistent damage here that Hype can once he's dead, because he's Orianna, right? He does a lot of burst, and if he gets some time, obviously he can cycle through a few cooldowns, but otherwise, once that big R button is pressed, you're like, well, you know, I'm up at full health, but I just cannot match this Corki damage.
This game is so funny.
We're taking big bites out of D+.
Yep, and it is now completely even. 300 gold means 0 at 32 minutes in this game. Otacon on one side, you've got Feats of Strength on the other side, so I guess that's giving a little bit more money back as Showmaker has a death cap. Also, even with the most experience in the game with Morgan.
Lucid is 2 levels down as the big showcasing we had in that XP bar. A lot of that's from the Otacon, but Kroko's just been having a game, man, and he's Wukong, and he's gaming. And unfortunately for aiming, he just has not been set up. He was a little bit maybe too safe in that last fight and got isolated for it, but now Kroko looking for another engage. He has flash.
Yep, in goes Kroko, finds the Cyclone onto Lucid and Beryl, but doesn't really find too much more. Shiu's going to be here to try and protect his jungler, who flashes over that wall. Knockup comes through as now they're looking for that re-engage now that Cyclone is on cooldown, but the Ram not going to be coming around this time. The Bear says no. As aiming, what are we doing in the Baron Pit? He's going to be able to flash over that wall as nice guy Beryl is going to stop Polo from taking too much damage from Baron here.
What was that?
It's we like press R buttons and flashing.
Yeah. All right, well, aiming is down his summoners now. Beryl is down his
inside track, maybe inhibitor turret?
I don't think so.
No,
but it was a nice try. It was I think it was a reasonable attempt after whatever that was.
Effort.
D+'s gold lead is gone.
Oh yeah.
It hit 0 now. It's been like, okay, it was like 1,500, 1,000, like 800, 400, 100. Now it's gone. Now it's Bro with a 300 gold lead.
Hey, well, actually...
And a Baron is on the cards here, potentially. Wukong's ult's back up.
I don't like being a well-actually guy, but I will be a well-actually guy because they do have 2 ornaments. It's actually technically DK with the 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah. In the items.
Yeah, and it's not going to be that for long if this Baron is just allowed to go down. There is a control ward in the back of the pit. They're doing it with full information, but honestly, it looks like they don't really care. As now the Bros looking for a re-engage after picking up said Baron. Shu standing on the equalizer. There's another Cyclone from Croco finding so much value, and aiming is just wiped from the rift. Croco is even still alive somehow. Showmaker's still up, and Lucid has survived this one, but they took their prize. They got the bottom lane, and the Bros, they are just winning every team fight this game.
I mean, D+ just can't do it, man. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Like, they have... I mean, there was that last fight that we had towards the Baron, not the Baron itself on the turn, where Bro just walked at them, press R buttons, and like, I don't know, they won't be able to respond. And D+ couldn't, man. And like, this time it's just a really easy take. Like, Lucid just walks up, hoping maybe he can get a steal. There's just no plan. They're so late on stopping this. Like, watch this. Lucid's just like, well, maybe I can get in there. Well, no, you aren't even close to the pit, and the rest of the team isn't there to follow up. The Shockwave, where is it?
Oh, and aiming just gets turned on. And there is a command protect opportunity, but unfortunately, Showmaker's orb just not quite fast enough.
Look how late the Shockwave is in this fight. Everyone's grouped up for so long.
And if he just uses it for peel, I think it's actually fine.
Exactly. No, I'm 100% with you. D+ just really so desperate in this game, and I think they're starting to feel like, oh man, we had so much control. We have this late game Sivir, but we still just can't 5v5.
Well, there's now another ornament to come in as Shu has hit level 16.
I think part of the problem for D+, they don't have great engage here with this Trundle comp. And Palu, I mean, he has it in spades here for his squad with the Annie, with the Wukong. It's so hard to approach when you're behind now as D+.
I mean, they got Dragon's Fate. They've got the Call of the Forge God. Let's see whether Shu can actually find an angle. But there's the Magnus Storm to stop them from doing anything. The Tempered Fate comes down, and the Ram is going to come on through as well. There's a nice double knockup. Apollo is going to survive. Hype looks for Showmaker and almost just wipes him out with these rockets, and DK are just scattering. Aiming, he exploded before I could even see where he was on the map. And yeah, this game 1, I think, is just over.
It's just done. They're going to push down the mid lane here. Now, 35 seconds on aiming means they cannot end off of this, but they have essentially won the game. Like, they have Ocean Soul now. I don't think D+ get a fair fight on Elder. And if anybody dies here before aiming respawns, he's up in 20. Like, they don't have as much wave clear without him as they need. I mean, Showmaker can do a little bit here, but he doesn't have ult.
Yeah, Morgan just gets underneath this turret. Morgan goes golden as well to keep him alive. The Cyclone is ripping through DK, and Shu unable to stop the onslaught that is Hype's Corki. And the Bros will decimate the base of DK. And even though they got to the late game, the composition didn't work. The Bros just win every fight.
Bro looking like a real 5-man unit. Their comp is easier to execute. They had the Wukong Annie, but they also had a Rel, and they also had just way better coordination. And once D+ lost control of that first fight, they started to really have issues coordinating the rest of them, as when your best form of engage, like you have Orianna Shockwave, but you can't walk up to use it because it's too risky, right? When your best form of engage is the Ornhorn, which has so many different ways to be interrupted in this game. And also, you can just weather it if the rest of the team can't follow up quickly enough. It's really easy for Bro to just be decisive on these fights, and some of those later fights I'll give D+ a bit of a pass on because they started to lose control. They were fighting into lack of vision. They didn't have Baron control right when Lucid walked in and died, where they were trying to contest. Like, it was desperation in those moments. But some of the earlier fights, you could see like around 25 minutes, that's where you're like, D+, you cannot mess this up. I mean, you had such a good position. You had such a good lead. And D+ once again take a strong early mid. The decision-making in the late game falls apart.
Yep, they just weren't looking too coordinated when it mattered. But the Bros, hats off. Absolutely fantastic performance once again. The Wukong Annie proving a little too strong here in the Rise group, and honestly, in the LCK in general. Hopefully this means that we're just guaranteed a 3-game banger between these two as Bro pick up a win on the blue side. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space gonna break it down. We'll have game number 2.
이거 정글 서판 노플이고.
빵타 때 지르면 돼 그냥 이거.
얘 초시계도 없어. 내가 질러줄게 여차하면.
질러줄 수 있어.
자, 앞에 카운터 찌르면서 봐야 돼. 나 여차하면 트란드부터 올게.
막을게.
막게. 앞에 거 보자, 앞에 거. 내가 보면 잡아.
수고했어. 오공 진짜 말 안 된다 이거.
공이 사기야.
그렇대. 그냥. 밸류의 신이다.
나 어때? 날아가고.
바로 뛰어 바로 들어가요. 근데 원딜
약간 빨리
바로 빨리 들어가서
이러면 난리 났는데요.
15,000 모델인데 화이팅하자. 그러니까 이겼다. 15,000도 지잖아.
옵스 그냥 설레발을 치지 않으면서 칙하게 지금은 환호성 치고 싶겠지만 참습니다. 지금 13,000채가 나도 디엠플스는 천차이처럼 천천히 갑니다. 천천히.
디엠플스 여기만 실수 안 하면 이겨요. 고가망시야! 빵! 이게 됐어요. 디엠플스 거의 올해 최고의 게임이에요. 11분에 디엠플스 가자. 이제 버섯가 먹어요. 반대로 넘어가서 버섯가를 잡아줘요. 아니 어떻게 이렇게 게임을이요?
아니야. 오케이. 아니야, 씨발. 아니야, 미안해. 제가 15,000 모델일 때 화이팅하자. 15,000도 지잖아? 그러면 이제 못 참아. 야구 받아서 그럴 거야. 쎄 받다. 진짜. 쎄야.
11회가 다 잡아야 돼. 안 돼. 11회 다운.
어떻게 얘기해? 고생했다. 와.
나이스 형들.
이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다. 시대.
그쵸. 사실 그냥 빠다만의 장난이고요. 근데 이제 그만큼 진짜 이 게임 지면은 말이 안 된다고 생각을 했기 때문에 그래도 유리한 상황에서 이번에는 역전 안 당하고 칭찬해주고 싶고 앞으로 남은 경기도 이겨보자. 파이팅.
안녕, 난 빛나핑. 오늘도 게임을 빛나게 만들어 보겠다. 빛나.
저희 유니폼 같은 경우는 일단 선수들마다 다 캐릭터가 다르거든요. 이렇게 박혀 있는 게 너무 장점이라고 볼 수 있고
실물이 너무 이쁘게 뽑혀서 마음 같아서는 1년 내내 입고 싶은 그런 기분이고요. 뭔가 선수 네임을 다 풀로 쓰니까 약간 아쉽고 좀 줄여서 뭐 루시핑 약간 이런 느낌으로 가면 더 잘 어울릴 것 같은데 그게 조금 아쉽습니다. 네.
아무래도 이 친구가 주인공이거든요. 롤로 치면 거의 이지리얼급인데 이걸 제가 맡고 있으니까 제가 제일 잘 어울린다고 생각합니다.
뭐 예상이 가는데 또메이커도 자기를 뽑았을 것 같고요. 블루랑 핑크의 조화가 잘 어울리는 것 같아서 저도 저를 뽑도록 하겠습니다.
저희 이번에 티니핑 콜라보 유니폼이 나왔는데 이제 많은 사랑 부탁드립니다. 추.
근데 이거 혹시 교육 같은 거 받으신 거예요?
아니요, 그냥 허수는 그냥 자기가 즐기는 느낌이더라고요.
안녕, 나 쇼메핑이다 추. 이번 경기 꼭 잘해서 파이팅 하겠습니다.
마지막에 갑자기
너무 좋아서 이게 너무 이 유니폼 입고 있다는 게 자랑스러워요. 많은 응원 부탁드린다 추.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사합니다. 지금 감사합니다.
Welcome back to the main event. It is the space here with the bros up 1-0 over D plus Kia. D plus Kia with the fire jerseys. They looked great. In the early game, people were brewing. They still looked great. But then in the end, the bros came out on top. Couple of team fights as it was a 1-0 victory early on for the bros. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. And let's start with the draft because seems to be a trend that's happening here, and Wadid really wanted to hit this one home.
Yeah, I mean, the general idea from Bro was on fire, especially Wukong, Annie, and Rel is one of the combination that we really want to see it again because it's really easy to work on and really good at the team fight. But whenever you think about the DK side, it's Trundle again. I already mentioned that before. It's really hard to set up the team fight. It's good early game to fight around like level 4 and level 5 because like it's really good on one-on-one situation. But yeah, again, it's really hard to set up the team fight, especially when you play with Orianna. It's really difficult. And also you have the Bard on the support. So the setup-wise, it wasn't great, even though you have Oren. Like Oren is not joining the fight like before like 20 minutes. So I think just in general, DK had the more difficult team comp. So it was kind of complicated.
I think as well, you look at DK's comp and you see a lot of scaling elements like the Sivir, the Ori, and the Ornn. But because it's this 2-carry composition into this comp with so much engage and backline threat, it actually becomes really hard to play in the late game because if Bro throw everything at, Sivir, which we saw them do time and time again, even if they lose a member and they trade 1-for-1, they still have so much damage. They're still going to have that Corki alive, and having just the Orianna as your only damage step makes things really hard. Even if you throw your engage at aiming and he doesn't die, if he's low, he might be zoned from the fight from then on, or just being knocked up by Wukong means he's not pumping out damage. And I think especially with how strong these engage tools are, it becomes so difficult for the carries in a comp like this.
Guys. We're just thinking about it too much here. I mean, come on. Look at that. There's a 5-hedge draft right here. Look, Annie, Wukong means win in Rise. Yeah.
I mean,
way to go, coach. All right.
When players know that, like in the voice com at the end, like they said Wukong is just so broken. Like, so even players know it already.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here as it was some brewing. And again, D plus Kia in a winning position at this point.
Yeah, with a great ultimate on the Bard and kind of mispositioning by Polu here. So it started pretty well for DK, but it was really great turn from Bro here. They tried to collapse on Bro with a different angle here, but Bro kind of realized that we can actually burst down the Trundle here because they actually hold the ultimate on Annie, and I think that was great focus here.
Yeah, and actually Lucid still had his ult available, so he was going in thinking, I can buy time, I can soak, but everyone committed with a burst and just exploded him, and that completely turned the momentum of the fight in a way D+ didn't expect, and they got so scattered after that.
And I feel like that's the same decisiveness we saw from Peanut in game number 2 of the last series for Hanwha Life Esports, where there were times where it didn't look great, but Peanut and the rest of Hanwha Life followed up immediately. Bro being able to do that in a 4v5 at Otacon to then take control of the game, which then led us here 9 minutes later over at the Baron. They take control of Baron and turn yet again.
So this is a point where prior to this, Aiming had been trapped in the Baron pit, burned his flash. So look what happens when Wukong has flash advantage. Aiming dodges the equalizer, gets jumped on, he's trying to run away, doesn't really get to do damage, he's getting melted, and he just goes down. And even though Wukong's low here, his job is done, and the D+ just know they can't really fight their way out from this situation down that pivotal carry.
Where's the counterplay against Wukong? Like, I think you need to pick Alista or Braum to actually defend the play from Wukong, but whenever you have Trundle and Bard, it's kind of impossible to defend their plays.
Yeah, there's a couple of our spotlight players here for game number 2. Kroko having a big performance there, as well as Hype having a pretty good job as well on the Corki. We've seen times with him on Corki, Valkyrie's in the wrong spot. Not the case here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, better performance from him. A couple of points where he really found angles, even to challenge Aiming and take him out. And I think it's a good omen for Bro, but I think the fact that they got those really powerful tools, that's the question. They had what we think is a really great draft in game 1, the Annie Wukong, which is always one. Can they replicate that in game 2 with maybe not as powerful tools?
Yeah, we did on the opposite side for D+ Kia. Who needs to step up in your mind?
I think it's actually Beryl, because I think he's known as a playmaker, but with Bard, I think you need some something more for the setup, because I think you need a front line, you need the front to back situation for like having a bar situation. But like here, I don't think he had a great moment here. So I feel like he just need to pick something that he can face check the brush and keep the vision control for the team. And I think he can definitely help DK here.
Yeah, D plus Kia already locked into play-ins. The Bros still battling for that play-in spot. DRX right behind them. A win here would go a long way. 1-0 for the Bros. Will they be able to close it out, or will we go to a game number 3? Let's find out. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I do want to take a little bit of opposition to Wadid, who did just say that Beryl...
What about to Umti?
No, never. Umti's perfect, as we know. And he was on the show, actually.
Yeah,
the last time the Bros were playing, he was actually a member of the Korean broadcast. It was great to see him. So going to be cheering for the Bros. As you can see, green lights behind him. Going to be supporting his former team. And yeah, D+, their fans probably a bit confused about how to feel at this point in time. They are already locked in the play-ins. If they get a win here, in any way, they will be able to secure first place in the Rise group as well, which we kind of expected was going to happen relatively early. So we'll just have to see whether that is what's going to happen. Obviously, the main thing that we want is a 3-game series. So we'll see whether DK can actually get a victory to at least bring this to a match point between these two squads.
I think we go to 3. I think that the draft that Bro had, they won't have a second time, obviously. They don't have blue side. And D+ will put something together that's a little bit simpler to play out. And D+, until those scrappy team fights into a really punishing draft, did have a lead, did have a lot of control over the game. And I expect they can bring this to 3. Even as a Bro Predator, I think D+ should be able to be back in the driver's seat in this draft. Let's see what they want to prioritize.
Yep, the Aurora going to be taken away as, you know, Gwen still up and available. So even though the Rumble is missing, the Aurora value is still going to be there. As Pantheon and the Varus likely still going to be banned away. And because it's Croco, probably will see a Vi ban as well. But it is Lucid, so could be a potential first pick angle. We'll see where they do decide to go. As the Varus actually going to be banned on the blue side here. Yunara is going to hit the deck as well. Last ban likely to be that Azir.
Yeah, Azir, Talia are the big considerations here. Showmaker once a phenomenal Talia player, and I still think he has it in him to have a great Talia game. He just hasn't shown it as much recently. Closer has been one of the best Talias in the Rise group, so I think if it's open, Showmaker should take it away. As I do agree with you, I expect this to be an Azir ban here. Could be a trade, however.
Yeah,
something like a Vi ban in that final spot.
Plenty of things still up and available. The Aurora ban does mean that a Gwen is very high value, so they do decide to ban that one away instead. So now the question is it going to be the Talia lock-in, or is it something else that D+ feel is going to be a little bit more valuable?
You're looking at Talia Azir here. You know, we're not Rai Shinjiao because they both got left up, so not going to be that angle. However, Lucid looking for a Vi first pick. Doesn't mean, you still get one of those 2 picks with it, you know, because D+ aren't going to play Azir top. Shoutouts to Dove.
Oh, Bro, I miss his voice. Dove's voice was so good.
Let's see which they opt for. Vi works really well with Talia, so maybe you take it away. And Closer, like I said, I think he's the best Talia in the Rise group right now. So incredibly good at it.
He could pick something weird into it as well. We'll just have to see. Yone going to be an option. Yone Maokai, that could be what they decide to do here.
It's either Yone Maokai or Yone Sejuani, you have to imagine here.
Yep.
Very different look for Croco than the Wukong. A lot more utility-based. The Sejuani a little bit closer, but definitely both of these champs are completely different. And he is going to go for the Maokai, which has been more common recently.
Also feels way better into the Vi, who can kind of cut down a bunch of the defenses of the Sejuani.
Agreed. So, I mean, Talia's rocks will make Yone's life a little bit annoying, and it's great with the Vi, but instead he's opting for potential Ari lock. Now, this is a much better Ari angle than we saw from Hanwha Life Esports earlier, at least in terms of what we've seen from this draft so far.
Yep. It could make it very pick-based as well, depending on what's going to be locked in alongside it.
I would love
Maybe you just lock Kai'Sa. Just lock Kai'Sa here.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Kai'Sa or some type of engaged support, but Kai'Sa really solidifies what you can do with this draft. You don't know what your opposition is going to be at.
Oh, I like
That's a
this,
different angle. It's the melee top laner dive follow-up version of Kai'Sa, essentially. Same idea here. Morgan, the Lord, just going to slam down the croc. Now, this is going to be a good game, too. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, and I'm already worried for DK because this is such a strong core for OK Man Brion. These guys have, like, and it's once again, such comfortable execution as well. Like, the Nature's Grasp just makes any sort of engage opportunity so easy. So what the bros have lined up so far, absolutely deadly. But
Nico,
of course, a lot of pick opportunity here for DK.
Nico and Rakan are very strong with this draft here for D+. Xayah is also pretty good into this dive composition. It's no surprise that gets taken away.
With no Xayah Sivir, it does mean that the Ambessa being able to lock onto a target in the backline could be a big deal. But she's going to have to go back to who he once was on this Ambessa and actually have that laser focus and swift execution.
I imagine this is a Rakan ban, right? I mean, the follow-up is pretty easy.
Unless they want to lock it in. So the Kai'Sa can be taken away, and then you just pick Rakan on 4.
They certainly could do that. I expect Ezreal is going to get a look here by D+ Kia. I'll actually ban Ziggs instead. That doesn't really tell us much about what Aiming has plans to play here, but likely something lower range.
And also, like, I mean, Brion do not have a lot of magic damage outside of the Maokai, who will be building that Liandry's. And
they deny Lucian. I think D+ were planning on playing Lucian here, and Bro just say no. Both of these comps are so explosive. Lucian works well for Bro's comp, but I think it's even stronger with D+, and it's denied, and I think Aiming's not happy about it. I think that's definitely what he wanted. Got banned from him in Game 1, and in Game 2 it's denied. It looks like he'll take the Ezreal in response here, but I'm not sold on this. It's great follow-up. When somebody gets locked down, you could WQ, you're going to guarantee that. Ooh, and the Karma lock as well.
That's I want lane priority.
Yeah.
And they will be able to pick it up with this duo.
Curious what comes with this Lucian now. The Braum feels really good in this comp in general, but is not going to do anything for you in the lane.
No. That would be a weather the storm option.
Yeah, I don't like that as much as maybe even like Nami kind of works, but it's not great here. Nautilus is great defensively. If they try to dive you, you can survive. It's basically like, okay, we will lose the lane.
Yeah,
but you can't dive us easily. We'll probably trade one back.
We can try and lose gracefully.
I just realized something, Atlas.
What did you realize?
Beryl didn't get his 500th kill last game, did he?
Oh god, he didn't.
And now he's playing Karma. I don't know.
I mean, Karma can get some stuff done in the early game.
He gets it right. Come on. I was like, oh, 100% he gets it in Game 1. I'm like, Playing Bard, playing Karma, maybe he doesn't.
I think the likelihood of getting it on Karma is way higher than on Bard.
Agree. I'm going to have to
at
agree
least
with
that.
I will agree with that. These comps are weird, man. It does feel like two rams smashing their heads into each other on top of a mountain somewhere.
Yeah, it is a little bit like zero engage on the side. Like, I mean, yes, there is sort of like a Vi, and you can just try and go in and force something. But it's not like a Rel who's just going to start a fight off and things are crazy. With a Karma support, like this goes against what Woodid was asking for, right? Like Beryl is not going to be able to dictate terms. It's going to have to be this Ahri finding a pick angle, Ambessa getting into a backline, and Vi really being in the right spot to create a fight that looks good for them.
Could be a bit of a liability as well if they're not in control of the game. This comp here, again, fairly easy to execute for Bro.
Oh, yeah.
A much closer draft than Game 1, though.
Absolutely. See what happens as we jump into the Rift here for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. All we hope is that DK can bring us to a third. That's what we need. That's what I feel we deserve. You know?
I do think that's what we deserve. You know, bookend the week.
Yeah.
With a banger 3-gamer, 6-game day.
Oh.
Hanwha already gave us that extra win over Gen.G that they hadn't been able to get all second half of the year long. Tegon mentioned it's been 2 months.
Yeah, so that's a long time.
They secured their spot for today for the week in second place. And for the side of Bro here, it would be a gap that you could build over DRX, because D+ has been beating DRX pretty consistently. So to punch up here against D+ would be big for them to try to avoid elimination from play-ins.
100%.
High stakes game here is Karma Ezreal is going to win this lane.
They should.
Make no mistake.
And Ari should also have a decent time into the Yone, especially early on. So it's about what DK can do with the almost guaranteed lane priority that they're going to have in the mid and bottom lane. And what Lucid is going to do with it as well. Because if Lucid can snowball himself, much like what we saw from Peanut in that game number 2 that you were just mentioning, this Vi can become a carry threat in unto herself. But I don't. If that doesn't happen, I can see Bro just kind of hunkering down and then being a better team fighting composition later on in the game.
Yeah, because the Maokai both sets you up for siege really well if you're ahead, but also denies this melee engage, because it's only the Ambessa Vi, like you said, that's engaged. Like, Ari engage is situational at best. Like, it's a charm setup, and it's a little bit tougher to execute. As observers are really showcasing that this is a losing lane for Bro and a Karma lane for D+.
Playability is looking low.
I'd like to take a look at the top lane, because that's kind of, you know, a little Morgan action up there. He's having a good time.
Hype actually did manage to get
Showmaker doesn't know.
Yeah, Croco gonna move over. Great charm to try and deny some of this extra damage as the flash does come through, but the Twisted Advance was already there. The sapling, it might just do it. There's the arcane smash, and the insta-flash means that Croco gets out.
Croco is he's evolving. And I don't think Bro are gonna hold B to stop him, man. He is,
and this is like he's already a croc.
I know.
So he doesn't need to evolve. Like it's crazy.
He's gonna become a kaiju next.
Oh, must.
He's ready for his Godzilla arc. I don't know, Atlas. Like, this guy is just insane. How patiently he played that, doesn't miss anything, commits the flash to get out, and Showmaker's just there like, I think maybe I can get out. No, Croco said no. Watch this again. But Lucid is right there. He just takes
Lucid actually just walks over to the red buff.
Yeah, just doesn't know. Like, Croco's off vision. Showmaker here, he's like, Croco gets a punch.
Yep, really nicely done there from Croco. But a little bit disappointing that we didn't have Lucid turning on a dime. Nice little hook there from Polo as Hype going so aggressive. Barrel! Double tap into death, and DK! This is not what we wanted to see.
Yeah, no, this is a disaster of an early game here. I don't want to say we're on the brink of getting robbed our perfect 6-gamer, but
I mean, I'm almost ready.
It's let's see if D+ can recover, Atlas. Let's see, because right now it is looking very much like Bro are just in complete control, and they're so decisive. And Paulo has often been a player in round 3 and 4, 3s and 4s here,
yes,
where we're a little bit concerned about some of his engages, but not this one, man. Barrel still yet to get that 500th kill as he's taken out in lane again.
And now, I mean, there are some flashes invested, right? Hype now has his on cooldown, so if there is going to be a Vi in the area, then maybe something could happen here, as aiming, clearing out this wave quite nicely. But still, looking down at the bottom of your screen, gold leads everywhere here for the Bros. We haven't even had a look at that top side yet, as you can see, 40-32, as Shiu is going to be able to at least get a bunch back as this wave does crash through, but not able to get those last couple.
Yeah, that's rough. Lucid is Vi into Maokai. They haven't interacted with each other, but the impact that Croco's made already has been felt, and Lucid just hasn't hit any of these lanes. You know, he hasn't been able to stave the pressure off top side. Now they're swapping. Yeah, Morgan's just gonna dash out of that leash. And he didn't get to punish Hype and Hype and Palu in the bottom lane, and you know, now he's just finishing his clear on the Krugs, and Hype is just chilling, like he's under his turret. There's just no angle for him.
Yeah, Morgan's level 6, so it does get softened up a little bit here by Barrel and aiming.
He hasn't backed yet.
Yeah, it does have dominance, but it's still going to take a fair bit here, especially if aiming starts hitting a few of these Mystic shots.
Got him.
Yeah.
Plus 21.
Yeah, now we just got to chill out a little bit. Morgan is going to go back home, and they are likely to complete the swap, but as you can see, Hype and Polo holding this wave for now.
Yeah, so even though the Renekton gets pushed out, similar situation here for Shiu, just in the different way that He can't walk up, as we're going to see a TP straight
he's actually
up here.
Teleporting straight back into the lane.
I mean, he has a phage. He thinks he can fight this, I suppose, and he can.
Yep, Croco is going to turn up as Beryl. No flash, no chance. And Croco hasn't even done anything yet. And already Beryl is almost dead. They decide it's killing aiming that they're looking for. The flash comes down, and the flash in response from Morgan. As Lucid just wants to get himself the hell out of here. There is no good answer here by DK at all.
DK losing on both sides of the map. The Renekton engaged there. Where is... I mean, Morgan is just fine here too. Like, I was gonna say, where is Lucid?
Yeah, it's
he
just
punches
waiting to...
Morgan, and then that's the end of it.
Yep, wanted to deny a plate, and that is what's going to happen here. But man, this game has fallen apart so quickly as Polo going a little aggressive than he certainly can. As Showmaker dashing around, looking for an opportunity here as Morgan going down lower and lower. As Showmaker will hold on to the Spirit Rush.
Bit of a disengage Nature's Grasp there, but it will get them out.
Yep.
And Shiu is going to get these minions finally as they crash, as we will see the back complete for Palu. And I mean, losing on both sides of the map in this lane swap situation is just, it's not a fun time. We saw a kind of similar situation, but not as bad in the Hanwha series where you had the Aatrox, you know, getting pushed in by two players, not having the strong lane, and then the Scion kind of soaking. This is like, you're winning on both sides, actually. In the 1v2, you win because your jungler's up here when you TP back in. So this happens, where Morgan just takes over the game on his signature Renekton. As they decide they want to get aiming here, which is a risky choice, but it pays off. Like, Lucid does finally show up here, and they could have just gone for the free kill on the Barrel, but they wanted the more value kill onto the Ezreal. And then bottom side, obviously disaster there, as Shiu gets pushed out of the lane as well.
Yeah, they also get the flash out of the Ezreal and the kill, which is just even more than what they would have gotten from just killing Beryl again, who now does at least have his flash back up and available, is now looking at Croco, who is on these grubs for the minute. Polo moving over means that there's nothing that he can really do about it. Full minion stack heading towards aiming.
Hype is just so big that aiming can't really challenge him here. He's just going to have to catch this wave, and it should be free grubs over the side of Bro. And that's just tons of prio.
Ooh, nice little knock up here as well as Croco moves in. And might just be heading on down to get himself a dragon with the infinite amount of control that the Bros have at this stage of the game.
Lucid is, I mean, he's down there, he's got a control ward, but he is going to see that he is going to lose his dragon. He is certainly not going to be able to take that, no chance. Has to go back to clearing. And it's not, like, some of this is on Lucid for not matching any of these rotations. Like the mid gank you mentioned, he didn't rotate over. He didn't see it until it was too late, I think, but just has not been able to identify where Croco is and where the pressure points for Bro are, so he's always just a little bit too late to the party. As a result, he's been just hard farming and has a big lead in terms of jungle camps over his opposition. But I think the lead that Croco has generated everywhere else is way more significant.
Oh, 100%. As Hype's culling is not really going to be going the right direction, as aiming is able to punish him there momentarily. Lucid, like you say, is certainly churning out the farm numbers. It's not really going to help you too much, as True Shot Barrage to at least deny some backs immediately.
He had a relentless pursuit of getting closer to that wall there.
He certainly did. He pursued that wall, and guess what? The wall didn't get away.
Every Lucian player wants something different. This one just wanted to not get hit by a True Shot Barrage, and so therefore became really close with the wall. He had a pursuit of that wall real bad.
He certainly did. Well, this stack of minions is going to visit this turret as Closer Man. He is having a pretty good game so far.
And I mean, now you're like, aha, I got the Karma Ezreal lane, but the damage has been done. The Lucian is ahead. And, you know, this was not naturally from the 2v2, but the way Bro played the map and the way Croco warped the map just makes this so frustrating of a situation here for D+. Now, it's only 1,000 gold to lead, and they have a really strong set of engaged champions here. The Lucian is not very, I mean, he has a dash, right, and he has flash, but he is a great target. If he is a, you know, no Maokai ultimate, you can even get on top of the Yone and engage on him and blow him up with this Ahri composition. So D+ have some opportunities to get back in this game in some upcoming fights. You know, the next Drake, the next Herald. Drake take here was pretty late in this game, so second Dragon is actually quite late in the game, but D+ will have, you know, that 2-item spike for the Ezreal later on too they can play through. But I mean, one more mistake, one more big whiff or a big overcommitment to a fight, for example, and just becomes almost impossible to play this out as D+.
Yeah, could be a very difficult one. As in goes Lucid, and out goes Closer. So the snap back to the soul going to be pretty comfortable here. And depending on how like these next couple of fights go, I think we will get a pretty clear indicator as to whether or not DK can actually find a way back in, because it's going to be an uphill battle. And Morgan will get slowed down, so not going to be sinking his teeth into aiming and barrel just yet.
And, you know, I just don't think you want to fight right now while Lucian is at his strongest in this game. Man, if you're a Xiu, you're like, I really just don't want to lane into him, but this is just the situation I'm in. His aiming's not really able to generate that much on the other side. His Hype should be able to plate here. Morgan's just playing it so well, and he's so big in this game that it's hard for aiming to actually chunk him out. And there's no engage. Like, it's a karma like, haha, I'm Montre Q at you. And Morgan's like, hey, I'm chilling.
No, it has to be either Showmaker finding a cheeky charm after an ult or something like that, Xiu getting a good flank angle. The problem is that there's no easy, comfortable way of starting a fight. And on the other side, like, the bros have everything. You can land an anchor, you can just press R on Maokai, and everything is just fine. As Closer is underneath the turret, just happily laying waste to Showmaker.
I hate Yone. He just does that, man.
He does. And Malignance was just completed. Showmaker does hit that first item spike as Morgan throws down the ulti just to clear out the wave and will successfully be able to do so, but still aiming getting a fair bit of damage. Forward! The barrier is going to be there for aiming, but he has to flash to get out of the way of this angry, angry Crocodile, who now I think knows that he's dead and will just look to clear out the wave. He will successfully do that, aiming, be careful, you are not the one that's allowed to face check it, and still, he will be able to get the first kill back for DK. But on the other side, it's Xiu making a desperate attempt. Great hook is going to come through here as Xiu gets a big old shield, and Showmaker is turning up. Polu is going to get taken down, and the Ahri is able to dash her way to safety as well. I mean, it's triage, but it's kind of working here for DK.
It's definitely two big wins here for DK. Aiming is also going to be able to shove this wave in. Morgan will be able to TP to the top side, but it means his TP is going to be down. Dragon spawns in 1 minute here. Xiu still able to defend this turret for now.
Yeah, he's trying to, but this turret is going to go down very, very soon. The charm comes through. It's going to connect onto Closer, and Xiu is so huge. There's that Ambassador God that we've been looking for as Hype gets the barrier. But Xiu, I mean, he gets a shield from every skill press. This is a much more broken champion than yours. Down he will go, and DK actually hit a kill lead in this game.
Strike back in this game in a big way, and they're looking for even more here on the push, trying to grab a plate. Down here on the bottom side, Closer very low.
Yeah, well, there's a cease and desist. I don't know about this one, as Closer is not dead. Does have to go back to his soul, but there was only a barrel there as Morgan had TP'd in.
They could have played that so many different ways. Like, Closer's...
Ultra Shot Barrage! Closer is going to survive.
Yeah, he didn't.
Never mind.
He didn't sidestep because he knew it wasn't enough damage.
Yeah, obviously. Calculated. TI.
But, like, the unbind of the soul from Closer there was so far away from the turret, they could have played that any number of ways, and they just...
I mean, I think he used it after Lucid had already pressed off.
That's true.
Lucid was going there whether he wanted to or not.
Going back to this play here from Xiu, though, on the defense, is the sidestep is good on the ultimate there from Showmaker. And then he just dashes through this. The ult there from the Maokai just really not doing anything. And the route onto Hype is massive, and he's just got dashes for days.
Yep.
And there's no flash on that Lucian anymore.
Do we have to see this one again?
Closer, let's see when the unbind. Okay, so he does unbind here when the ult comes through. So I take that one back. Yeah, that was just...
Oh, and Showmaker mistimes the charm! Oh, no. That's all right.
Bigger issue.
That's probably the bigger point. We didn't actually see him on screen. It was just Beryl that we could really see when he did rebind.
Yeah, a little bit rough on that one. I was blaming the wrong issue there. Xiu now relevant in this game after just sitting under a turret for about 15 minutes.
Yep.
Not going to stop Bro from getting this second dragon here. See what kind of dragon we get with the Chemtech and Hextech teched up here on Double Dragon.
Yeah, we really are. A mountain, I feel, would be really rough, and a cloud would be the best.
Cloud is pretty sick for both teams.
Yep.
D-Pulse are looking for a Herald take here after the dragon goes over. And there's just not really a great contest set up here for Bro. I think there's somebody going to give this one up.
Yeah, that's just going to be a trade of Drake for Herald. Aiming and barrel here in this mid lane. And this Karma's value has really just fallen off a cliff in this game. Does have Mikhails, can help to keep aiming safe. But It's just, it was supposed to win lane, and it didn't do it.
Yeah. There wasn't a whole lot of laning that happened after he died against the enemies, as we just kind of laned against top laners in the lane swap, but he's not able to do a whole lot. And so the engage for Shiu, Showmaker's charms, Lucid's engage timings, which have been a little bit suspect in this series thus far, are going to have to be really good if D+ are going to get back into this one, because they had a bunch of really small wins, but nothing that really was able to get them back. Barrier!
The tempo barrier!
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize this. I see people say all the time, if you have a shield, it does not interrupt your recall, so
yep.
Clean.
Oh, shoot. There is a Vi that is potentially here to stop Morgan from having a good time, but Croco's going to find him on his... Okay, just drive by. It's fine. Sometimes you just want to arcane smash.
That was pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. It was sort of swift, you know? It's like, nope, don't want to fight. And I will decide that that is how it's going to go. As aiming, he wants to be here for the local gold. We'll be able to collect that one as Shelly gets a charge. And aiming is just going to drive her away. All right, can we actually do anything else? The answer is no.
They could have gotten maybe a charge on the top turret, where they have a lot of members up here. Closer, going for the 1v1.
Ulti onto Beryl, and Beryl is just dead, guys. I don't know what he was thinking.
Well, he had Showmaker and Lucid nearby, but they were not that nearby, Beryl. They were not really quite with you there. They were almost with you, but they're with you in spirit.
No, he's the spirit, not them.
Yeah, at the moment, that's definitely the case. Their spirits are saying hi to his spirit right now.
Yeah. Little subpar. We're going to put that one in the cons column.
This is what I was talking about with this Karma pick. If you do get caught out for any reason, you will die to this comp. Like, you will die to Lucian, you will die to Yone, you will probably die to Renekton in most cases as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes a little bit longer.
If anyone, catches you, you are just going to die. The problem is that Closer has so much mobility as well, so you just can't really get yourself out of the way. As Showmaker, pretty good job avoiding the unbound damage there from Closer, but he was nowhere near the wave as a result of it.
This game is really, really close at the moment because of the big Ambessa and all of the ways that, again, D+ could just explosively win a team fight. But I just haven't seen enough evidence of, outside of some cool outplays and some errors from Bro, D+ being able to group up for a fight and actually just work together.
Yeah.
That's the weird thing about D+. You know they can do it. You know they did it in LCK Cup. You know they did it in Kespa Cup before that, where Bro, their nemesis, actually defeated them in the finals, but...
Oh, Showmaker does have to use his ulti as Lucid comes over, doesn't press R. It's just felt his demise, Croco coming up.
Okay, now maybe... I mean, Croco has ult. They really want to make something on this top side play. It's just not working. Morgan's trying to make something bottom side.
Yeah, and Closer finds the ulti, but the flash out there from Showmaker does mean that it doesn't quite work out. The dominus is there for Morgan, but Shiu just walks it off.
And
I was thinking about trying to join the fight on the top side of the map, but not actually going to elect to go over there as Lucid pokes his head in to see whether there is anyone overstepping. The answer was no.
Almost an overstep there from Hype, but he does not. And they got that mid turret. That's really big. That opens up so many different engage angles for Shiu and Lucid in this game. And that Herald charge, yeah, they didn't get the second one. Aiming didn't drive very well, but that the crucial big mid turret does go down. 45 seconds until Bro can contest, though, for Soul Point here.
Yeah.
And D+ are nowhere near this objective. They don't have any vision, so they have to kind of slow play this, and Hype is going to clear this mid wave first. This is where things get really rocky, because if you have all the tools, D+, right? You have your 2-item spike on Ezreal at 20 minutes here. This is your moment. Like, this is how you get back in this game. If you botch this, though, I think Bro might walk away with a 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, losing a fight here around the Drake means that you probably also lose the Otacon.
Exactly.
As that is going to get scoped out here as Hype finds the culling towards Beryl. And Beryl is just going to have to go back to base if he wants to be useful at all.
I mean, Shiu is proxying waves right now. It looks like they just have no intention of fighting for this dragon at all. Like, look at this Ambessa on the top side.
I mean, he does have teleport available, so he can TP in whenever he would like, as they have control vision also on the back of this pit. Let's see whether Lucid decides that he wants to start something here, as the Anchor is just going to get a Vault Breaker. Teleport to come forward from Morgan, though, as he's making his way down. The Nature's Grasp does come in, as aiming does get cleansed, but Closer gonna get caught there by the cease and desist as Shiu now deep in this backline finds the ulti to get himself right in amongst it, but I don't know whether that's where he wants to be, and he will go down. Meanwhile, the health bars are getting so low. Showmaker looks for Closer as he comes back, but then he's in melee range where the Yone gets wiped out. DK, that was not the team fight we were looking for, as now Lucid running for the hills and the bros just wanting to clean it up. They get themselves the soul point and they'll let Beryl and Lucid live for now because they're happy with the team fight win.
It's another D+ fight that's just so broken up, Atlas, and it's so slow. You mentioned that Shiu has TP. He needs to TP so much faster if they want to fight that. And then the Nature's Grasp is just bro just being like, well, I guess like you guys are you contesting? I guess you're not. I guess we just get this. And then they turn it into their own engage because D+ are still just kind of hanging out. Morgan gets the stun onto aiming. Beryl has to flash heal plus ult E to get out. So he has no tools, he has no utility more than Shiu engages after the fight's over. It's over, bro. It's done. You ain't getting anything in this
I mean,
one.
he had to press R because otherwise he'd be hit by a hook, right?
And then Showmaker is. I don't have an issue with him going in there, but the fact that he waited so long to show up and then went in there, I'm like, why not moments before? And then the Showmaker just gets turned on. It's not Showmaker's fault either. Again, he's on the flank there, but everything is just so split up because the left side of the fight went so poorly. Shiu goes in late because he has to, like you say, and then Showmaker is like, oh, there's a Nautilus here. I can't quite close the gap. And Closer snaps back and then turns onto him. Shiu gets a turret at least, but that's Otacon, that's Soul Point. Bro with the 3,000 gold lead, and this is just not a convincing showing again for D+ with this comp.
Yep, just didn't quite work out here for DK, and unfortunately, the woes are just continuing, right? If this happens in the play-ins, and it's just a disaster, because it feels like a mental collapse here for DK.
That's exactly
here in
what
this
it feels like, yeah. We know this team is capable of more, and showed it so much this year, and it starts to feel like D+ just know that they might lose to Bro again. You know, I might lose to B&K. I really don't want to. Like, we got to actually prove that we're the best in this group, that we actually deserve Legend, and they keep failing to do so.
Ooh, aiming. Not going to get tagged by the Ardent Blaze. The Apollo looking for a target. Doesn't find Lucid.
I want 6 games, Atlas. I'm biased right now. I just don't think I'm going to get it.
Nope. I think that this game is over, personally.
I think so, too.
It's 3.3k the lead for the bros. They have themselves the Otacon and Soul Point. Like, everything is going their way.
That was, I think, the real last best chance D+ was going to get, and they just completely whiffed it.
And we could go for, like, a Caster Curse angle.
I'm trying really hard. I'm trying really hard.
It's not really looking good. Anyway.
It's a Croco Palm angle, by the way.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, like, I'm just... Before anyone starts going, well, justice for support... No, I mean, he had some good engages on Rel. Like, his Nautilus has been pretty clean in this game, but...
No, not the main character. Croco's early gank, honestly, really took DK through a loop. Because this whole composition, it was designed to win early, and they did the opposite of that. And now you've got Beryl on a champion that he'd prefer not to be on, as Shiu actually playing this one out relatively well. But Closer does just use the Unbound Soul button. Teleport to come in here as Showmaker. I don't know whether this is where he wants to be, but he's got the Spirit Rush. Will get knocked up as Beryl is at least able to soak the culling, but aiming was just in amongst 4 people. He didn't really want to be there, as there's the public execution. Shiu able to keep himself alive, but unfortunately Showmaker is just dead. And I think the Bro wallets are looking so good. They are okay, they are saving, and the Bank of Bro is just winning, looking to grab themselves this Baron as well.
And man, there's been a lot of credit given to Duke for some of the change-ups in drafts we've been seeing for Bro. Fan there as well, giving him a shout-out. But this is a different identity, I think, and it is really working out. I mean, look at how this all starts out down here, and this is what looks like, oh man, she was doing okay, but it's still a Yone that's further ahead of you than in gold. And this TP from Showmaker with Lucid and Beryl coming up. Like, Croco has CC, and he's not afraid to use it on a target that's going to come in on a TP. Aiming also gets hit by the ultimate as well from the Nautilus awkwardly, but he was going to be dead no matter what, I think, in this scenario. But then going in here, sure, Shiu gets 1 kill on the support, but you're just kind of lemmings running into Bro at this point. And I think D+ just know this game is likely over. They got to go for a Hail Mary, and it does not work.
와, 이점 봐라 이거.
Yeah, pretty happy with how his teammates are doing in this one. As he is now just dancing around this mid lane. They've got the Baron as well as everything else. It's now an 8,000 gold lead.
Who else was Bro Predators? Was it? Oh, we have a pause. We got time to talk about it. I think it was me, Digon, probably some on the KR side. I think it was just me and Digon for this series.
I think so, yeah.
Sorry, on the global side.
I almost did it. And unfortunately, as soon as the Bros lost to DNF this week, was it Bros losing to DNF? I think that was, they did lose their series, I'm pretty sure.
Bro did lose to...
Yeah, they lost to DNF. And as soon as they lost to DNF, I was like, well, I guess it's doomed for the prediction
Valdez,
against DK.
Also a Bro Predator.
Yep. It was smart. I think it's very smart if you also predicted DNF to beat them.
Yeah,
but no one did that.
No, I think Digon might have actually done that.
No, he didn't.
He didn't? Okay. No, he didn't. He double broed. I think Closer popped off too hard and pulled his headset cable out. That's what happened.
Well, that's... if there's any time to do it, honestly, he probably didn't even need his headset cable after this. As we got 1,800 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play. Still 2 minutes left for that one. This inner turret, no answer from DK. Showmaker, I believe, managed to get a turret there towards that top side, as he has managed to at least push out that wave. So it's not going to be 3 inhibs off this one.
No, not going to be. But it certainly could be 2, Atlas.
Yeah.
Maybe a Nexus.
Nature's Grasp does come down. Lucid looks for a little bit of an angle, but Closer's already snapped back. The Bros pushing up. They've got double siege minions. This tower is not long for the world, as Showmaker now having to use his ulti to get himself back to the fountain. Doesn't find too much value there, and there's also an inhibitor falling in the mid lane at the same time. Morgan getting to work up there as well. And the Bros now with, I mean, there's what, 3 cannons making their way in.
Yeah.
DK's still with everyone alive.
They have to survive for a minute. I just don't know if they can. So many tools down here for Bro, though. They should be careful about overextending. Ooh, nice angle.
Yep, Hook is going to connect there as Polu dives forward. There's the ult out of Closer as well, and instantly Lucid and Aiming are on the floor. And it's just a blender for the Bros. Barrels on the Karma. He's in the fountain, just watching as his Nexus gets wiped out. And the Bros with a swift 2-0 to make it a 5-gamer on the day.
Bro said not a chance. It goes 3. Barrel looking almost visibly shaken. It's going to be respectful with the nice fist bumps, though, regardless, as Aiming also looked super unhappy on the player cam when that Nexus fell. A game that had the right tools, had a good draft, but just weren't able to execute, and it was a jungle gap. It really, really was. I think across this series, Lucid making very little impact compared to Krako, who was, of the 10 players, I think the most impactful player on the Rift.
Yeah, I also think that it was a bit of coaching diff as well. I think that the drafts out of DK in this series were greedy, especially this second one, where it's like, we're going to pick Ezreal Karma so we can win lane, and then you don't even manage to do that, right? They lost in the 2v2. Maybe thinking that there's no way they can lose, so they overstep. But I don't know what the thinking was really.
If you can't execute on your win cons, then it's a big concern, especially when those win cons are practically guarantees.
They were also very difficult win cons in both drafts.
I mean, the fact that Palu's able to get a kill on Beryl though in the 2v2 is just something that can't happen. You know, that's the kind of mistake you can't make. You can't get caught like that. For D+, I mean, this is a big win for Bro, don't get me wrong, but for me, I thought Bros were favorites, so I'm kind of looking at this. I didn't think it was going to be a 2-0, to be fair, but I kind of feel like for D+, the way they lost continues to be a symptom of the same problems. Like, we've talked about this in even seasons past, like, Bro shot calling, or sorry, a D+ shot calling a problem. They got Beryl in the beginning of the year, we were like, see? It's fixed. It's not fixed, actually. And now you have to wonder, with the top side underperforming like this, Showmaker's having problems. Like, what do you do as D+? Because, yeah, you're still at the top of the group, and that's probably not going to change. There's only a few weeks of play left.
I mean, I think you just need to respect Bro. If they're just not. Like, they haven't this whole time, and they keep losing to them.
But if your goal is something higher than making plans, which you've already achieved, do you really hunker down on trying to go into more of the creative drafts we've known that this team is great at? Like, you know, the Jace mid that Showmaker played?
No. Just play your game, but they need to play their game even against Bro. Because like they have been able to show us that they can play good League of Legends. Unfortunately, we just haven't seen very much of it, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, it's this matchup. They lost to B&K as well. And I just don't, I know I've seen a lot of people calling for like challengers calls up. I don't think that fixes anything. In fact, I think that exacerbates the problems that we're seeing here. And I want to see either like Draft to play hard through aiming more, or which was denied, by the way, the Lucian pick twice, or just, you know, be creative again. Because we know this team has wide champion pools and a creative identity that we just don't see as often as I think we should.
Yeah, and a bit more keep it simple stupid, because that's exactly what Bro have been using against them to such great effect, right? Like, first game, it's Annie Wukong, and this next one, it's Nature's Grasp into the Yone that we've seen work so well across the board. Honestly, they barely even needed that combo because DK kind of crumbled without them doing too much of anything, but we know that they had that in the back pocket as the guarantee to allow this game to be concluded quickly, and it's really beautiful to watch. Q having a good time on the Ambessa, but unfortunately everything else fell apart.
Bro just embody Rise Group. Like they are the essence of Rise Group. They know exactly how to play those scrappy games. They know how to coordinate around these drafts. They know how to just go forward and press R buttons and win the game. And it just looked way better in this series. Game 1, a lot closer, obviously, until it wasn't. Game 2, not close for even a moment. Croco, deserved POM, probably unanimous, you have to imagine.
Yep, I think this was the most obvious POM that we've had for quite some time, as Croco, utter dominance. That Maokai gank, the very first gank against Showmaker, honestly felt like it won the game. It was
a mental breaker for sure.
Yeah. Because as we mentioned already, like these were lanes that were chosen so that they could win. Put them in a good position early, snowball through with your Vicon position, and as soon as the brakes were halted on that one, it just did not look so good.
It's going to be an interesting POG State Atlas. There's a lot to talk about in this group for sure.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's really hard to know what to make of DK, because we've seen them be better, but is that impossible now? Like, is it gone?
I don't think so. But it certainly hasn't been around for a little while. And not consistently. If I see D+ play at their best 2 weeks in a row, I think, okay, maybe they're back, you know? This team is in full form again. But we have one good series, and then we see a series like this, and you're like, how can I trust?
Yeah, exactly right. We just saw them back-to-back 2-0, and then this was a 0-2 disaster class. But it is now time to hear from Croco, and so let's send it over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the POM interview translation, joined by Croco on the side of OK Savings Bank, Rion.
와, 오늘 승리 굉장히 또 값집니다. 승리 소감 먼저 들려주시죠.
What a precious victory. How do you feel? You know, we lost our most recent match and really wanted to win today. And I think everyone really wanted to get our spirits up, so I think we actually all went to the spa, to the sauna, and I think that actually helped a lot. And from rounds 2 to 3 and now round 4, you're actually on a 3 winning streak against D+ Kia, so when facing them, what makes you more confident? I don't think anything in particular makes us confident, but I think we had the mindset that if we play better, then we would definitely be able to win. And in Game 1, you guys took the undefeated Rise Group comp, Wukong and Annie. And with today's victory, this duo has a 7-win and 0-loss record. So is Wukong Annie the answer? I think we eventually found out that Wukong Annie, through practice, is really effective and very strong. And through that practice and in the process, I think we were able to pull off another victory with them on stage. And in Game 1, there were actually some disadvantages when facing off versus the enemy comp, but you guys were winning through skirmishes. So what kind of shot calling was there to set these fights up? I think whenever we look for these team fighting angles, I think previously we had some hesitation. And I think because I just got so frustrated, I just wanted to go ahead and engage and just go ahead in.
좋습니다. 2세트 뱀픽 과정에서는 상대의 돌진 조합을 보면서
And in game 2 draft, after seeing the enemy's rush comp, you guys were building your comp step by step. So what approach did you take for your comp? For the draft in game 2? And we just mainly try to focus on picking our comfortable pocket picks. Just something that we're really confident in, and I think we were just having an active discussion around that. And in game 2 with your Maokai, you got 3 jungle camps and went straight to mid for a successful gank. So were you just finding an angle in the spur of the moment, or did you get a call from closer? I actually found the angle in the moment. And I think I was just observing the enemy mid's skills and his movement, and I just made the call. And we heard your teammates thanking you at the very end of the game, so it actually did stand out that you were the main contributor today. I think we're in a really good position and we feel really great, so I feel like we can continue doing good. And your next opponent will be BNK FearX, and since round 3 you haven't defeated them, what would you like to say? I think every time I was against him, BNK FearX, my shoulders were all locked up, so I was not in a good condition when I was facing them. So I think now that we're in a better condition, we would definitely be able to beat them. And anything you would like to say to your fans? I feel like a lot of fans might have been a little anxious watching us because of our recent loss. But I feel like the way we were playing is really fun to watch, and I feel like we have a lot left to show you guys, so please look forward to us succeeding in the future. And that's the end of the interview with Kroko, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. Yes. In the chat, please, for Deer's translation work, as Kroko gets the POM in this one, a clean 2-0 against D+ Kia. They've got D+'s number. It's the circle of rise. Bro beats D+, D+ beats everyone else, and the DN Automotive Freaks beat the Bros.
Why?
That one, yeah, it was a little cold earlier in the week.
Why?
They get it.
Happening?
And myself and Wolf and Valdez. Sorry, Valdez, I couldn't see. It was behind the camera. All right, myself, Wolf, and Valdez. We were knowers, also known as Broers. Take it away.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's both these teams have had shifting levels of form, and I think that's been the consistent thing with the Rise group, is that it's hard to get like a consistent read on teams because the form changes. But I think D+, this is not a good look for them. And I think on the other side, Bro showed a lot of confidence today, and particularly when their mid jungle's enabled, when they're playing these strong combos together, the Wukong Annie, the Yone Maokai, these are duos that really have a lot of impact. You can see what they can do with them.
Well, they are consistently unpredictable. Like, to be honest, like, it's really hard to like support Rise teams because like at some point they're really good, but at some point they're really bad. But this time around, Bro, I think they actually fixed the issues where they had the team fight. I think that even though they had the setup or the lead from the early game, they couldn't really end the game. But especially when they had the turn on the Trundle at game 1, it was really impressive, especially way how they approached the fight. The player, but they still managed to win the fights.
I think the coaches also feel the same way too.
Consistently unpredictable.
Success, failure.
I think this
Congratulations.
consistently unpredictable element of the Rise group, it's just relatable. Because in all our solo queue experiences, we're not Gen G, right?
That's
we have
right.
some good games, some bad games. That's how it goes.
Yeah, they're Relata Bro. I just really want to comment, and I'm just throwing out all the puns. Let's get to those comments by taking a look at the POM vote. Kroko getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of them. 8 out of 10. Big shout outs to Closer and 1 to
Getting cast for the Morgan, you know.
Yeah, getting cast.
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
Really, I thought that not that there needs to be justice for this, but I thought that Hype would get one. I really thought that Hype would get one. All right.
Yeah, my comment, me and Atlas were talking about this when we last cast the Bros.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
About the year of the closer. It's back on schedule. I checked my calendar. You know, we had a little hiatus. You know, we weren't so sure. He's looking good today. Some great plays. The turn on the Trundle, on the Annie, and also the Yone game was popping off.
Yeah, I mean, I picked Croco because of his Maokai play. I think it was really impressive. Like, whenever you want to actually win the game cleanly enough, you have to like think about the gamble pathing as well. That level 3 gank on the mid lane was on point, and I think that changed the game sequence, especially on Showmaker. He lost the flash after that, and I think it was great. Yeah, it was great today, and it was end of the week, right? What's gonna happen next week? No, we don't know yet, so please don't go away with his performance, especially.
Thank you.
Please, right? Digon?
Well,
yeah,
look,
right?
Look at the camera and tell them. Look.
Well, you tell them, because you are the bro fan, you know?
Please don't go away. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a good
from
one.
Everyone else. Wolf going, they got rocked by the croc. Rocked by the crocked. Does that work?
Rocked by the croc?
Rocked. Yeah.
It's like one of those near rhymes.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like you should have had like an apostrophe between the C's.
Yeah. Chat, you let us know if you approve or deny this. You know, it's been a heated debate here on the Palms to get approval. You let us know. Okay. Pony going, monkey in the jungle that climbs trees.
No, my first thought...
Were you going there too?
No, I mean, obviously I went for closer, but I was thinking if I was going to do Croco, because I was going back and forth, I was thinking I would do something about the fact he's playing jungle, get the monkey too. So I like this input. I think this is great. Redemption for last series when he had a weak Pommon. So good work, Pony. The feedback from us clearly sunk in.
Cloud Templar.
What do you mean? Croco, he's handsome.
Croco, well, you called Oppa earlier. Okay, anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Croco, he's handsome. His gameplay, amazing. What can't this guy do? He's just like Pony.
Croco POM
I
or
was literally
Pony
reading
POM?
line by line. I didn't see where we were going there. I think CT and Pony need to... They should have a chat.
Some pressure there.
They should stream it later. All right. Helios, Croco, Closer, 2 problem children, but they are the strongest.
Yeah, it's another anime meme.
Yes.
It's a quote from the Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. Man of culture, once again.
Yes.
Thank you. We usually have at least one resident
one.
Eve.
All right, last one. The Closer Croco duo brings back old memories, of course. Prince spending time there, Live Sandbox, the throwback.
Prince is everywhere.
He is everywhere. He has words to say about Vikla. He's got words to say about Closer and Croco. Did he have any other teammates here that he played with? Still playing? Can't think off the top of his head. Who's? All right. Well, anyways, Prince able to speak to some players like the former player that he is. Let's take a look at the best ceremony, as we had some great celebrations from big wins throughout the week. And now you at home can help us judge which one's the best one. Oh, what was that? 440?
400?
400.
Yeah.
Tell it's not a football reference because you didn't know it immediately.
Yeah, I did not know that one immediately.
What's that guy?
Berserker, his heart to the fans. He knows how much it's meant to him. Look at that super fan behind him, pointing right at him. Same thing with Bulldog as well. I'm so down for the DNF ones. Doing the Soto Pop. They also did a really cute social media Soto Pop dance with all of them. The DN Automotive Freaks celebrating their win.
Shoulder shuffle.
Okay. Loose.
That sold me.
Sponge giving the shout out to the fans after yesterday's huge win against B&K Fear X.
Sweet.
That's sweet, yeah.
And then
Yone.
Oh, we just got that one in just now.
Yone
Fresh off the
Ultimate.
presses. Closer with
like
the
it.
Yone. Or the Brone.
I think, honestly, the shoulder shuffle from Bulldog,
Yeah.
that got me.
Bulldog loves to do the dances. I'm down for the Bulldog vote. Let us know in the chat who you think wins this week's best ceremony. We had some good ones. All of them also from the Rise group.
I mean, I feel like it's getting better.
Yeah.
Like, the players are getting better on the ceremonies.
Yeah, that's what they've been practicing in the Rise group.
All right.
All right, let's take a look at the standings after we had the bros create a little bit of space there between DRX and themselves. 10-16, one game behind B&K FearX, as we've completed the fourth round robin, round 4, now in the books. Each one of these teams will only play each other one more time. DRX needs to find a way to get at least 2 wins and hope that Bro doesn't find a win.
Oh man, it's such a mess.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, I think Bro doing a fantastic job in just building up that lead over DRX, because it's still very possible that DRX can chase them down, but it's becoming harder and harder. And I think ultimately Bro securing a win against a team like D+ today makes such a big difference to their chance, to Bro's chances of locking in that top 3.
All right, so we've got some clarification here. 400 wins for Showmaker. It was the celebration of National Liberation Day by Berserker. The respect to the country. 80 years of independence here. Bulldog with the soda pop dance, and then Sponge giving the shout out to the fans. But it's a runaway winner here in the chat. It was the Bulldog shoulder shuffle for soda pop.
For sure.
K-pop Demon Hunters, just so popular. Here's next week, DRX and DNF. That's a big one right off the bat. Saturday Showdown, Hanwha Life Esports against Gen G. What else jumps out at you?
HLE vs Gen G? Oh, I feel like it's been ages since I've seen that matchup. It is a banger though. I kind of want to see how it goes down again, because it was close.
Who did? Anything jump out at you?
Oh man, I just feel bad for Nongxin, by the way. They play against Gen G and T1 next week. Oh man. It's rough. It's rough.
It's progress. They got a game win.
Yeah.
They got a game win. Moving on forward here. Here's challengers. Make sure to tune on in to see the future stars here of the LCK. Y'all, week 14 in the books. And we've got 2 more left to go. It has been a great, great week. Round 5 will start next week. On behalf of everyone here on the LCK, thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you next week for more LCK action. Bye-bye.
makes me stronger.